Do I think it's impossible that Jordan Peterson is an NFJ? No. I think it's conceivable as ENFJ. I just find his relentlessly utility based kind of prescriptive frame to be more likely to correlate with the T's. But regardless, this is why I'm just so like I've more or less given up on cognitive functions as a way of explaining things to people, because other people want to be creative, right? They want their own ideas involved. They don't get it. Like, yeah, I have some of my ideas involved in my explanations of cognitive functions, but not really so much because I'm so creative as like well, it's kind of like you imagine a tribe of people who are set out to cook things. And on these tables, there are large amounts of ingredients and non-ingredients, but they don't know which things are food and which things aren't. So you might get, one dish, but they're not necessarily bad at cooking. So you might get a dish of delicious scrambled eggs with rocks in it. Where are my glasses? This is what I need. This is what I came back in here to get. So I am like immediately regretting, but also enjoying and appreciating a lot the engagement with people. This is the love-hate relationship I have with YouTube and with cognitive functions and stuff. It's like I was never planning when I started that 3-minute video yesterday about referring to this one commenter about how SI and NI work and why it's indicative that Jordan Peterson's not an SI user, And of course, somebody leaves some dumbass comment. Yeah, apparently they took that comment away. This was after I had made my whole video and uploaded it. I went to go look at that comment again. Because I guess I think I wanted this is right when I was at the end of making the video. I was gonna get a snapshot of the comment in its original context rather than just copy and pasted. No, the title of today's stream is not a reference to George Burns and his role in the Oh God movies. It was literally what I was saying at that moment when I was starting this stream, because as I was starting this stream on the phone, I just finished responding to Cone Man's comment. I think it was what Cone Man was saying that made me just go, oh God. Because what Cone Man was basically saying is, Eric, you're the only one in cognitive functions who treats this thing so mechanically and blah 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 blah. You're really limiting the openness of your understanding or something, because you're not a complete sloppy disaster like everybody else. That's not. Yes, Cone Man, if you treat all cognitive functions typology as mush, then you can use it to support your various claims that you make to yourself and feel as though you've accomplished something. But it's kind of like saying, like tying an orange to a pine tree and say, look, I'm growing my own fruit. So, I've long been frustrated by just the not complete by everybody or anything, but the rampant disregard for the quality of something when affording it legitimacy or not. When it comes to words, explanations, and stuff. Like, that person who left that previous comment, they didn't learn anything at all from my long video. Instead, they left another super long comment on the new video saying, all right, Eric, you want some arguments? Here are some arguments. To which I replied, no, I definitely don't want to hear additional thoughts from you on this. I made the mistake of reading every word of your last comment. I'm not making that mistake again. Like, how many... how catastrophically bad do you have to fail at something before you say, let me step back and pause a second before I attempt it again? I don't know. I'm not really mad. I'm kind of excited because it's fun, because there's a lot of like, I guess, drama back and forth, engagement. Not necessarily drama, but, you know, people engaging me with words, telling me I'm wrong or telling me I'm good or whatever. How am I genuinely? I'm happy. I'm happy because it shows that, well, I'm happy for a couple of reasons. Number one, I find myself now, this month, finally, after, really, this is the first time since my parents died, that I find myself working on stuff in the way that I used to. You know, like making response videos, thwacking out on this document, planning to make a video about it, stuff like that. In other words, I'm having fun making stuff right now. And that has been absent from my life for too long. So I'm proud of myself for making videos, making shorts, making long form videos. Not proud of myself necessarily for live streaming, of course, because I don't view this as really me doing anything of any particular purpose or value, unless, I guess, it produces positive results for the channel in terms of subscription numbers or views or something. Right now, for whatever reason, there's 39 people here, but that's not typical. And normally there's like many fewer than that people. So, and I can spend a lot of hours on live streaming, and even if I do attain those kind of successful metrics or whatever, I still don't really feel like I've done anything, because once a live stream's done, it's just, you just never look back, right? It's kind of like newspapers. If you're a writer, you'd rather be known for a short story you wrote than this really dry news article about zoning laws. That just feels mechanical, you know. Your comment was deleted? What was your comment? Was it the one I responded to? Was that you? I don't think that was you who commented that comment, was it? If that was your comment that I responded to in that video, that was your comment I responded to? That wasn't your comment. I don't think so. Thanks, Gustavo. I think it might have been, I don't know if it was Iago's or what. If that was your comment that I responded to in that video, Iago, I had no idea that was your comment. I look like a musician. I do play music. I might play some music in a little bit here. Regardless, if a comment of yours was deleted, Iago, I didn't delete it. It wasn't your comment, Acacia. Twas not twas. Instead of twasn't, I think we should adopt not twas. You know? Who's the celebrity? I don't know. Are there any celebrities here? I would love for some celebrities to come. And, oh, Alexis Kingsley, is she the celebrity? I want to see who she is. I can't do it. I have to do it in the house. Kitties in the jungle, kitties in the jungle. We do have kitties in the jungle. That's a Prince hat, a David Bowie hat, not a cowboy hat. It's a multitude of things, okay? It's an Italian hat. It's from Italy. In case you didn't know what Italian meant. There's a Starman. Hi, another majestic INFJ. I was just talking about your video to Rachel earlier today. We're discussing the capacity of AI to do NI. I think it's a very interesting notion because I think one might be mistakenly led to think that AI is very good at NI because one of the things that at least language AIs can do is summarize things. But while it's true that concision is one of the tools of introverted intuition, concision is one way in which introverted intuition manifests. I think that's a bad way to evaluate NI and artificial intelligence. But I want an NI to do something very specific for me. I want it to go through my live streams and say, like, I want it to be able to successfully go through my live streams and pull out the gems, moments that are great, jokes I make that are funny, things that are short worthy, and ignore everything else. But it's not capable of doing that. That one band me and my wife were making shorts with, we made shorts with a band. Yeah, we are going to watch the Blue Moon tonight. I do have, they're called astronomy binoculars. Yeah, well, what I was saying to Rachel is if I could, I think it might actually be not difficult to make that happen if the cues it was looking at were from the chat, but that would only work if you have a fair amount of chat going on. So it's like if you have a decent amount of chat going on, then it could probably say, well, I have noted that, and if the amount of chat going on is consistent across time, say like this moment got one lol, this moment got 6 lols. People's intuition is good. If something's genuinely funny, then people will laugh. And if people don't laugh, then it wasn't genuinely funny. So that one is like tautologically so, you know? Okay, Mr. Wasp, you're not going to start a nest over here. So it might be able to build up patterns or whatever from the stuff that's happening in the chat versus the stuff that's happening in the stream itself, but it'd have to account for the lag and stuff. Hey, old timer, what's the best way to win over a woman? Depends on the woman. It mostly entirely depends on the woman. If you're trying to win her over from scratch, in other words, you haven't fucked anything up yet at all, you haven't done anything at all yet, then really you're saying, how should you handle the introductory part of the seduction process? If you're saying that, what I would say is, I don't know. I'm not a good person to ask, really. I'm not good at seducing people. I mean, I might. I don't know if I would be or not. I've never really tried. Or maybe I'd be all right at it nowadays if I had to be single again. But I guess you say, "Hey, girl, sup, 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 sup." Take her on a boat trip. Say, you want to go look at my jet skis at my storage unit? No. Hey, you into like big construction vehicles and stuff, like bulldozers, and because I work at a construction firm. You want to go look at some bulldozers? Just be like, you know what I like? When chicks like you have sex with me. So I don't know about you, but I'm super into, like having the hockey game on one TV, some softcore porn on the other TV. And my house is plastered with posters of big titted chicks and cars and stuff. You want to help add to my collection of decorations? You and I could go shopping for wall decorations. You and I could play. Which of these big titted chicks in a wet t-shirt draped over a fast car should I get for my next wall poster? Okay, how about this? This is a surefire way to get into any woman's pants, okay? I promise you. You just be like, I forgot the name of it all of a sudden. Hold on. It's coming to me. Hey, I'm really into steampunk. That you are going to get laid right now. Guaranteed. Every chick loves people who like steampunk. No, not steampunk. Okay, I'm really into acting. Does that not work? Acting doesn't work. Hey, are you into zeppelins and brass goggles? Because I'm a big steampunk guy. Hey, Shirley. Hi. I don't know if we've ever met before. I'm Bob. I work across the way from you. So anyway, I got this really rad steampunk themed Dungeons and Dragons set the other day. I was wondering if you want to come over and play with me and my friends. Or me and Brody are going dirt biking out to the woods with a chainsaw. We're gonna fuck some shit up. You down? And Chick Brothers be like, yeah. Those guys never have any problems getting laid. Guys named Brody are always neck deep in pussy. Hey girl. Yeah, I'm ready to rip a fat bong. Hey girl. I'm gonna be going home tonight. I'm gonna be double checking some tax forms from last year. You know, checking my math. I think I may have another Benjamin and refund coming to me. You want to come over and do that? You want to have some fun? A little tax fun? How many dependents you claiming? Hey girl, how many dependents you claiming? Or depending on the kind of girl you're going after, you could be like, hey, you don't look very financially secure. How would you like me to claim you as a dependent? That would probably be pretty effective. Or, you know what would probably be a popular way to pick up chicks is, hey, so what groups do you hate? Maybe we hate the same groups. That'd be fun. My name's Barry. I'm into long walks on the beach and hate speech. Um, Looking for a woman with the same kind of interests. A woman who's not afraid to get arrested if it's in service of the hate that she's truly passionate about. I'm agrosexual, which means I'm turned on by agriculture. Footy Cat says, try this. Are you eco-friendly? The condom in my pocket goes out of date tomorrow. I don't want it to go to waste. So I didn't quite understand Iago Ferrer. Is that were you saying that comment uh that comment I responded to was your comment? I still don't understand if that's what you're saying. I don't got a problem with you fucking me, but I got a big problem with you not fucking me. Yes, that's hey, dirty, baby, I got your money, don't you worry. Said, hey, baby, I got your money. Are you into spirituality? I love it. I could not be more into spirituality. It's like I'm just like, namaste, crystals, aromatherapy, whatever bullshit you got, shove it right up my ass. I want more. Drowning in it. Hey, I'm not sure if I'm gay, but I could try maybe to put my penis in you. I mean, it's not gonna work for any normal girl, but maybe if you're incredibly gorgeous and a huge turn on, maybe my penis would work with you. Anyway, Mary, so that's how I learned. Like, I am apparently like the hottest chick in the entire world. Because this guy was so gay, he couldn't get it up for any woman. But he said, you are so hot that he was turned on by me. Mary, that guy has played you like a drum. You're recommending the interview? Oh, I appreciate that, but you mean the comment did? Oh, please, if it's gone, if what video is it on? I don't even know. Try putting it back again. I don't know why it would disappear. Maybe because it had a link in it, I guess. I can share it on the community tab. That's what I'll do. I meant to do that originally. I don't know why I never ended up doing that. I guess I just forgot about it. Let me search for the video first. Hey, dirty, baby, I got your money, don't you worry. Said, hey. Okay, let's see. Iago interview talking with famous people. Ferrer. I can't find it. Iago, let me make you a meow so you can put the link, please. Why is it so hard to find? Legend P, my homie. How's it going? Some people call me Holmes, Homie, Home Fries. That's my full name. HHH. Oh, it's because you're in Spanish. That's why it doesn't pop up. I get it. Because YouTube knows I don't watch videos in Spanish. Wear your expensive outfit. Wear your most expensive outfit, even if it looks terrible. To whoever particular. I might not even say, oh, it's fries coming.
Pues me pareció conveniente hacer este video
Este dinero.
para...
Dinero. That's how you speak Spanish. I love the sound of Spanish. Spanish is a wonderful language.
I think people have a very childish relationship with science.
They've got a childish relationship with science, I say. Maybe you could do my channel theme song. You mean make a theme song for your channel? I would love to do that. Sounds like a lot of fun. No hay chupacabras aquí. No. Video in the park. I think it was the 4th of July. There. Insert. Who's that coquettish debutante? It's me. On Iago's channel, which is mostly all in Spanish. The end. There, Iago, I have posted a community post. Who is that coquettish debutante? It's me on Iago's channel, which is mostly all in Spanish. But this video is not in Spanish. Maybe you should make it an English channel. You know what? I think, Iago, I think white American girls are going to be charmed half to death by your kind of peach fuzz, young man handsomeness, and adorable Spanish accent. That's what I think. Maybe you're the coquettish one. Kirse? Kirse mota. Oh, do you want some weed? Kirse. Kirse. Ay. I would like some mota. Give it to me and I'll smoke it all up. Hay chupacabras. Hay demasiado chupacabras en mi poqueta. Iago's an eye subject. That's the $1 million answer. Eric. What, Gustavo? What? Eric. Are you asking me, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Don't. What are you doing? Don't spam. I don't know where the biblioteca is. Plays illegals in my yard. What are illegals? I mean, what does it mean? Is that like, you mean like illegal aliens? But I don't understand the sentence. Have I seen the Goonies a long time ago? Not too recently. But I want you to know, Gustavo, in case you didn't know this already, I am an honorary Mexican. My first wife was half Mexican. My second wife was 100% Mexican. And my daughter's a quarter Mexican. So that makes me an honorary Mexican. I think I might have seen. Somebody's pointed me towards him before, but I don't remember what I think about it. I'm an honorary Mexican because I watch Los Doyers and I eat carne asada. Hey, I'm no illegal, okay? My parents, they came here when they came, but I was born here. And you know what? I'm not gonna go college. Right. My business, Pepe's Piping Hot Pinatas, is really taking off. What I do is I sell pinatas filled with piping hot flan. Because who doesn't love being splattered with piping hot flan? Everybody loves that. Speedy Gone Eric. Do Mexicans have sheds? I don't know. No, my pimp name is Lil Payaso, Gustavo. I'm Lil Payaso. Nice seeing you too, Iago. Talk to you later. And you know what? I want you to know that I might think you're an ISFJ, but I totally respect your prerogative to be as wrong as you want about that. I don't care. I'm not bothered by it. That's not why I'm unmoderating you. You're actually building a shed. I have a shed, so yes, this Mexican has a shed. A little payaso. It means little clown in Spanish. Little clowny. Is any dom the same as being on drugs? No. I mean, I can assure you, when I'm not on any drugs, I'm just as bored as you are. Today is National Potato Day and National Self-Serve Ice Cream Day. Are you going to sing tonight? Yes, I am. Stupidazo. That's my gangster name or something. Good for her. I mean, why anybody in the Democratic Party would think it would be a good idea to have Hillary's face in front of the country again, representing the Democrats, is beyond me. Is there anybody who likes Hillary? I mean, more than just like she's okay. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who think like she's okay. But is there anybody who actually likes her? Well, Clowny. Shit, I get a boner if my shotty don't smoke me out. I smash. You know what? Smashing is a youth term. And you might think, what, like smashing potatoes? No, it doesn't mean anything nearly as innocent as that. It refers to. So you might hear a young person say, I'm going to smash in the Rari. That doesn't mean they're going to. You might be totally confused. What if I told you a Rari is a Ferrari? You might say, they're going to crash an expensive car? No. It means they're going to have sex in a Ferrari, which sounds horrible. Because there's not that much room in a Ferrari. And no matter how roomy a car is, it's always best to have sex in a bed. It's the perfectly made thing for sex, you know? Where else can you be lying down and not uncomfortable? Loner of a lonely heart is much better. Lonely or sad boy? Downer? Pall bearer? Bruises? I think bruises. Roomy raris. Bruises von self-harm. There's this one banger I know they call him Little Evil. Down is also slang for being locked up. Uh, isn't it interesting that if you say I'm up for this or I'm down for this, it means the same thing? Understand? Yo, are you really not gonna read my long comment? No, I'm not. I mean, you I afforded you a lot of my attention with that first comment of yours, which required a lot of my attention. Because if I just give it a speck of my attention, it was just like just enough to make me annoyed. Because of course, the thing is, if you're worried about my emotions, then we're not remotely on the same page. You'll never accomplish anything with me by appealing to my emotions or trying to manage them in some way. Um, the only way to make any ground with me is to be correct. And the only way to make any ground with me and be correct in ways that are informative to me and surprising about things that I already know about is to be dramatically, shockingly, mind-bogglingly better at making a point or a case than you were in that instance. It's like, if I typed you as an INTJ, it must have been a long time ago, I would suspect. I don't think you are because, you know, that comment was the exact opposite of NI. The exact opposite of NITE. It was reminiscent much more of like any third, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure what type you are, but NI has concision, has an eye for relevance, understands that, you know, especially INTJ understands the goal of a given communication, and probably one imagines, of course, if your goal is just expressing yourself, then I don't know. The best troll, the higher the socks, the downer the higher the socks, the downer the fool. Listen, homie, you guys gotta get out of here. Maria's not gonna be happy if you're here when she get home. So you know, keep talking to me. Who is this person? Keep talking, Owl. I want. It's like you left this really long comment, but in your first long comment, you didn't respond to anything that my video actually said. Right? You weren't addressing or responsive to anything that I've said. If you want to tell me that I'm wrong about something, your best bet is to negate things that I've actually said. So go find evidence of stuff that I've said and then quote me and say, this is wrong because. Ideally, what you do is you put together all the pieces of a given argument that I presented and say, here's why the argument you presented doesn't establish what you say it establishes. The thing is, you tell me, are you capable of that kind of rigorous engagement with language or not? I was having a wonderful evening down at the local here in Compton, just chilling with my shoddy when abruptly, out of nowhere, someone walks up and pulls their piece on me. And I say, "Hey, you, I'm here with my shoddy. Can you please reserve the gunplay for a more appropriate location and context?" And it was at that moment that the gangster realized perhaps he had been a little unnecessarily forward. And he said, "Excuse me, sir, I am sorry. It was not called for." And I thought it might be fun to show you my new piece, but I realize now that you probably interpreted that as rather threatening. So anyway, we all had a good laugh over it, and I invited him to my house for Memorial Day barbecue. So things go down in Compton. Trust me, I know. I've been there one time, and I've talked to Gustavo, and he's from Compton. So that's just as good as me being from there myself. My glasses, here they are. How do you make money? I don't. I have an inheritance that I live off of. Would you see TEFE can both be prescriptive? I mean, the thing is, statements can be prescriptive. A prescriptive statement says, "You should do meow." Do I think that that should could be rooted in utility because it would be useful in solving the problem you've articulated, for example? Do I think it could be linked to social grace because it'll make people like you? Yeah, I think it's possible for it to be linked to both of those, or many other things, even possibly. So it's not like any of the functions is inherently prescriptive, normative, descriptive, or anything like that, right? It is the case that if I want to describe something in terms of its visual appearance, I have to look at it with my eyes. So in that regard, I'm using SE, I guess. My parents were, my dad did several different things, various things, and mostly like education admin, but at administrative roles. My mom was an English teacher, but also they inherited my grandma's estate. And my grandma was the first woman pharmacist in Arizona. I'm not trying to brag about it, okay, I'm just answering the person's questions. Yes, my parents were good people. They were wonderful people. They were, salt of the earth, super responsible citizens, good and loving parents, and the worst thing about having perfect parents is you continually know your own inferiority to your parents. I was talking to Acacia about the bragging thing, Deshaun. It's kind of I forget that people who aren't here all the time don't keep track of various things we have going on. I've made Acacia the minister of bragging. She determines when bragging is allowed and when it is not allowed. And people who don't obey the minister of bragging regarding issues of bragging under her jurisdiction are known to get either 7 seconds, 7 minutes, 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 months, or 7 years of bad luck. Mr. Oxmall, do you know Mr. Ox smells? And Mr. Oxrex, Mr. Oxhuge. Do you know Mr. Hunt? Mr. Dixon me? Miss Dixon me? You know any of those people? I think to have strong NETI, you need an environment where you don't have any obligations to do in cleaning your room. I mean, I think to be comfortable with being an NETI Dom, you're most comfortable when you have few obligations. Because you like to ideate, Ideating ends when executing things begins. Mr. Oxleaks, And Deshaun, I don't know if you're familiar with Mike, last name Missouri where? Acacia introduced me to him. And Mike's got, of course, his brother Hisk and his sister Hursk, his stepsister Hursk as well. You know how it is with stepsisters. Stepsisters are always getting themselves into trouble. You know, they're trying to sneak out dressed like that. Who knows what they're doing? Okay, I'll consider your arguments. I will, absolutely. My point is, do you have an argument as to why I'm wrong about something? Or are you just going to present your ideas about this thing? Or Socionics' ideas about this thing? If you want me to consider your arguments need to clash with what I'm saying. You need to articulate, here's what you're saying. Here's my position that comes into clash with what you're saying. And here's why I should win this clash. If you're just going to say, explain Socionics to me and make claims like, you see, people who do this without any why, if it's just all claims, no warrants, then it has no impact. There weren't any warrants. There was one warrant in your whole last comment. You need to warrant your claims. Yeah, they don't need to be careful because my mom was an English teacher. I am a professional debate coach. I said NE. I think it depends when I said it. Sometime back I did say NE, but you got it hyphenated to is everywhere, but mostly in my mouth. Excellent work. Excellent work. Deshaun Green, who points out that Mike Missouri were married. Oh, look, it's mostly in my mouth. And, they hyphen. Now they're the is everywhere hyphen, but mostly in my mouth. Excellent work. You know what? You're getting a wonder point for that, Deshaun. You get a wonder point. ENFJ for Jordan Peterson seems plausible to me, too. I mean, the thing is, people don't get that, like, being emotional is not the alternative to being a thinker, right? I can get super emotional. I can be very cryy, depending on my mood and the subject we're talking about. Like, I guarantee that, assuming it gets rolling and full as intended, that when I run for president in 4 years, every time I talk about certain subjects about being a patriot and what's important to me about America and stuff, I tend to get choked up, I tend to get emotional. But I'm in no way, shape, or form am I a feeler, Yeah, Hero Lamb, you make a good point. Hero Lamb doesn't identify at all as being particularly emotional. I wouldn't doubt for 1 second that he displays as less emotional than I do. He's an FI Dom. I'm FI polar. Because that's not like what it's about, right? How is Jordan Peterson communicating? Well, first of all, he's not communicating with really any SI at all. But what values is he upholding? SE and generally TE, I guess. Slay dragons, clean your room. Those are really SE things, right? They're not really TE. That would be understandable for either ENTJ or ENFJ because they both have it third slot. Fair enough, Alexis. I would agree those seem those seem like F-E-N-I things. So, but the thing is, anybody who's going to write rules for life is already in a utility kind of frame of reference, because they're saying, I want this book to be useful to you, not for anything specific, but for being alive itself. I mean, the reason it's impossible to argue type with anybody is because almost no two people talking typology mean the same thing when they're saying this word, certain words. No, she's actually having a video conference call with a couple of friends. She's upstairs. His rules are vague principles using TI to back up FE. Fair enough, Alexis. You're winning this argument. This is how you win an argument. If Owl is still here, this is how you win an argument. What did Alexis do to be winning this argument? She, number one, gave me specific examples of Jordan Peterson's actual rules. Number two, before she even began that, she tested out the word prescriptive to see how it was going to fit in this plan to make her case, Not everything prescriptive. I mean, prescriptive refers to certain kinds of statements, not recurrence of cognitive functions. But then she pointed out that, yes, they're vague principles, which is consistent with NI tool, but they're actually not things that are consistent with an ordinated approach to efficiency. So maintain romance in relationships, that's very Be careful who you share good news with. I mean, you could imagine a TE person saying, always share good news first with those people who are the largest stakeholders in your life. That'd be a much more TE frame of that, right? So the thing is, because she's probably because she's right, she is convincing me. But it wouldn't matter if she were right. She wouldn't convince me if she weren't doing the thing she's trying to do correctly. She's not asking me to buy into her unsubstantiated claims. She's saying, here's some things that Jordan Peterson actually said in his book. These things don't seem like they're TE. They're universal NI, and they seem F themed, not T. Fair enough, I don't think I feel very certain he's not an INFJ. No, this live is not put on 2 times. It's happening live. I can't put myself on 2 times speed. Well, actually, I can, and I did today. Fair enough. Yeah, okay, fine. I took a little bit out of that. Maybe a little bit more than I'm prescribed. You know what? I'm fucking loving it. Life's fantastic right now. Why? It's not just because I'm on Adderall, and that makes me happier. It's because I'm actually enjoying making stuff again. I'm doing stuff. I'm back to being like a normal Eric that I was, at least for the moment. I was prior to all that hoopla that happened a couple of years ago, There was a lot of hoopla. And I don't have a huge appetite for hoopla. But I guess the main thing that makes me extra happy right now is to realize that it's there at any moment when I want it. I can make a video that's about typology that basically says anything, and I will assuredly start a big argument or have plenty of engagement. Plenty of things make me mad or want to respond to it. I wanted to play respond to commenters. There's always an audience for it, and people want to engage in it as long as it's like cognitive function stuff, you know. And in general, that if I make videos, even if they don't do well, I'm satisfied and pleased that I made it, provided it gets response from the small number. I don't mind if it doesn't get many views if it gets good response from the few views that it gets, if it gets good comments and stuff, you know. And like that's an example of the video I made about me going out into the wilderness in a little car the other day. I went out, and I made that, or I began that process, and I wasn't even on any Adderall. Where did I put my mouse? Oh God. I was probably carrying it around and set it down someplace weird, and I'm never gonna find out. What the fuck? What's your experience with INTPs? Either my friend is a mistype, unhealthy INTP, or they just want to be viewed a certain way. I like them, but they get annoyed by them sometimes. I don't know if they just want to be viewed in a certain way, but I do know that most people who type themselves as INTPs, or anybody said, most times somebody says, meow as an INTP is not true. Just as most times somebody says, meow as an INFJ, it is not true. And you can see why people are so confused. Like, somebody like Owl says that Rachel is an ISFJ. Why does he think that? Because he thinks that INFJ is going to display as more intuitive than he thinks Rachel displays. Of course, it just goes to show you what happens when you're not paying attention to what cognitive functions actually are. So, ISFJs are probably going to appear more intuitive to the untrained eye most of the time than INFJs are. Why? Because ISFJ's version of FE is more extroverted. Why? Because they have access to particulars from their personal stories, and accordingly, they have more to say. ISFJs are more likely to be creatively engaged. Why? Because they're of and for their own experience. They kind of fundamentally like the smell of their own farts, so they like to make them, you know? People who don't know that are going to think ISFJs are the intuitives because they're the creative. It's just like Owl's willing to put this huge comment to try to convince me, try to just share his thoughts really about personality type and functions, because he doesn't want to mean anything specific when he says things. If you're asking me how do I differentiate between INFJs and ENFJs, I don't do a good job of that. I don't feel confident that I can make that distinction at all, really, the one you're articulating. What I like to say about the TI test is they can tell me 1 or 2, 7, or something else. If I am going to try to distinguish between ENFJs and INFJs, ironically, one thing that is a big potential difference is ENFJs will produce more and shinier examples of stuff that's like, it seems like, hey, that's NI, than INFJs will. INFJs have an absolute value in I. For example, INFJs are patient when it's called for with media, knowing somehow that while most stuff worth watching or listening to, let's stick to music, listening to doesn't require much patience. At the very top end of stuff that does require patience is stuff that's incredibly genius. So, for example, Rachel likes LCD sound system. So I've been hearing more LCD sound system in my musical life since Rachel has gotten together with me than I really ever did before. But I was familiar with them before, and what I used to think about them was their songs are too long. I still think their songs are too long, but I realized that they're not exactly too long. Some of them might be, but a lot of the long ones aren't too long. They're just the right length. Like I can change exactly the right length. So it takes top level NI to understand that. When I was with Ruben one time, we were listening to songs and shit, and I put on Eat Sleep Rave Repeat. And Ruben got tired of it quickly enough, feeling as though you have to follow along with this extended story that this guy is telling in order to keep your heart in the song as it's playing. I don't feel that way about it. I like the beat of it and stuff, and I can kind of tune in and out the vocals. But anyway, the point is, as an ENFJ, Ruben found the song too long, boring, too self-indulgent. And I respect that so much about ENFJs. Like, Baby No Money has just the most sparkly of tool slot at NI. But accordingly, this is how this ends up playing out. Baby No Money is a huge star, and right at the top of awesome shit. But Johnny, who's an INFJ and is much more conflicted about his work product and stuff, and whose stuff requires more patience on some of those longer songs or whatever, is way more genius. Even though I love Baby No Money, I think he's great, So, now note, the vast majority of INFJs never attain that kind of genius that Johnny has attained. But the ones who do, we remember them. I mean, of course, Paul McCartney was an ENFJ. Billy Joel's an ENFJ. It's not like Billy Joe's an ENFJ. It's not like they aren't well represented in the upper echelons of music. But Lou Reed was an INFJ. Johnny's an INFJ. Frank Black is an INFJ. Kurt Cobain is an INFJ. It's funny because you list those people that I just listed, and the ENFJs have bigger careers, but they're respected a little bit less because they're not suffering artists or something. But like Johnny on the end of his last album, he put the song Selfish Hate. It's too long, from my opinion. And in fact, I even said something like, to John, I had Rachel ask him during one of his live asking questions, do you think that Never Fair, Always True is a perfect album except for Selfish Hate, which is too long? And he said, no. He was, I'm sure, right. I don't doubt that eventually I'll come to take his side on the matter, and I'll start thinking that the inclusion of the full 7 minutes or whatever of Selfish Hate at the end of the album is exactly what it needs to be a complete, perfect work of genius or something. But I don't currently think that. You still haven't figured your type? All right. I'll just make one up for you. You're an ENTP. Bill Donahue's dead? Donahue, Phil Donahue, Donahue, Phil Donahue. Why do I think Kurt is INFJ? I don't understand why everybody thinks he's INFP. The thing is, if he were INFP, he would have just been like, oh, great. Now I have all this money, so I can just make whatever I want whenever I want. And now that my first album's successful, I can just do progressively more self-indulgent garbage. Instead, he offed himself because he didn't believe he could sustain that level of quality in his life or his work. He believed himself a fraud in some fashion. Although he knew he was a genius in some other fashion too. Of course, Courtney Love certainly didn't help. Horrible bitch. I mean, Kurt Cobain is so hyper aware of NI in the music he's making. His lyrics are so INFJ too. Like, that song where it goes, meow, meow, I got a new complaint. Meow, 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 meow. Anyway, the thing is, I think also another problem is this. Kurt Cobain was an INFJ in part because he had so many genius songs in terms of melodic genius and stuff that had specific, clear, excellent melodic identities. And when he did fail, it wasn't because of too much extroverted intuition. It was because the introverted intuition was too sharp or like too much concept, too little ether juice. When you say person is some type, is that shorthand for a set of qualities or referring to the platonic form of sorts of their type? Well, when I say Kurt Cobain is an INFJ, what I mean is my interpretation of his work product is more consistent with an INFJ's priorities, function stack, etc., than, say, Fiona Apple, who I do think is an INFP. And I don't mean to shit on INFP artists. Remember, I think Fiona Apple had some stuff back in the day that was just absolutely stunningly genius. And then after she did that, she felt free to get increasingly experimental and horrible. Yeah, it's still $100. If you know you're gonna do it, and tell me what day and time, I'll put it on the calendar right now. And I'll just send you the email when you pay it, or not. You just send me the pay it, and then I'll do it normal. That's fine. I don't know who Elliott Smith is. Ruben, you're so NI tool. It's excellent. It's beautiful. It's like I like ENFJ second slot NI. I don't like ENTJ second slot NI as much. ENTJ second slot NI is let's change Twitter to X. Let's solve LA traffic by building a big tunnel. Elon Musk. I mean, it's like these things aren't even good to eat. Unless, of course, well, they are good to eat. Here's the trick of TE that we need to remember, even in ENTJs. TE DOMs, they're very good at being efficient, at helping themselves. People are like, I'm so impressed by how great Bob is at helping us be more efficient. That's only if and because it's a subset of a larger goal to help himself and his chosen ones, Like, oh, Elon Musk, he's just this wonderful thing by bringing electric cars to everybody. He didn't invent electric cars, and we didn't need Teslas any more than we need anything else like that, The best thing Elon Musk did was PayPal, and it's one of those things like, oh, for fuck's sake, TE DOMs, right? Like, back in early adopting time of the internet, I and everybody else had millions of different good ideas about the internet. Here's a great way to make money. That's an obvious one. The difference between me and an ENTJ is an ENTJ actually does stuff. It's kind of shocking, in fact, how few people who actually do stuff even have good ideas, let alone good and original ideas or something. For all the millions of business ideas that people are trying to put into play out there each day in America, I probably have more than one business idea that's better than 99% of the ones being implemented. But it doesn't make any difference, right? Because nobody cares about representations of things. They only care about things themselves. Like, all licenses all the time is horrible idea, like ethically or morally or whatever kind of, but it's a great idea to make a lot of money while doing nothing. I mean, that's the thing. You do have to do a lot of stuff. You have to do a lot of TESE stuff to set up the idea, right? But then once it's all set up, you don't actually have to put much work in. It can earn passive income. You might have to, probably be well served to continue to add little things that make it a little bit more appealing or a little less buggy or whatever. But all licenses all the time, I think it's a great way to make money off of dumb people, but not a morally good way to make money. You shouldn't try to sell people licenses to do things they don't need a license to do. But I can guarantee you many people would buy such. You'll probably make so much money that then the government would step in and try to prevent it from happening, and then you get sued. Unless you made so much money that you were one of the people who seems to be immune from harm. It's like, how is it the main guy at eBay experienced no consequences for that eBay shenanigans and then left with this fat severance package? What? I mean, I hope those people sue eBay. I'm sure they are. I hope they get at least as much as that guy got as a severance package. It's ridiculous. I don't like it when people manage to escape accountability because they're rich or famous or whatever. Like, I was really annoyed when I saw this clip of an interview with Bill Gates. The reporter was asking him questions about his relationship with Epstein. And Bill Gates was getting all like annoyed that he was being questioned about that. All that tells me is that not only did he have just an incidental relationship with Epstein due to financial stuff, but it ran a lot deeper than that, or he wouldn't be so irritated about being questioned about it. Listen, motherfuckers, you get to be subjected to questions, and you should answer them. And we all should be able to compel, in some ways, in some contexts, and we do with the courts, the testimony of parties regarding bullshit, and there's another thing that needs to happen. It's like, this is exactly why Bill Gates needed to be asked those interview questions. It's because the rest of humanity can't get away with a whole bunch of bullshit. And there's no reason why you should get an exemption to that, Bill Gates. Why? Because you brilliantly served yourself by buying somebody else's coded operating system and then reselling it for shit tons more money and making Microsoft, etc. I mean, yeah, you get credit and deserve to be rich because you told Apple and its walled garden approach to go fuck itself. You're the VHS to their Betamax. Good for you. So does that mean you should get to go abuse trafficked people on Epstein's island and get away with it? No. Does it mean you're entitled to get annoyed when a reporter asks you about being on an airplane with this known trafficker, predator, criminal person, horrible person? You have the gall to get annoyed that you're being asked about it. You fucking little piece of shit. What a piece of shit that guy is. It's like there's little more offensive to me than people avoiding answering questions that need to be answered because they're trying to hide shit. When I ask you a question, I don't care whoever you are, answer it or say, I'm not going to answer that question. And why? Don't try to avoid it, right? Now, you're not under any obligation to explain yourself to anybody, obviously. Just because somebody asks you a question doesn't mean you have to answer it or respond at all. But what I'm saying is, if you want to be afforded by me, citizen in good standing, then you better not be hiding. I don't believe in hiding shit, secrets, privacy, stuff like that. Transparency does infinite good, and secrecy is almost always linked to bad shit. I mean, you might say that state secrecy is an exception if you're a fan of state secrecy, but I'm more or less unconvinced that classifying a bunch of shit and labeling it secret and hiding it from the populace does an ounce of good. Too big to fail. That's what I'm going to say at the pearly gates after I die. I'm going to say, listen, hey, St. Peter, I am too big to fail. Get me back there down on earth. Put me back about 40 years from about, 70. I'm going to die at 110. Everybody's hearting or saluting another majestic guy in J. Elon bought Tesla. Oh, he didn't even start that company? Oh my God. See what I'm saying? It's like, hey, my skill is I know when someone else has got a great idea and I can buy it cheap from them and then make shit tons of money off of their great idea. That's why do German accents universally sound funny when speaking English? Yeah, I can't say why it is, but we Germans, when we travel to the America, we, we try to go to the beer hall and order our Oktoberfest, and they say, we don't have any here. Like that. I don't think farts are, Acacia. You and I are going to disagree about this. I just don't. I never have, frankly. Even as a kid, I didn't think they were. So, okay, everybody needs to stop making such a fuss about what's obviously censor stuff. You know, censors are people too. Bill stole the Windows software from Steve Jobs. I'm pretty confident he bought it from somebody for very cheap and then resold it for a shit ton of money. It's a bad take. What's a bad take? And I see. I need someone to counter that because it's a bad take. You accidentally boofed all your Wunderpoints. Wunderpoints. Und these are my Wunderpoints. Oh, that was a bad take right now, I remember. It's not even working. I have to go inside to do that. Do I look like an inside person? Yes, you're right. I am an inside person, but not at the moment. So I don't know if you guys saw the short, but I recently broke the world record for the long jump. I jumped 30 feet 6 inches, which was, by far my best attempt. I'm going to show you an attempt at the long jump now. We'll see how far I get this time. So that was obviously a lot less than 30 feet and 6 inches. But when I did it for that video, I guess I was extra motivated because I jumped all the way from this line here, all the way, all in the air this whole time. My legs straight up in the air, my arms out flapping like a bird. I landed right here. Wow. That was truly a world record jump. But I'm thinking of maybe trying to break the high jump record. I mean, considering jumping from down here up onto here. So that's got to be about close to 8 or 9 feet. I'm not sure what the current high jump record is. But I should be able to get up there, no problem. I think I can do a standing jump. Just straight up onto there. To make it a little more challenging for myself, maybe I should be standing in a pool of water. Simple girl. I need to handicap myself with these flip-flops because my athletic prowess is so robust that there wouldn't be a single world record I don't possess if I didn't wear flip-flops. Do you know that I can run the 100-yard dash if I go barefoot in 2.4 seconds? And I can run the 100-meter dash in 2.5 seconds. That's dramatically faster than the current world record. I can run a mile in under 1 minute. I can pole vault 176 feet. you got to really push off that pole to get your whole body 176 feet up into the air. Yeah, flip-flops and all. The one event where the flip-flops really hurt me is the discus. When I try the discus and flip-flops, I can never throw it any further than about 3 or 4 feet. But that's why I don't do the pentathlon. Is FE Tool always seeking common ground? I mean, it's like, if you've got FE Tool, what you're always checking against is the status, sort of like the data other people are revealing just by being alive. I wouldn't say they're extroverting necessarily, because like Rachel's calmest, most happy, most relaxed when I'm happy and having a good time and whatever. If I'm in kind of a brooding mood, then I'm going to hear, "Are we okay? Is everything fine?" a million times. It goes the other way around too. Yesterday, Rachel last night was in kind of a broody mood, and I felt that like, "Is everything okay? Do I need to do something? Am I in trouble? Did I cause this problem?" That's very Effie, and mine's third slot. So, but yeah, FE Tool is such that FE Tool person is kind of constantly keeping tabs on all the people around her as the clearest indicator of how things in general are going. Okay, you're looking this way? Fine, good. Now I'm going to pee. You won't be able to see because that's not allowed. Why isn't it allowed, Eric? Why can't we see your pee? Well, friends, because urine is only for mature adults. And I have no guarantee that all of you are mature enough to look at urine. Some of you might be. Others, I'm not so sure. For example, I'm pretty sure Acacia is not mature enough to hear even the word urine. So for her, I'll just call it pee-pee. Pee-pee, for your information, Acacia, is like caca, except it's liquid instead of brown. I don't need to use parallelism. That's fine. So one thing that AI can do reasonably well, or Gemini, Google's AI, can do reasonably well, is, I learned today, because I asked Gemini to do this for me, it's basically to see if it could, is cleaning up the transcriptions of YouTube videos. Like, if you look at the transcription of any of my live streams, it's pretty terrible. There's no punctuation, little capitalization, if any. Kind of paragraphs are placed in random spots, etc. And lots of the words are wrong. So I asked Gemini to clean it up as best it could, and it did a pretty good job of it. And then afterwards, I played around a bit and learned some of its capacities a bit more. For example, even after it cleaned it up, it got my name wrong because I didn't say it very clearly, and it got the name of the channel wrong because I hadn't said it very clearly, and Gemini didn't have anything to base its correction on except the text itself. It didn't have the original. It didn't wasn't referencing the audio of the video at all, you know? So it had no way of knowing the name was wrong in either instance. So then I told it, because it had just, produced the block of text I fed it back to me cleaned up. I said, okay, now replace this name with my name, replace meow with talking with famous people. I didn't even put quotes around the things. It was able to still do what I told it to. And then I said, oh, but then, and then I started like editing the writing of it a bit because I was like, I don't like the way that looks. So do this, and then it did what I told it to, but it caused that sentence to be conjugated wrong. I said, fix the conjugation error. It just did it. And then, most impressively of all, I said, change the second to last sentence such that it has an active voice construction. And it changed it from passive to active voice for me. In fact, it did exactly the sentence I thought, but didn't want to type. I was impressed with that. Lil cremation? Oh, lol cremation. Lol cremation is a good name for a rapper. Gyration creation? Gyration cremation. It's good. I like it. Were you doing Inky Pinkies? Sorry. How about Keg Wolf? Keg Wolf is a good name as well for more like a frat boy, I guess. We come up with frat names. I claim Brody. Yeah, I'm pretty spun, didn't I? I mean, not super spun. Oh, Kegel Wolf. Maybe. What do you think about Kegel versus Heimlich? Exercise or maneuver, which will win? Kegel versus Heimlich. Both Kegel and Heimlich were originally in obstetrics until after a couple of ill-fated attempted deliveries, Kegel was sent packing. I'm sorry, Heimlich was sent packing. I ruined that joke. It's a pretty good joke, too. You can imagine like the AMA seeing a presentation from Heimlich and a presentation from Kegel about the best way to help women deliver babies or give birth or something. Yeah, what we need to do is get behind the pregnant woman and put the hands underneath the baby and scoop up with a push, and then the baby will be reverse pressured down through the vaginal canal and out into the world. Well, most medical professionals dismissed Heimlich's theories as quack pottery. He did have a few loyal adherents. Yeah, I've been using Heimlich's method to deliver babies now for 60 years at Chicago General. Never had any problem. Are you sure about that? Sure, talk to my patients. Yeah, I was absolutely stunned. I got on the delivery table, and he climbed up behind me, and he grabbed me around the belly, and he said, hold on tight. But then, the next thing I knew, the baby was out. I said, Dr. Heimlich, you are a lifesaver. Miss Yaw. Oh, it was a lady? Was Heimlich a lady? I assume most of the time, it's just the olden days, it was the dude. Except for Susan B. Anthony. The jury's out on her because she's got both a girl's name, Susan, and a boy's name, Anthony. It's not clear what she is. Unfortunately, they don't tell you what the B stands for. If it were Bill, you'd know she was a dude. Or Betty, you know, a lady. But as it is, we're locked in a tie. Just a single initial, offering any promise of resolution. You know what I was thinking the other night? The perfect analogy is vaping is exactly like dry humping. It's just a frustrating imitation of the actual thing. Transvestigations. Transvestigations of the Ancient World would be a good name for a YouTube series that investigates historical figures and declares them post-mortem either trans or cisgender. Mr. Heimlich Indianus. Heimlich Indianus. I hear Rachel laughing upstairs. Makes me happy when I hear her being happy. Or not that it's not like on other times I'd be hearing her sobbing up there. No, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying the sound of Rachel laughing and looking and being happy, it just makes me smile. And I don't think I can say that for any of my previous relationships. I don't remember really ever experiencing that. I feel that way about Delilah too. Like seeing Delilah be happy, laughing, talking stuff makes me smile. Same with Rachel. Eric, that means you love those people. Really? Love, huh? All right, if you say so. Sounds a little girly to me, but fine. Hey, I'm a man. That means I don't need anything. Just air. Air and isolation and the right tools, and I'm fine. Entirely self-sufficient. At any moment, you could drop me anywhere on the earth, completely naked, and I'd have a whole new civilization built up within 10 years. I'm just saying. TE heavy people in there. Projections of the frame. Like Owl saying, like, you might think that TE people get where they get in life because of actual merit, aka productivity. Actually, they might attain their things by a non-meritorious means, with no awareness that productivity is one of a set of possible metrics against which you can measure something. You know, it's just the default true thing that counts. Measurable, concrete impacts that can be easily identified as positive or negative, as in profit or loss. I'm a man and I enjoy a mature penis. Well, I mean, Mac 468L, if you're going to enjoy a penis at all, you want it to be mature, to not crack any potty jokes, to not snicker at the little person who's at the restaurant, to not throw a little tantrum just because they don't have the kind of celery that you want at the restaurant. Those kind of things. You want a penis to be at least reasonably mature, because otherwise you're just gonna have to deal with somebody behaving like a baby. Thanks, Stephanie. You know what would be terrible? Would have been terrible for Benjamin Button if only his penis had Benjamin Button disease. and even worse, probably, if it was like a structured settlement, it lost 1/80th of its length each year until it got down to newborn infant size. I really like, I'm 25 now. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like 99.99999% sure that I had a lot more dick when I was a newborn baby than I do now. What is going on here? Finally, F. Scott Fitzgerald would come to his house and explain the whole thing. I'm sorry, sir. You've contracted penile Benjamin Button disease. You bought some Malta Regal, non-alcoholic beer, and say softball. I'll keep that in mind. This is good, Klaus Holler. Not all non-alcoholic beers are good. There are some things that are kind of in the non-alcoholic beer section that aren't even beer. They're like horrible fruity garbage. So. What would be even worse is if you had ass move to the front disease. If you have ass move to the front disease, as you get older, slowly your front genitals start to turn this way, go more to the side of you, and your butt starts to move towards this side. And then over the course of about a year, right when menopause happens, it flips. And then after menopause, you have your butt in front and your genitals behind you. But it only affects men, so it's after male menopause. You are meant to lose the people you love. How else would you know how important they are to you? Unfortunately, Benjamin Button, you should ask the question, how else would you know how important they were to you? Huh? Huh? In my area lives one goat. Her voice is like, So he nodded, smiled, listened, and was happy. As a literary device of sorts, Fitzgerald, in the story of Curious Case of Benjamin Button, he has the 50-some-odd-year-old appearing Benjamin Button marry a lady who's in her early 20s, so that then they can go like this, By the time she's in her 50s now, Benjamin Button's in his early 20s, and he wants to go party, and she didn't even like to party in the first place, which is why she got with an older guy, because he was mellow, Most people, I guess, have not probably read the story of Benjamin Button. It's not a very long story. It's only 25 pages long. It's not even a book, Probably most people who see the movie think that it was based off an F. Scott Fitzgerald book. It was based off the concept of that story, but just the only thing that was taken from the story was the idea of the guy being born looking old and looking younger as he gets older, or going from death to birth rather than birth to death, basically. Because at the end of the story, he just disappears. the end of the story is actually quite beautiful. It's one of it's something that every time I read it, because I taught that story a few times, it always gave me the chills. Let me read the part. I'll find it. Not hard to find. It's right at the very end. Where's the full text? Just give me the text of it. Here. Oh, God. Google doesn't work anymore. Unabridged text of Curious Case of Benjamin Button short story. There, finally. All right, so I'll read the part that I'm talking about. It's beautiful. Let me see. This paragraph, this is it right here. He went back a third year to kindergarten, but he was too little now to understand what the bright shining strips of paper were for. He cried because the other boys were bigger than he, and he was afraid of them. The teachers talked to him, but though he tried to understand, he could not understand at all. Isn't that beautiful? And then the very end of the story. He did not remember clearly whether the milk was warm or cool at his last feeding or how the days passed. There was only his crib and Nana's familiar presence. And then he remembered nothing. When he was hungry, he cried. That was all. Through the noons and nights he breathed, and over him there were soft mumblings and murmurings that he scarcely heard, and faintly differentiated smells and light and darkness. Then it was all dark, and his white crib, and the dim faces that moved above him, and the warm, sweet aroma of the milk faded out altogether from his mind. He just disappears, just whoop, pops like a bubble. Yeah. I was having a little trouble reading that because it was in a weird font, and it's a little small. I messed with the zoom on my browser today, and it's not the way I wanted it anymore. I think Ruben is the one who fixed it up just properly before, and I haven't messed with it since then. I'm so pleased with my short that it just has me lip syncing, me and Rachel lip syncing to it. It has 480 views. I'm playing Notice Me Senpai with Johnny right now. I'm gonna keep making these things, hashtagging him, adding him periodically. Maybe he'll comment on one of them one day. I don't think he ever goes on YouTube. I think he's just an Instagram guy. Instagram can suck it, Instagram, you're not fooling me. You are not fooling me one bit. I'm not impressed. You want me to do everything on my phone. At least YouTube lets me do lots of stuff on the laptop. Not absolutely everything, but most everything lets me do on the laptop. And some things it lets me do more of it on the laptop. Instagram, you're just trying to get us all addicted to phones. I also enjoyed making the one I made today, which was, you got the funk, gets me stupid, gets me drunk, I'll do anything you want, anything you want. a good song too. Oh, and that one's got 93 views and 3 comments and 8 likes. Not too bad. I guess that's to be expected when you dance around and lip sync to a song. People are going to critique your dancing. But the funny thing is, and that critique it was a response to somebody who said that they liked my dancing or whatever, or that's good dancing. And the other person said, no, it's good rhythm, but it's not good dancing for this kind of music. Okay. I didn't even really think of myself as dancing per se. I was just lip syncing to the song. You got the funk, gets me stupid, gets me drunk. Wow, 34 comments on the new video. Lou says she's thoroughly enjoyed this video. Thank you, Lou. JP's for NI. Yeah, it is. You're right, Niebuhr 9180. So there you have it. A lot of comment action. Makes me feel like Ralph Malph from Happy Days. Do you remember what Ralph Malph used to say? Can I moonwalk? Of course I can. I barely ever earthwalk. I basically only moonwalk. This is how you moonwalk. What do you mean there's more to it than just walking backwards? Are you sure? Sit on it, posse. No, he didn't say that. He said, I still got it. Okay. From now on, I'm going to live the life I meant to live. How? By obeying Rahul Reader. He seems to know so well. He just seems so wise, well-intentioned, honest, non-provocative, and legitimately concerned that I can't see how that could possibly go wrong. If not Rahul Reader to be my life coach, then who? Then whom? Then who? Earthwalking's overrated. Sorry, said Ed Dixon. I have a tapeworm. You know, Ed Dixon, that on SportsCenter last year during the college football season, they showed an image from a football game. The player's last name was Dixon, and he was standing right next to a player whose last name was Hand. And next to each other it said Dixon Hand. I thought, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool that naturally occurred, that nobody was aware that was going to occur or something. They weren't trying to make that happen. It was just like the punter was standing next to this other guy on the sideline, and of course it's the punter, right, named Hand. You're making a hard cider company called Dixon Cider. It's a good one. I like that one. You know, the Dick and Me family named their daughter Anita. I thought that was ill-advised. My first name's Anita. My last name is Dick and Me. My first name's Mike and my last name is everywhere. Mr. Oxsmall. Mr. Oxsmells. Mr. Oxlong, your name is Mike. Every night, just like me. If your last name is Hug and Kiss, your first name's Amanda. If your last name is Dixon and your first name is Hannah, your last name is Ida, then your first name is Dixon too. Nobody's really named those silly names. Everybody wants a house silly name. All right, I'll play a regular song. A real song. The best song ever. What song is that? Well, I guess I'll play my Merle Haggard cover that I like to play sometimes. Thanks, Ed Dixon. I appreciate it. Unsteady Quarrel or Wobble Squabble. Well, you might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of something that I kick in cans. It won't do an answer good to call me names. You might call me, I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman and a wild one. Don't take no plumber, I ain't got much to lose in life, the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. You might go back home, I live no more any part of anything they give, and I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little. I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of song takes fan, my friend. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready. I got to work to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout, I don't want any part, anything they give. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. That's true, I don't own a fiddle. But I don't own, I'm not saying, or any of the covers I do. I don't do many covers, but those are their words, not mine. That thing we cover doesn't mean I'm saying those words. All right. What should I play now? Seems out of tune. Seems a little not bassy enough now. I've listened to other people tell me, this is enough bassy. Seems to be more bassy now. All right. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot. You get the margarine's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what you call Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up, and his plan would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all the people will shout his name. Gerald plays his part, but Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped the time in the interview. Too much to be but, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Now Gerald has a thought. I really feel like playing the guitar right now, I guess. Turns out I'm not feeling it. Why not? I don't know. Because I guess I'm feeling making new things right now. I could conceive of myself feeling it if I were writing a song. But making new things is not the same thing as freestyling things either. This is what I'm doing right now, is I'm freestyling something. Just moving along the oceans of the world according to the whims of the winds of conversation. I'm no hero. I'm just super, super heroic. Listen, everybody, stop calling me a hero, okay? I'm just the good, amazing, helpful person that everyone would be in my circumstance. I'm not a huge star, okay? You guys are so important compared to a lot of people. And, I'm just so humbled to be the world's most important person, voted the world's most important person. I'm so humbled by this. I don't know if you guys heard, but yesterday, I think it was, in a live stream, I revealed that the votes were in, and I have been voted the world's most important person. Histories, Jesus came in second, but I don't think it's because I'm better than Jesus. Just that importance is kind of a degraded human idea anyway. If you'd like to know where your favorite historical figure landed on the list, let me know, and I'll probably remember. Number 3 was actually George Washington. I was surprised. I figured Gutenberg, maybe, Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, one of those guys. No, it was George Washington. Dear sir, may you tell me when jazzercise begins and in what room? Good question. I will tell you shortly. Okay. First of all, remember, Pretty Cat, it's always jazzercise time in your heart. In your heart. However, here in the actual world, jazzercise time takes place in the garage. And when does it take place? I bet you can guess the answer, actually. That's right. It takes place right now. That's when it's always time for jazzercise. Okay. I will walk you through your jazzercisions. So if you're just sitting there on the couch or something, get up, ladies, get up and put on your sweat clothes. It's time to have the workout you've been waiting for. What stops us? Hey girls, let's talk for a second. What stops us most of the time from getting the exercise we all know we need and want? What stops us? It's too hard. It's too complicated. I don't get that. Well, that's where jazzercise comes in, because I am going to show you A workout routine that just takes a couple of minutes, is loads of fun, and is easy enough for even a child to do. So, first, you're going to put on your jazzy music in the background. Chicka chicka choo, a chicka chicka choo. That's what jazz sounds like, right? Jazzercise. Come on, come on. Let's jazzercise. Come on, come on. I move my foot around. You do it too. Go along. I move my foot around. And you copy right along. Let's jazzercise. Let's jazzercise. And that's all it takes. Just that, and you are going to be healthier than your ENTJ sister who runs marathons. That's all it takes. People think you gotta do all kinds of stuff. You don't need to do very much. Like, I hired a personal trainer and I was able to get exercise for free because when he'd come over at the time we'd agreed on, I'd just chase him out of the yard and call it a workout. Oh, right. I should take this over there. Oot. Oot's there. Look how clean my little car is. Ooh la la. Hey, girl. I hear you're a pro FXT. Did you just call me a hooker? No. I called you a mule. Did you just call me an animal? Labor of burden? Beast of burden? No, I called you a Kawasaki. I'm not Japanese. Okay, well, do you have electric power steering? Yeah, how did you know? Because, girl, I've been driving you this whole time. Oh, was that you? Yeah, mule. You know I like to call you, don't you? Yeah, little wilderness car. I do call you little wilderness car. Because you're a little wilderness car. Yeah, I am. I got 2 holes for cups. Right here in the front. Oh, you're touching my cup hole. I know I am, girl. Because I'm seductive as fuck. Pretty cool little car. I like it. I kind of feel happy when I see it. It's like, how ridiculous I have one of these little cars. What in the world was I thinking? Hello, Daniel. There. Well, I mean, you can probably see what I was thinking. She's a real kitten. The way she's flirts with me is shameless, but Rachel doesn't seem to mind. Although the other day she'd say, Eric, don't you think you're getting a little close with the little wilderness car? Look, we're just friends. We like to go out in the dusty parts and stuff. Just leave me alone. With my reply, of course. And now you can see why I don't consider what I'm currently doing to be making anything. My first name is Talking. Middle name with hyphen famous, almost. Last name is People. It's actually People Jr. I just left those off of the channel name. My dad's name was also Talking with famous people. Okay, Trouble, there you go. I'm giving you pets. You're getting all the attention you want and need. You know, it's easy enough to get reasonably thwacked out and have fun. fleeking out on some randomly inspired project and stuff, and that's all well and good. But that doesn't necessarily mean that my aesthetic judgment is improved in all ways by being blacked out. For example, there are times when I've streamed for some stretch of time, a few hours, and then I just go afterwards like, oh God, Eric. Ah, was quite the little drug haze there. You just did. That was quite the bender. And it's obviously better than having a bender of alcohol or something like that, but I like to feel as though I have all my wits about me. But I also like to feel, like high as fuck. So it's kind of a battle to find the sweet spot. But there's never a challenge finding the sweet spot with Cafe Valley's raspberry cream cheese coffee cake. These little cakes are sweet and delicious as can be, and boy, let me tell you, are they the perfect complement for coffee? Yes, is the answer to that question. I know what you're thinking. I'll admit, Eric, that sounds good. Raspberry cream cheese coffee cake. Well, this is not a clickbait sound, okay? They are as good as they sound. Now, in contrast, I got this other thing the other day. It was like half or one, a combination of three things: a muffin, a cupcake, and a cookie. It wasn't good. It wasn't terrible, but I didn't really like it. Like, this is the second time I've gotten these raspberry cream cheese cupcakes. Last time I got one package of them, just to try it out. Wow, they're a winner. So this time I got 2 packages of them. You can't get too many packages of baked goods like that because you don't want it to be too stale. But I'm not too worried about these going stale because actually I've got 2 packages. Oh no, I did it backwards! Supposed to eat this package second because this one goes out of date on the 28th and this one goes out of date on the 21st. Oh, Eric, you fool! How can you look at yourself in the mirror with foolishness like this plaguing your everyday life? Do you think you have time to be joking around with your internet friends? I don't think so. Not when you're making critical errors like this. You just basically wasted an entire week of your life. A week stretching between August 21st and the 28th is now irrevocably ruined by the fact that I've opened the wrong package of coffee cakes before the correct one. So now what am I doing? Oh, I don't know. I don't know either. None of us know. Not even Winston's mom. She's the closest one who's gonna know. What's your comment say, Isaiah? Yeah, what a rookie mistake indeed. Just goes to show you, you're never too experienced to make a boneheaded error if you're not paying close enough attention. Me always yammering at the app store here. Obviously, I've distracted. I'm going to make mistakes like that. Just stopping by to say your response to my comment tickled my third slot. Well, also, do you have any advice for writing when I have zero enthusiasm to do so? Oh, well, I mean, the thing is, kind of, maybe, but if you want to write a novel, that's going to be tricky. I would say figure out how many total scenes are going to be in your novel first and do as skeletonized a listing of those scenes, and they don't necessarily have to be in order. You can always reorder them, but until you've got at least some of the scenes from the novel envisioned reasonably in full in terms of what needs to be accomplished within that scene. And you could define a scene as action that takes place in a single location, time contiguously. So, I mean, some scenes don't do that in media other than books. Like, you might have, for example, a montage in a movie that represents like a scene, but you can't do a montage in a book. Regardless, if you if you're not, unless you're already genuinely excited about at least one scene that you've got kind of somewhat halfway, at least you have a good idea for how a scene would be or whatever, and you're excited enough to write that scene, well then and it comes out good, then it is likely to get you ideating about additional stuff. I'm currently writing something that's been inspired by rain, which is not fiction at all. And I'm pleased with my writing process because it took me 2 days of working on this, not in full days or anything, but it took me a lot longer to make this 2 pages of writing than it might take me to make it, because I wanted it to say as much in as few words as possible. Now, this could potentially be a pretty effective, video. I had someplace I was going with this thing when I started it. I don't remember my destination. I mean, I kind of do. Rain's comment inspired it, but I thought I can cover meow 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 through meow probably to good effect. Probably make good videos of that. It's easier for me to make content about debate stuff because it doesn't invite contentious response, but at the same time, it's of course less popular. It's stuff that I wish people knew, maybe, but and don't be afraid to use AI to help you, like, set up, handle as much of the bullshit as it can, like make start a Google Docs for me, break it into meow chapters, put a table of contents at the first, name the fourth chapter meow, and right at the top of the first page of the fourth chapter, this first sentence I have. Tell AI to do all that. It'll make it a lot easier. Wait, I want to see this inky pinky. I want a shot at it. What is it? Oh wait, furry paper, inky pinkety. Pinketia. Okay, inky pinketia. It's a 2-4. Furry paper. Hmm. I know what it is. It's Um, hmm, ah, it's furry, huh? Oh, it's Harry Stationery. Oh, I was wrong. I was assuming it was papyrus because what other four-syllable word could there be for paper? And then I was just like, you know, virus papyrus? Is virus a word for furry, or virus is furry? Uh, Great job, another majestic INFJ. I appreciate you getting it right because I was gonna just be trying to come up with some stretch to rhyme with papyrus forever. You know, it's I'm easing into it myself. You know, I'm trying to find things for it to do that don't involve any like creative aspects to it because when you ask it to create anything, it fucking sucks ass. But like I had it fix this transcription of a live stream. I copied and pasted the auto captions from YouTube transcription, part of it anyway, just to test out, see how to do it. Say, clean this up, it's full of mistakes. It did pretty good. Did a pretty good job. But you know, it could only do a good job when it could contextually determine that yeah is the wrong word, for example. It doesn't know what to do with, say, names that YouTube misheard and wrote as something else. Was he stationary? Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Was he stationary there? If he was, then he was still. And if not, then go by a hill. Imbibe on any hydrogen lately? I don't know what that means. What does imbibe mean? Imbibe. Is imbibe a word? I don't think it is. It appears to be a company, the Equipment Reliability Specialists. Imbibe is a predictive maintenance company. Hello, Imbibe. Yes. Oh, yes. I've got your case file right here. We predict you will need maintenance in 3 months. That'll be $600. I don't think imbibe is a word. Oh, have I drank any water? Well, I'm drinking this. It's mostly water. I got this. It's also mostly water. This is more mostly water than the other one, though. Of course, in any bottle of water, you're going to have a few pieces of rat turd, a couple cockroaches in there. That's just to be expected. You can't expect perfection from the water people. I just figure if it's smaller than a rat, just ignore it. Hi, Big Dog. Hi, Ruben. Hi, First Last. Hi, Boba Fett. Hi, Big Dog. Hi, Winston's mom. Hi, Ruben. Hi, Dominic Bender. Isaiah Rude. Hello. You get a hello. Another majestic INFJ. You get a salutations because you seem fancy. Is Rachel gonna do card readings tonight? She's chatting with her friends in a video conference. There's no such thing as bioxide, okay? It's called bisexual. It means you have sex with anybody. bioxide. There's only one ox. One oxygen. That's as many as you're allowed, okay? Before you know it, we just let you have your way, you're gonna try to have trioxide, quad oxide, zinc oxide, seis oxide, siete oxide, and before you know it, all the members will be Spanish. Nobody wants that. Poor Biden got a first day speaking spot. Oh, at the DNC. I mean, I don't think he really, at this point, is probably feeling the whole process anymore. Maybe it depends on the moment, but I think at this point he's just like, fuck it. I guess I'm out. So ride out the rest of this term, and it's like I'm not thinking well about policy, obviously. So why would anyone care what I have to say about policy or politics? Nobody should, but they do anyway. GOP is the party for me. GOP is the party for you. Okay. Good for you. I don't like political parties, but I do recognize that to get elected in this country, the president, you more or less have to run as a Democrat or a Republican. What he should have said is, he should have just he should have tweeted this, Trump. Look, I'm president. I don't gotta get time to go to this fucking convention. I got important things to do. Give some speech at the Democratic National Convention. I'm president of the goddamn United States of America. Think I got time for this shit? That was funny. Yeah, a lot of crickets. I don't feel any particular sympathy for Biden because he had a long and I'm sure very fulfilling life suckling at the taxpayers' teeth. He attained heights very far beyond his actual qualifications, ability, deservingness. So, whatever. You should have no complaints. My glasses were here the whole time? Nobody told me? Nobody mentioned this. Fine, be that way. Yeah, he had a fine life. You know, we all have some shit happen to us. It's, you know, like my dad, his ending was kind of tragic in some ways and or sad in other ways and or, you know, he expected better from me, for example, than he got probably. But I'm trying to remember not to have too much sympathy for the guy. You're talking about some guy who was from the silent generation who spent the 60s partying in Europe, racing Mini Coopers, etc., who bought a house for about he and my mom's combined salaries for a year is what the house cost them when they bought it, which you'd have to each make $600,000 a year or more, and $625,000 a year. You and a spouse would have to both make that a year to be able to buy that house or the same house now, you know? So, you know, it's, he lived in a time when it was easy, good, and extremely privileged to be an American. He retired he couldn't have been any older than 60. He negotiated a golden handshake with LA County for a big payout and stuff, and spent more than 20 years happily retired before shit went down. Absolutely not, Mitchell Pierce. If you genuinely believe Biden was the worst president in the United States history, you began the history of the United States at the outset of Biden's presidency. Okay, he was at the outset of, let's see, who was the last president that was worse than Biden? I guess, well, George W. Bush was definitely worse. The Trump presidency, I guess, was better. I mean, Trump and Biden's presidencies were both bad. In the general scope of things, they were just bad. They weren't terrible. Biden's because of his incredible weakness and lack of vision. Trump's because of his disrespect for the office and the habits of a civil democracy and the checks and balances and stuff like that. If I had to pick between Biden and Trump, which fortunately that's not what voting is, right? Voting, you don't have to pick between two horrible people. You can wait until somebody you actually like runs for office. But if I had to pick between Biden and Trump, having had a term of both of them, I guess I would pick Trump over another term of Biden. And that might be the case even if his dementia were the same and stable from day one of his term. Because I think ultimately exceedingly weak, visionless mewling is a more dangerous form of failure in this moment in history than Trump's dumbass, weakly intuitive, subjective strength. It's neither is any good. Obviously, you don't want intuition-free weakness, and you don't want weakly intuited strength. You need somebody who's both, who's all things, who's all things you need to be. Which is say not subjective. You don't need to be that, but who's strong but deliberative, so not impulsive, right? Who's able to be decisive and who also knows when inaction is the best decision to make. You need somebody who's extremely principled and is going to strengthen and uphold the spirit and letter of the Constitution, strengthen the citizen democracy, and also speak the truth, not just be a say-nothing glad-hander who attains unity via middle-of-the-roady compromise bullshit. We certainly don't need that either, We need somebody who's correct about everything in every instance and doesn't ascribe to any particular ideological or partisan frame. Is going to prevent them from prioritizing correctness in every instance. Somebody who's extremely smart about public policy, but ideally somebody who's not a politician. In other words, hasn't spent their whole life trying to get the taxpayer to buy their particular brand of snake oil, You need somebody who's has very good legal mind, but ideally is not a lawyer or a judge, probably. Certainly not a prosecutor. You need somebody who's both qualified and willing to do the job, but doesn't actually want power. This person is almost impossible to find, obviously. Oh no, we will, big dog. We're going to have a president who's way cooler than Obama. His name's Eric. Obama's not that cool. Obama's only cool for a square, Like he's got a Baby No Money song on his summer playlist. Okay. That's great for you being a square. I wish you the best too, Michael Pierce. Because ultimately the coolest thing of all? Being the best president in history. That's cooler than anything anybody else can possibly do. Obama didn't even come close to being the best president in history. He was not even a good president. The last actually good president we had was Bill Clinton. OG George Bush was fine. He was a good president, the one who went to war in the Middle East for a good reason and didn't suffer from mission creep. That George Bush, he was a good president. Reagan, obviously Carter, weak as fuck, like the standard bearer for Democrat limp-wristedness, Gerald Ford is just a joke. Nixon's a crook. JFK was horrible, but is incredibly overrated. Ask what you can do for your country. Fuck off, JFK. The point of this country is that it empowers individuals to do what they want. Fucking commie. Eisenhower was great. Nobody's gonna complain about Eisenhower. If JFK hadn't been shot and killed by an assassination, nobody would think he was a good president. Yes, fine on the Cuban Missile Crisis. Fine. I mean, I'm not sure if that was playing chicken with Russia over missiles that are not on our soil and are on the soil of one of the Soviet Union's allies. Legitimately, if playing chicken over that was the wisest decision, I don't know. It worked out for JFK, unlike the Bay of Pigs. But I mean, think about the difference between how shit used to fly in the world and how it flies now. Back in the day, the U.S. was like, "Oh fuck no." Nowadays, the U.S. is like, "But Putin, leave Ukraine alone." Obviously nobody's going to take the U.S. seriously when you've got a president like Biden. Oh, I better not cross any lines with Biden in the Oval Office. He might not send me $5 for my birthday this year. The bottom line is we need a leader who represents and leads all of the Americans, not just these, not just connoisseurs of this form or that form of outrage. Teddy Roosevelt had more presidential runs than anyone ever, I think you're thinking about Theodore Roosevelt. I'm sorry, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Franklin Roosevelt was president 4 times. No, we should not retract. We should not get rid of term limits. Hi, darling. Are you done with your conversation?
No.
Oh, good. I'm not saying you should be. I was saying to the people on the stream, in fact, how I enjoyed hearing you laughing from upstairs. It always makes me happy to hear you being happy.
Aww. I love you.
I love you too, darling. I don't want Putin as the president.
I want Putin as the president.
Gustavo. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. What's crazy is that he was in a wheelchair and none of America knew it. The America didn't know. Yeah, because they kept, if he was giving a speech where he had to stand up, they had like things to help him stand up, and so nobody could see that he was disabled.
Wow.
Thanks, Gustavo, for saying that I got the Riz. As long as Rachel and I are happy doing what we're doing, I don't think either of us wants to interfere with the other person's happiness, you know?
No. I was gonna ask you something though. Maybe it'll come back to me.
I mean, and the thing is, it's easy for us to be in a good relationship now. In other words, we're facilitating.
Adderall. That's what. I know it's late, but I
What?
feel like taking an Adderall.
Oh, you want one? Oh, sure. Here.
Thank you.
Here's a beverage for you. If I get elected as president, I'm going to give everyone a wheelchair. Good idea. Good idea.
Why not?
Because I believe in an America where every American can park in handicapped spots.
It's pretty big goal there.
Mhm. I am sick and tired of the tyranny of blue. That's what somebody advocating against handicap parking refers to handicap parking as. The tyranny of blue. I kind of feel that way about carpool lanes. Like, can you just stop fucking taking lanes away from people? Just leave them all the same. Leave all the lanes just the same. Make everybody have to fight for spotting traffic the same. I believe in an America where it doesn't matter how able-bodied you are still disabled. We all suffer from some shortcoming, deficit, or some way in which reality is different than we'd ideally like it to be, and that counts as a disability. Friends, today we can join together as the most disabled country in the world. Yeah, USA! We're also dyslexic, everybody. UAS! That's how you get Super Joe Freaky Deaky, brah. What's Super Joe Freaky Deaky? This is like the Kamala Harris commercials in California. She's basically saying, like, I believe, I running for president, believe in cities where we have more property zoned for low density residential. You dumbass bitch, you're running for president, not city council. Focus on things that are federal concerns.
You just called Kamala Harris a dumbass bitch?
Yes, I did.
I love it.
John D. Rockefeller would be a great president. Okay. I don't know anything about him. Do the Rockefellers name all their kids John? Are they hopeful to raise a slew of young men who use prostitutes or what? She believes in gated communities with crime and property surrounding it. Kamala Harris. Oh, it's Kamala. I didn't know that. I never knew how to say it, really.
Say it right. Kamala.
No, my name's not Kamala, it's Kamala. Okay. My name's not Eric, it's Auric. So, Rachel, from now on, I want you to call me Auric instead of Eric, okay?
Ark.
Just like Kamala.
Kamala.
We're not Kamala and Eric.
Kamala, it's the same thing.
We're not Kamala and Eric. We're Kamala and Auric.
Kamala and Ark.
You're not Rachel, you're Rachel.
Oh, Rachel.
Listen, Kamala Harris, knock it out with your Kamala. Nobody gets to have punctuation in their first name.
Seriously.
Maybe a semicolon is fine. Semicolon love would be acceptable. Ellipses. Have a child, let's name it Ellipses. Ellipses umlaut Strauss.
What?
Umlaut's the two dots, I think.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Ellipses umlaut Strauss would be a good name for a kid, I think. And then the kid could play this joke. I'm gonna be like, "Your name's Ellipses?" He'd be like, "Yeah, it is, but." But that'd be fun. If your name was Ellipses, you could play that joke. My parents thought it sounded like a Greek name. Why is Pie yellow? I don't know. Oh, you mean Kamala Strauss? I mean Harris. Well, then it's not comma. If it's Kamala, Kamala is better than Kamala. Kamala. That doesn't seem like a real name. It's like you're getting a few different names confused. Like Pamela is a name. And like Karen is a name. And like Ella is a name. But Kamala is not a name. Quit making up names. You know, we already got plenty of them already. Just pick one of the ones that already exist. You don't need to name your kid Dejavarius. Whatever his name is. Or is it Javarius or Dejavarius? Is it Delajavarius? I don't know. Oh, she's black and Native American? Or Indian from India? Maybe she's transracial like me. There. Now if I lose these glasses, these ones are right here. It's a supermoon, everybody. So don't try to sneak around in the darkness tonight. You'll be revealed by the moonlight. By the searing brightness of the moonlight. It's a supermoon and it's a seasonal blue moon. Yes, I watched all of Breaking Bad. People often say that about me, but I think it's mostly because there aren't very many or any really media portrayals of middle-aged men who are cool or who are doing things that are who aren't like, you know, you see a lot more of portrayals of the kind of character that guy played in Malcolm in the Middle than you do the kind of character that guy played in Breaking Bad, you know. So when people say I look like Walter White from Breaking Bad, well, I mean, the thing is, I don't really look at all like that actor. The commonality we had is that at the end of the show, he had a beard and was mostly bald, you know. The only reason people compare me to him, and they do it even when I don't have the hat on, is because it's just like there aren't a lot of other examples of gray bearded, balding men playing lead roles and things, you know. People compare me to House in terms of my behavior. I think that's a more apt comparison, but I've never actually seen that show. It's true that I look nothing like Bryan Cranston. If I shave and take off my hat, I'm a Mexican. Well, I mean, I'm a Mexican today regardless. I woke up this morning and I got out of bed and I said, wait a second, Viva la Raza? Oh my God, I'm Mexican today. And yeah, you can see it, right? You can see the caliente flavor in everything I do today. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was a great casting decision. He killed it in the role. So, Mr. Eric, we need to cook, Mr. Eric. You're not putting red pepper into it. remember this episode where Jesse's like, no, and I just put a little bit of crushed red pepper into it at the end. It's like this. He gives this look like, this is chemistry. What are you doing? I wish I had those kind of abilities to like be a chemist and make my own shit of various kinds. That'd be great if I had those abilities. Those abilities and equipment. But I don't have any such abilities at all. So I just have to make do with just the few boring, like, barely drugs that I do, I mean, Adderall's not a barely boring drug, but you want a variety of different kinds of things in the partying mix. You want your faders like marijuana to be up in the mix too. That could include other kind of head clouders, but not downers. You might even want a benzo at the party. You want your upper at the party. But you also want something like ketamine to just give you just that hint of Christmas cheer. Chili pea, yo. I'm not going to do card readings. Rachel might later on when she's done with that if she feels like it. Oh, she probably will feel like it then because she took Adderall. I don't know how much to. We'll go through this pretty quick. Like, I want to get ketamine, and I was seeing this. I've been seeing these, news articles about the ketamine queen getting into trouble. I just think, why don't we find out about her when she's no longer selling ketamine? That seems unfair. I'm reasonably added up. Yeah, I topped my bong here with a little chili pepper. And I feel like kind of annoyed and frustrated that, according to young people I talk to, you really have to be super careful. Can't really trust anything to be what they say it is anymore. It might be fentanyl or whatever. How horrible. I'm an old man. I can't engineer a bunch of illicit drug connects now. I'm not at a college or something or hanging out at the band scene or whatever you do to find drug dealers these days. Yeah, she helped kill Matthew Perry. She had nothing to do with Matthew Perry's death at all, obviously. God. It's just the Karenification of the world, it just sucks ass. Just stop being such a Karen. Why in the world would anybody lace weed with speed? I get taking some pill that's like, say, dexedrine adding a little fentanyl and calling it Molly. That's a lot cheaper than making Molly, or a lot easier than acquiring it. But I do not get why anybody would add an extra free drug into your weed bag for no reason. Snow caps? What are snow caps? I only had it one time, and I tried it. I tried taking it like 6 or 7 times before I finally actually got the real shit. And then I was like, oh, this is just like they say it is. You feel like an angel. You just are radiantly in love with everything, and everybody is crazy. The one time I got it that was real, we were camping at Joshua Tree, me and a group of friends that I was with back at the time. And I still know many of them, but um, there were, the problem was there weren't that many people there. Were like most everybody had come in their own car, so we had too many cars for the camping spot that we had, and the ranger came over to tell us like, hey, you need to move some of these cars, right? But by the time he came over, I was flying. And I said, oh my God, are you a park ranger? That is such a cool job. Oh my God. And my friends had to kind of like pull me away from me. He was like looking at me like, Eric, get out of here. Get him out of here. You must have so much fun. You get to be like out camping all the time. I don't know. I don't know what you do if you're a park ranger. You're trying to be all stern, and there's somebody who's not trying to play you at all, but is just, you know, so unbelievably positive with you. And so obviously authentically just glowing. Like, what do you do with that? Right. And none of the other times I took what was called ecstasy was actually ecstasy. It's the hardest drug to get the real thing, as far as I'm concerned. Even when I tried to take it more recently via dark web guy who was pretty damn good at getting what he wanted from the dark web. It wasn't Molly. So it's almost nothing that claims to be Molly is Molly. We can all just agree with that. Dirty 90s ecstasy. I mean, the thing is, that one time that I did take it, and it was really strong and stuff, the next day I had like involuntary twitches and stuff. And that made me never take it again until recently when I said, and when my friend was like, I've got 2 of these Molly pills. You want to take it? One of them. And I was like, fuck yeah. Actually, he had more than 2. He had 3 or 4 of them because I ended up taking the second one of them because the first one didn't seem to work. And it made me feel, whatever it was, it did something to me that I did not like. It made me feel really like jittery kind of for a while. And then it just wore off. So maybe you just got to go to the finest clubs of Europe to find that stuff these days. Never had any drug but weed and shrooms. It doesn't exactly make you horny. It makes you super lovey-dovey, like more emotionally horny than physically. It doesn't prevent you from making the intercourse, because I was with my first wife when we were both on it. And I was going there, but it didn't actually happen, but it was because she was like, I could, it's hard to remember exactly how it went down in the tent at the time, but because I was so unbelievably happy and glowing that even the fact that she was clearly not on the same page as me didn't even faze me for a second. Well, I've had penis density mushrooms before. They sell them at the mushroom store in Oakland, but the strongest mushrooms I've ever had were called ghost pea. They were some variant of penis envy, but they were very small little mushrooms, and they were like so blue, it was crazy. And I took those mushrooms when we were on a trip to Portland. We stopped at the Madonna Inn on the way back. I took them there. And Rachel and I had such a good time. We both took them. You feel love the next day, a dopamine purge. Right. Well, I mean, it's, Molly is an amphetamine variant of some sort, right? Ooh, I'm afraid I accidentally gave you the Viagra, Gustavo. Like, I would say that actual amphetamines tend to, well, it's definitely the case that Rachel and I have less sex when I'm on amphetamines than when I'm not. So, sleepy week's always a hump fest. I don't think, I think that has to do mostly with just the fact that I'm paying attention to other things. I'm not sure. Well, what I like about mushrooms is not so much the next day, but after I'm done, after the trip's done, I always sleep very well that night, better than I do when I don't take mushrooms. The next day, I just feel normal again. I don't really have any next day effects. There certainly aren't any. Um, there certainly aren't any negative after effects of mushrooms that I've experienced. $1 million today or $50 a day for the rest of your life? Let's see. $100 for 2 days. That's 180. 18,000 a year. Call it 20 grand a year. In 5 years, it's 100,000. 10, 200,000. 50 years to make $1 million. I'll take the million now for sure. I'll take the million now for sure. And the only possible reason you take the $50 a day is because you are banking on the fact that you're going to waste all that $1 million. Ooh, and also that funny shit you get at the dentist. I mean, that stuff they inject into your gums makes it impossible for you to talk. One day, when I got my appendix removed, I was hooked on morphine from the hospital for a good day or two because I cannot feel my legs. Huh. I remember when I woke up in the hospital after my surgery on my hand when I was 18. Uh, it was quite miserable. They had attempted at first to do the operation with me awake, just like super doped up, like super arm, like can't feel my arm, plus on like Demerol and shit. But then I wouldn't stop playing around. I'd be like, put my arm, I'm moving my arm. So they had to knock me out. When I woke up from that, it felt fucking horrible. And I couldn't pee for a long time, and I had to pee super bad. $50 for life, I'd take that for my baby, yeah. If I had a newborn baby, I'd take the $50 a day for life. Why don't you become a Muslim? Well, because I don't want to take on the responsibility that Martin Luther took on. See, in the status quo, Islam is plagued by a wrong understanding of itself. So if I were to become Muslim, I'd have to do my duty of correcting all the other Muslims about how they're doing it wrong. Too much work for me. And I barely can even speak the same language as most people who are Muslims. So, um, you know, obviously, yeah, you love for me to get in there and fix the Quran and scratch out all the bullshit and get rid of all the nonsense, but I'm not going to take on that duty, okay? You know who you should ask to do it? The Palestinians. I hear they're free. Okay, well, Bob, look, if you got a newborn baby and you're saying put the $1 million in the bank for the newborn baby and let the interest come in and, you know, 5% of $1 million is $50,000 a year. That's more than twice what you get from $50 a day. Yeah, okay, you're right. I I am wrong. I'll still take the $1 million, even for my newborn baby. Fortunately, I've got Bob as my financial advisor. Give him my appendix back, bitch. Oh, I've searched for it. That's how I know what's so wrong with it. It's like, unfortunately, I encountered this. I was like, what's this thing you're talking about? I looked it up, and it turns out it's full of bullshit. So obviously, I'm not going to take on that project, sir. You can find somebody who's already Muslim to deal with that trash fire. I already fixed Christianity. You know, I'm a Christian, so I rewrote the Bible to fix it. It's a lot shorter now. Makes a lot more sense too. Can you believe these Muslims coming here expecting me to do their work on fixing the Quran? I'm not going to do your work for you. I did my work. I did the Christians' work of fixing Christianity. And, you know, it's a job that may never be done. I still don't think that most Christians now understand, accept, and explain their understanding of Christianity exactly the same as the way I explain it. So, as far as I know, there's still plenty of wrongness out there for me to fix in Christianity. If you want to get on the list, I could put Islam after Buddhism, but before Taoism. But Bob's right. If you want just something that's 100% certain, you can get 5% interest on just, you know, like a stable coin or something, or a large amount savings account yield or something like that. Oh yeah, Big Duck says high yield savings. A certificate of deposit. You know what I've got? You know what I've got for you, girl? A certificate of participation. That'd be a good way to pick up a check. Hey, you know what I got for you? I'm Eric, by the way. What's your name? Judy? Cool. Right here. Judy, I write your name on it. Judy, you are hereby certified as having participated in this conversation right here. You keep up this level of engagement, you might earn a certificate of achievement before you know it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. What are you buying me to drink? Nothing. My husband's just gone to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Never mind that. Let me show you what I got for you right here. That's right, a certificate of divorce. I'll write your name on it. What's your husband's name? I'm not going to tell you that. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We'll just put John Doe. We'll put an asterisk. I'll write down here on the bottom, name to be supplied later. Oh, hey, are you her husband? Cool. She and I were just talking, and I don't want to. That better just rip the Band-Aid off. You're getting a divorce. She doesn't want to be with you anymore. I never said that to you. Not with your words, with your eyes and your tongue. What do you mean, my tongue? Eric, I feel you are deeply conflicted. What's wrong, buddy? I'm deeply conflicted about whether I should be pleased that this lady is trying to pick up on me with certificates of participation, or offended that she didn't start with a certificate of achievement. That's what I'm conflicted about. I'm conflicted about all kinds of things. This mail account. Hi. Does the ACC stand for account, or does it stand for Atlantic Coast Conference? Or does it stand, is that your actual last name? Axe. It's actually Axe. The first C is a K and the second one's an S. Is that a black card? Yes, but I prefer African American Express. Send me a lighter, you lost yours. I can't send lighters with my mind anymore. The angels came down and said they had to take that power away from me because I had been abusing it. What do you mean you've been abusing it? You mostly use it just to send the poo out of your butt into the toilet. You're not treating it with the seriousness it deserves. Solemnity, that's the word. 8.2% of Koreans are named Park. My friend Roger Park was named Park, and he was Korean. He still is Korean, and he still is named Roger Park. I don't know if I'd exactly call him my friend, but we're not enemies. I could invite him up to stay with us, in fact. Might be nice. Have the Parks up. I could call him my lover. It wouldn't be an accurate name for him, but it's something that I could, in theory, do. You know, I don't even call Rachel my lover. And she and I actually do have sex. I do call her my wife. Good. Sometimes I can make shit like that happen. It's the power of manifesting, okay? Here, I'm going to transubstantiate this bong rip into your brain, okay, Gustavo? My lungs get the smoke, your brain gets the high. I'm transubstantiating this bong rip to you right now. Gustavo, I hereby transubstantiate this rip. No, I don't have any side piece. Rachel knows she's both my main and side piece. I am a real YouTube superhero, and I'm going to be heroic and save your day too, Persian King. You deserve it, okay? You're like, hey, I'm not Iranian. I'm Persian, motherfuckers. I refuse to let go of the nation of Persia, and I approve of that. All right, so from my lungs to your brain, I hereby transubstantiate this bong rip for you, Persian King. I mean, let me read Demetrius's first. Eric, I hear they make large kennels for aggressive dogs made out of steel. I feel this could help you and Rachel in the bedroom. No thanks. I don't like Concerta, so I'm not pleased by their pinhole release technology, no matter how cool it is, because I wouldn't want to do that drugs. I've not gotten any generic Vyvanse. I have taken Vyvanse before. It's fine, but it's not as good as just straight Dexedrine. Of course, Adderall is not straight Dexedrine, but whatever. The reason your channel isn't growing, you pick and choose comments and ignore many comments. Usually, I read most of the things that come through the chat that have any value whatsoever, because I don't have that busy of a chat, you know. And what I do here is engage with things people say here. Sometimes, if it's super busy, I might skip over some of the more boring things. Do you like chocolate booty? I don't really like booty per se. You know, I love my wife. I like to have intercourse with her. And sure, she's got an absolutely fantastic ass. But I'm not really a butt guy, you know. Speak the fucking truth. All right, I will. I love the truth. I do speak the truth. Sometimes I joke, but when I'm saying things that are intended to be read as true, then you can be very sure I speak them carefully. I keep arguing in my head if I'm a dumb INTP, an underdeveloped INFJ, a philosophical ISFP, or an introverted ENFP. I don't know. Persian King says, my man. That's why we like him, says Robert. Thanks, Robert. You like me because I don't care? Truth? Fair enough. John, hello. Robert, also, I should just mention, obviously, everyone can like whatever they like for whatever reasons they want, or dislike it for those things, because those are totally subjective things. You don't need to justify that, obviously. Just for that, I will bulls up back to you, brother. Thanks, Persian King. What strain are you smoking? Earlier, some dude sent Eric $20 just to debate or argue with him. He sent me $20 after I told him I'm not going to read his second long comment after I dispatched of his first long comment. I agree. Methylphenidate is trash, but man, it's just cool tech. If they did an Adderall XR with that, it would just be cool. Yeah, I just figure there's no point in delaying the departure schedule here. I don't even want to take my regular Adderall orally. I dissolve it in my mouth. I never got the idea that growing the channel was really the goal here. Well, you know, the thing is, it's not the goal. It's just that goals don't play a very large role in things around here. There's no way we play Paperboy, right? I'm not planning to play Paperboy tonight, no. Let me continue on down here. Now I'm behind. Now I feel like, oh shit, I've fallen so far behind. I don't know how to, plus I'd like to watch his type beans first before I jump in the deep end there. He didn't read my comment, says Persian King. Quotes around it. It's all about the throat, huh, Eric? What's all about the throat? Oh, I see what you're saying. Gustavo, I don't want to be all locker roomy like that. I make jokes, but you know, just let's just say Rachel's a wonderful woman, and I'm a happy man. Imagine caring that your comment didn't get read by this legend. if I really were a legend, then I guess I could imagine people caring about me not reading their comment. Bro dressed like an Amish rabbi. You mean I've got a gray t-shirt and a fancy Italian hat on? That doesn't seem either rabbinical nor Amish. I'm not sure where you get that. You might say, you can say any number of things to critique, but I don't think Amish rabbi works very well for this outfit. This t-shirt's too shabby, you know, these sweatpants and stuff. These Kansas basketball sweatpants. The Kansas Jayhawks. R.I.P. that actor from Star Wars 3. Don't know who it is. Count Dooku is tough. I see that as a diss. Don't know exactly who Count Dooku is. Demetrius DeMarcus says he's a Jew, obviously. Me? I'm not Jewish. Bro dressed like Wyatt Earp. Wyatt Earp. It's that shit laced with speed from the plug on 92nd Street. Huh. Didn't Count Dooku also play Saruman? Oh, I know who Saruman is. Bro wearing a cowboy fedora. This hat was a gift to me on my birthday from Winston's mom, and I like it quite a bit. At first I thought, I'm not sure about this hat, but now I really like it. It fits beautifully for one thing. It's just like perfectly sized for my head. I mean, yeah, he's obviously gay. Me? I'm actually not gay. I'm what's known as a heterosexual. Bro needs a sax. I do not need a sax. You should play Metal Slug. I should not play Metal Slug. Or Gibson 335. I wouldn't turn it down, but I probably don't need it. Strain Purple Cream, Indica, brand 818. Doesn't say what the crosses are. Right on, Persian King. You know what I'm growing right now? I'm growing Gorilla Glue number 4, Northern Lights, Jack Herrera, Cherry Pie, and Super Skunk. I got 5 different strains going right now. I've got 5 plants going. I hope one is of each strain, but one of the seeds didn't sprout, and I'm not sure which one it was. I planted 6 seeds, only 5 came up. I have 5 different strains, right? So most likely I've got 2 of one strain growing and none of one strain growing. But I tried to plant all 5 of those strains. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. How does N05 go about booking a session? There's a document with instructions on how to do that. I'll put the link for it. Session. How to book a... God damn it. I should just put it back as my default uploads, because now I have to go back some period of time to find them. And you're just like, oh God. Are you serial? Are you even serial right now? Oh God. Oh, how horrible. There it is. I found it. should just go ahead and put this back on the default upload so I never have to do this again. How to book a typing session. That's it. All right, now I'll put it in the chat here. Here it is in the chat. Pow, pow. But Dooku seems too direct. Twitter DM? Dooku is a Jew. It even rhymes. Well, I don't know anything about Dooku, okay? I understand he's a character from Star Wars. I don't believe the characters from Star Wars had religions other than believing in the Force or being a Sith Lord. But maybe they had Jews, maybe they had Christians, maybe Muslims. I don't know. It was in a galaxy far, far away. Even if one of those religions is right, I can only conceive of one of those religions appearing in that galaxy far, far away, the correct one. The other ones would have to be unique to Earth. So I don't swing that way with other men, but Eric is looking handsome right now. Well, that's because I primp, I preen, I do everything I need to do to make myself look sexy. Depends how you say it. My first favorite was OG Northern Lights, like the pre-98 stuff. Me too. Real Northern Lights. That's what I got, heirloom strain Northern Lights I'm growing, right? I don't know if it could be the one that's not growing. Again, as I explained, annoyingly, frustratingly, it's quite plausible that I have only 4 of the 5 kinds of seeds I have growing, but one of them twice. Anyway, Northern Lights was one of the plants. I had one plant of it when I grew way back in 1993. 92. Actually 90/91, because it was my sophomore year of college. All right. I had a variety of strains that I grew. I had an indoor operation. I think I had 11 females under lights. One of them was Northern Lights. It was by far the best of all of the things I grew. So I'm looking forward to having it again, the heirloom strain. When did wheat get like it is now? Was it not as strong pre-1000? What's weak? I don't know what that is. Thank you. Nothing like some extra money in your pocket. Weed. Oh, you know what? It's not like weed was really that weak back then. The thing is, marijuana gets you high in keeping with the principle of a congregation effect. It's different strains have unique impacts upon people because it's the combination of a lot of different kinds of things in marijuana that create, just like you can make meow with beef or meow with beef. You might have 2 dishes that have many of the same ingredients, but not all, including the same main ingredients that taste wildly different, right? Same thing with weeds. It's a congregation effect like food is. Food is delicious and wonderful when you have not the most seasonings, not the most expensive seasonings, not the most number of different things in it. There's no single thing, right? It's best when everything is harmoniously combined to a single holistically wonderful thing. Well, weed's the same way. And as a consequence, because breeders have been breeding for high test numbers, because in California anyway, because California makes you put the percentage of THC on the packaging, right? So that instantly created a high number test number arms race, which led to too many of certain kinds of strains entering into the genetics of too many different kind of strains, like too few strains into the genetics of too many, and the strains that were put in were all heavy testing, mostly headachy, not like complex, nuanced hives, you know. So we's not saying it's stronger now is not exactly right. It's more headachy and heavy now. There's no, you can. I got it. I mean, I spent like $200 on seeds, and I got enough seeds to last me a few years, you know, or at least I know I have at least one or two more grows worth of seeds for each of the strains. So um, it's not like I lament the expense for the seeds or feel like that's an unreasonable amount to pay for seeds, but I do feel confident that I'm getting what they're advertising. I ordered them from a place that's local to California. They're shipping them. They had to ship them in state, etc. No, I'm not. I'm not growing for profit. I'm just growing for my head stash. I'm not going to be selling any of the weed I grow. What kind of weeds they have in Star Wars? As far as I could tell, they didn't have weed because otherwise, why weren't all the characters smoking weed all the time? The advent of LED light changed the grow game. Did it? Skywalker is a good strain of weed. I like Skywalker. Made a second cup of coffee, caffeine for the win. I should do that too. Skywalker is a weed strain for Star Wars fans. It's good. Pre 98 strains are the best before shit started getting sprayed. Eric is currently in his dormant stage. He doesn't have the gusto to be a kingpin right now. True. Caffeine to make you sleepy to act as a melatonin pill. Yeah, caffeine doesn't keep me awake. My understanding of hydroponics is there is actual fish that fertilize the weed. Let's have a fish grow combo sort of deal. Anyone have any insight on that? Um, that wouldn't work, right? Because marijuana can't grow with its roots submerged in water, and the fish need to continually be submerged in water. So a lot of hydroponic setups is just it's really about the growing medium, right? They don't use dirt. They instead use like vermiculite or something like that, and then just add the fertilizers. So they provide all the nutrition the plants need, and the plants get none of it from dirt. Personally, I think it's dumb and pointless. I mean, it didn't used to be pointless because it was a way to avoid getting busted for shit, right? But I can do what I'm doing now outside perfectly legally. There's zero reason to spend all the money on the electricity, etc. It's a lot more hassle too. When I was growing indoors, I wasn't growing hydroponics. I was had them planted in large pots filled with potting soil, and I just had this one room with the lights in the center of hanging down from the center. I had like aluminum foil around on the walls to like reflect it back onto the plants, and they grew great. They did well. Fertilized a couple times during the whole process. You know, like twice from start to finish. You should fertilize twice. You know, this grow I fertilized both I fertilized the first fertilization a little late and the second fertilization a little early. But I'm finally just leaving it as it is. I'm not going to try to fertilize a third time before uh, the harvest season. What even is the difference between affect and effect? Well, cause and effect, right? The effect is something that is um, triggered by something else, but affect refers to like to your at well if it's used as an ad, it means like the part of your personality that you're extroverting out into the world, your affect. It's complicated. Google it. It's only I'm not even sure if I could be if I would be perfectly correct in articulating all the differences, because there are multiple meanings of both words. It's only gay if you like it. Okay. Well, I like I like I like peach rings. Does that make peach rings gay? First, last, well, if it does, let me know and I can complete my thought experiment and you as my subject role. When do you harvest it? Like each plant's going to be harvested according to its own timetable, according to what it says to me day to day, you know. I suspect the first one will be harvested middle of September, and the last one will be harvested early November. I suspect. I see I've got some very slow butters here, very late slow butters. Will do, although if I start to get jittery, then I need a septic tank. I used to think septic tanks were a horrible thing to have. What, how terrible that would be to not be on the sewer line or whatever. I have never encountered fewer plumbing problems than I have in this house. Not one single time have I had to plunge any toilet in this house. We've lived here for a year and a half now, more, a year and 7 months. It's all chemicals with water, no fish required. Why is there less rogue crystals in the bottom of the bag in store-bought weed compared to the black market? Packed more carefully, sealed after it's packed, you know. Effect is correct. That's effect. Cheers, my man, says Slenderman. Cheers, Slenderman. Machine trimming bud steals the crystals. A vibe. Ah, I see. Well, effect is an outcome. Affect is more of influencing something not directly tied to the outcome. Well, he's got farmer teeth. I have the teeth of a 53-year-old man who's had fairly a rough couple of years dentally. Like 4 years ago, 3 years ago or something, I had all of my teeth. Now I've got three in the front. I need to get them all fixed. I will. I'll get around to it here. And the thing is, I don't really personally care that much, but it's obvious that I need to because I do plan to do other things in life. I'm not just waiting to die. And most things that one might want to do that have any significance typically are going to require you to meet a certain basic standard of appearance and stuff. So hydroponic stores usually sell 99% isopropyl alcohol, which, by the way, I was buying during COVID worry-free because it's 5 gallon jugs for $20. All right. Padawan, isn't it to maximize profit because they just make distillate with all of that trim? Maybe. I think it depends on the specific producer. One is emotionally affected because it's not an outcome, but it has been moved. Eric, could you entertain we are born as our child function, not our hero function, and that we are more child function than any other function, even in old age? By child function, you mean third slot. I mean, no, I don't find that as I get older, I become increasingly consumed with my third slot function. In fact, I think that basically it works like this. To the extent that the world is fair, just, and nurturing to you, to the extent that it celebrates those aspects of life that you do well and doesn't care about those that you fail at, then you will become increasingly willing to allot some of your attention in ways that are less native and reflexive to you. If you are being traumatized, say by an abusive spouse or something, and the longer you're with that person, the more you'll retreat to just your dominant function and your tool function. And when understanding yourself, you'll try to actually only understand yourself as an expression of your dominant function because it's the only thing that you fully trust as a way of being because you don't feel safe ontologically. Potentially, you don't feel safe physically either. So the thing is, you possibly perceive me as improving in my extroverted feeling, but I'm not so much improving in my extroverted feeling as I am improving as a person and having a broadening relationship with ways of paying attention that aren't the most comfortable for me. I'm spending a lot more time accepting that I have a lot of bad SI baggage, a bad relationship with events from the past that especially caused me trauma because of my failures or bad behaviors. Not some I have a much healthier relationship with, events from the past where I got victimized. I am either able to forgive, forget, or get appropriately angry and attain some kind of accountability, right? But I often am subject to intrusive thoughts about instances where I was socially awkward, for example, might not even be anything significant. Maybe something the other person probably doesn't even remember, you know? Or it might be something more significant, like the time I was super on mushrooms and yelled at the neighbors one night because I was confused about what was going on. Every time I remember that, I say out loud, if I'm not streaming or something, if I'm just by myself and I remember it, I say, I hate myself. Or I might say, I wish I were dead. Or I might say, shame and anxiety. Although these days I seem to just be saying, I hate myself in those instances. And then, of course, I tell myself, stop doing that. Stop saying that. But the thing is, I have much more conscious awareness of the fact that I actually spend a fair amount of time feeling bad emotions, for lack of a better word, about things from the past. And being able to have the space to recognize that and try to like, despite my FI polar, to try to like and love myself, which is not easy for me because as a reflex, my tool function compels me to evaluate everything, including myself and statements about myself, objectively, which means to be sure I'm not biased, I'm going to be sure to embrace the least charitable interpretation of everything towards myself. Let's see here. You could say, hopefully it has that effect, or hopefully it affects you that way. I see. Use the crystal for cake frosting. Yes, Ananova, I've been watching people. I see their children. Plus, it's your scorecard. It is your scorecard function. But I think it's worth noting that people do seem to get less childish about their third slot function as they get older, or at least it seems that way to me. So I I look for I have a it's harder for me to feel a lot harder really for me to feel FE satisfaction these days. Um, in part because I guess it doesn't. I don't feel as though like I remember there was this moment in my 20s when where I sort of understood. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure this being cool stuff and hanging out with the right scene and stuff is a complete fucking waste of time and not fun and not cool. Well, I think I have a similar kind of transition point with FE that's in with sent from the channel, presenting me with a lot more feedback, both positive and negative regard. And I've had 671,000 comments on my YouTube channel, so it does tend to make you less enamored with candy, right? I have a more depth and nuanced understanding of how other people's commentary informs me about myself than I used to. All right, I'm falling behind here. I can see that. Do you have pitchforks? I don't own a pitchfork, but I do have a shovel. My wife is an ESFJ and she is so NE at the core, but in a different way, more social and task completion. I mean, you can see how any third an ESFJ is by just make a decision one day to say, I'm going to do the following things, and we'll see, and we'll call these things water, and we'll see how much this person's a fish. The things you have to do is ask about the person's day, provide plenty of visual cues that you're listening, ask occasional questions that link back to the experience and emotions. So, like, how did they feel about that? Or were they surprised? How surprised were they? They must have been amazed. ESFJs love to talk about, oh my God, you should have seen their face. They were so surprised. And make sure you make eye contact with them the whole time. And then just never give them any cue that you're getting tired of it. And they will continue this forever, periodically saying, are you sure you're not sick of hearing this right now? Are you kidding me? I am eating this up. Really? Okay. And then she'll just tell you more of her stories about her friend Judy, who the hot gossip on Judy is that even though she and David are this supposedly golden couple, that behind closed doors, things aren't as much chemistry as they used to be. I hear they're sleeping in separate rooms. Or, if you want to chat with an ESFJ for a while, you could pay me $100 and have video comments with me and say, can you just pretend to be an ESFJ for an hour? I can do it, no problem. I was in a relationship with one for 14 years. So I know well the ways of the ESFJ. They're easy to imitate. Do you have a hard time accepting compliments, Ruben? I feel we are in a constant battle between our child and tool function. If one is winning, you're unhealthy. If they're equal, you're healthy. That's why healthy, balanced duels are awesome to marry. So you mean a given person is healthy if their TI and FE, for example, is equal. I mean, first of all, that will never be the case. Second of all, they comprise different kinds of values. So one's instrumental, one's absolute. Third of all, what do you mean by equal? You spend an equal amount of minutes paying attention to each of those modalities, or you prioritize upholding the value of each equally? Again, if it's the latter, that's not going to work. There are different kinds of valuing. Mostly negative comments, I suppose. Says who? Wait, what's going on here? E-baking, please. Mostly negative comments, I assume. No, I mean, just every imaginable kind of comment, but I'd say probably 80% positive. I mean, you're going to get some percentage of people like you, e-baking police, who, even though you're the e-baking police and I'm the least soliciting YouTuber in history, you still find something shitty to say. Well, that's fine. I expect people to say shitty ass stuff because some percentage of the population, I'm not exactly sure what their motivation is. It doesn't really matter, but they want to, they want to tear something down for whatever reason. And they'll do that. It's actually kind of, for such people like e-baking police, whose name clearly serves as ammunition for them in most streams, where most streamers are saying things like, don't forget super chat or other shit like that. I'm obviously not paying any attention to that. But since I'm not doing the thing that he claims to be policing, it's pretty evident that he's going to shit on anything and everything that he feels has strength or, isn't afraid of itself or others. So what I am is clearly my own man, very comfortable in my skin, and not even remotely able to be victimized by somebody like e-baking police, whose skill set involves mastering the various ways of shitting on things that are better than he. Tell me more of the T, por favor. Child function is how you talk, possibly. INFP, soft speech, ESFJ, scattered. INFJ, analytical, ESTP, charming. Well, how do I talk? Do I talk charming? Boss scolded me like a child yesterday in front of everyone. Should I go back to work? Yeah. You should go back to work and you should say, you were able to kind of ambush me with this yesterday, but some time away from it. Obviously, I need to now hold you accountable for what was an unacceptable managerial strategy. In no way, shape, or form is it acceptable for you, even if you're my superior at work, to talk to me in a condescending fashion or scold me like a child, even if I mess up. You can fire me, you can do this, that, or the other, but you may not belittle me or bully me. And if you continue to take this approach, you will find yourself in legal trouble. Society these days is very finicky about instances of workplace harassment and bullying. So check yourself before you wreck yourself. Okay, slugger? Just rewind that, record it, practice it, and do that. The ESTPTI will argue too much, even though they want to be loved. They're angry. Why are they angry? The ESTP that doesn't argue and is too nice, people walk over them. They're sad. The ESTP that is balanced is really charming. Okay, well, what you're saying is an ESTP with good FE has good FE. That's not balancing TI and FE. That's successfully integrating FE checks and balances on a tool function that articulates what's correct without particularly concerning itself with tone, etc. The thing to remember though is you're making something normative here that I don't think you have to make normative. Like, there are times when I feel more healthy and happy, and times when I feel more kind of like manic happy, and times when I feel like chill happy, and times when I feel like manic annoyed or upset, and then when I feel kind of like depressy, it's like chill sad. And my moods don't necessarily don't necessarily tell us much in any given moment about my overall health. The fact is, my circumstances are very favorable to me existing comfortably, not being pushed a lot by the world, right? But that's what has both positive and negative impacts on my ontological health if we accept a frame that says we are we have some sort of imperative to move towards a state of more optimality. And that less optimality is always reflective of less overall health. I'm very skeptical of that. Oh my God, is this MBTI stuff? It is. You can see NI in Joe Rogan's speech. Okay. I'm not super familiar with Joe Rogan's content. This is America, and you can talk back to your boss and at least stand up for yourself. But you get fired all the time. If you're not, don't go back. Go back, give the speech I said, and then be willing to get fired for it. If you're willing to not go back, be willing to get fired. I work with 2 ASTPs. One can't stop arguing and everyone dislikes him. He whines to me that he has no friends. I told him to stop arguing. He said doesn't notice his tool TI. He doesn't realize he argues. I am skeptical that you type people correctly. Not because it's something specific about you that's making me skeptical, but because I've learned to be skeptical of every other person's typing of people because, for example, you've not actually formally typed to that person. So I'm skeptical of my own typings unless I've specifically typed them formally and the typing session has lent itself to me being confident, then, I'm skeptical of every claim about typology that I can't validate with adequate assessment, He told him to stop arguing. He listened somewhat, and he now has his first long-term relationship, and people are getting along better with him. Oliver Lenahan says, howdy, Puesto Enrico. Hola y bienvenidos. Oliver de Linhania. That's Mexican for Oliver Lenahan. Do I believe in ghosts and spirits? Not really, but I like that kind of content. So I want something to be convincing. Some video of some spooky ass shit. And I mean, one of the absolutely most convincing ghost spirit videos I've ever seen. There's this video that's from like a camera that the transportation department put on a highway in some state, like where it's snowy, right? It's just continually showing the highway, car going on. Well, there's this video from that shows a deer get hit and killed on the road, and I shit you not, you can see after it dies, like this deer ghost come out of it. It's crazy. It's the most convincing thing I've ever seen about ghosts or spirits. It involves a deer getting hit by a car, not a person. But um, that video, it's like that's the kind of video that I watch that kind of content for. I'm hoping I'm gonna get something like that. Go like, oh my god, what the fuck was that? I love shit like that. What's a body type? I don't know, something Rachel likes to talk about. It's some girl stuff. It's like, you know how they're like, what's your color palette? Are you an autumn or a summer or whatever? Body types like that. What's your body type? Are you an elegant softlessness boutique? They got little names. I tell you, I could make up so many. I should have a business called bullshit.com where all I do is provide arbitrary taxonomies of people with these kind of like NI archetype names and ask questions that purportedly tell you which whatever you are, you know. I could just make up some mystic sounding words like which Cancretia Bodhi type are you? In spiritual societies, human personality is understood as an expression of core Bodhi tree wisdoms. The Kakarish people include me and some other people I pretend I'm existing. I'm pretending that they exist. And we know so much. What the Kakarishi people say is that the soul takes the shape of either the Bodhi leaf, the Bodhi branch, the Bodhi root, the Bodhi bark, the Bodhi beetle, the Bodhi sitter, or the Bodhi flower. And then I make up some bullshit about how you are the rarest of the Bodhi Karakashi variants. Known as the Bodhi beetle, you bring a sharp and piercing insight that makes everybody want to do a fancy dance. And people like Rachel just eat that shit up. She loves that shit. I don't get it. It's like the thing is she doesn't feel as though it needs to provide any particularly meaningful information or be to be interesting to her. It doesn't have to explain why it's right or even assert that it's right. It just has to do that thing. I'll tell you for sure. I can do that thing better than all of these things that she's looking into. Because the kind of people who are good at actually making one of those things, like me, like making up those kind of things, like me, is not good at actually making one of those things. Who gets the thing made? The people who are good at making them. But they're not good at making up them, or they wouldn't be good at making them. Obviously, to be good at coming up with a million different arbitrary taxonomies like that is to not be good at implementing any of them. I cannot believe that owl guy, his takeaway from that video that was about his comment, I forgot what his name was when I was making that video, but his name's Owl something. You would think if you were Owl something and you left that big long comment, and I put up a video that's like 20 minutes long explaining how horrible your comment is in every conceivable way, and how this is why we can't have nice things, and how I've given up on typology because people like this who don't know anything are constantly popping up with bullshit. Who in their right mind would think Eric wants another super big long comment from me? Because he started his second long comment with, okay, you want arguments? I'll give you arguments. No, I don't want your arguments. I'm explaining how you commented saying you were going to establish that Jordan Peterson was an INFJ and then did no such work except for one sentence throughout that entire fucking comment. Like, what did you think you were doing in the first comment? Getting me to ask you for more arguments? No, you were failing utterly. That's what you were doing. All right, I gotta go back inside. I can't read this without my glasses, and of course I don't have them because glasses and I seem to have repelling magnets in us or something. As soon as I touch a pair of glasses, it's already halfway lost. All right, well, I would call that moon like very good, but I don't know if it qualifies as super. Super seems a little grandiose for this more or less regularish looking moon. I'll go get my glasses. Fine. So I see this interesting question. You play cocaine? Do you mean like cocaine? You mean the song? Or do you mean did I do cocaine? No, I have not done. I have not done any cocaine tonight. Truth is stranger than fiction. I've never had a TikTok account. I've never had any TikTok money or anything other than negligible YouTube money. Wait, like I'm mostly very interested in you. So can you explain your process to me? What happened before you wrote that chat there? Are you thinking of somebody else? You got me confused with somebody else? Are you just taking a stab in the dark and hoping, in fact, I did used to be on TikTok? Are you assuming that because YouTube is older that I would have tried to have left it and then return, or what? I'm really curious. Okay, cool. I don't like TikTok at all. I've never had it on my phone, but I've seen it like on the internet because somebody said like, look at this video on TikTok, and I don't like the way it's arranged. I would not interested in going on TikTok. Although I wouldn't be opposed to if I could find an app that like I didn't really have to do anything else that I'm currently doing. But when I did what I'm currently doing, it concurrently launched streams on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, or what's that one that the gamers use? Twitch. Then sure, why not? No harm, no foul, right? Am I a night owl? I am tonight because I am on amphetamines. Shh, don't tell anybody. But I've got this Connect. It's called the pharmacy at the supermarket. And they hooked me up. Got a good deal too. Just $60 for 60 pills. That's a good deal. That's like only marginally more expensive than street amphetamines. Yeah, I got a teener. I got a teener about a 16th. I'll keep it on the down low. That's where I like to keep things too. Way down here. Near my feet. That way, I don't got to worry about anything. It's like, where did I put that? The answer's always the same. On top of my feet. The only problem is my glasses are never there. So, anywho, yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm not sure what I want to do right now. I'm not sure if I want to keep streaming. I'm not sure if I want to make some food. I probably should make some food. I don't think I've really eaten anything today. I don't really feel like working on anything specific. I could watch TV. I am rewatching an anime that I'm pretty sure I watched before, but I barely remember. I do have, in fact, half an episode left of this anime I like. I had to stop watching it earlier because the Adderall was kicking in and I was not enthralled with it adequately. Half my attention was thinking about other things, you know. So I said, Eric, this cartoon is too good for you to half-ass watch it. Are we hungry in 2 hours? Oh, yeah, okay, well, if I eat something now, maybe I won't be hungry in 2 hours. You thought about that? Meow. I think if you're going to look at development, if you're going to see, I guess, your relationship with functions in various slots as developing or evolving over time, or even as being responsive to ontologically compatible environments and ontologically incompatible environments. Or in other words, obviously, an INFJ who's subject to ongoing abuse by his spouse is going to express in the least, after decades, is going to express in the least optimal expression of an INFJ because they don't feel, I mean, they're, you know, the world isn't rewarding them for the right things and punishing them for the right things. Then what I would say is that if you wanted to put it like that, you'd say in the least safe, in the least ontologically safe expression, the person upholds only their dominant value. And in the second least ontologically dangerous, they uphold 1 and 3. And if it's even more ontologically safe than that, and with sufficient time, it's 1, 3, 5. And in the maximum understanding of it, they uphold 1, 3, 5, 7. I think to some extent I'm doing a bit of that now with the 7. I think that's when I'm saying, like, I have all these intrusive SI things that are bad. Many or most of them are examples of me not being nice enough, me not caring enough, me treating someone else shabbily, me traumatizing others, you know? So it's fair to call that perhaps upholding the value of F5 rather than a negative expression of SI. Eric, can you try spinning each hand in the opposite direction? I didn't know it was hard until I tried it. I saw it on a YouTube short. Spinning each hand in a different direction. What is that? What's going on? Hey, what's going on here? What is going on? What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know what that was all about. Like, but this one, like, in this direction, this is, let's see, if the clock were, I'll just go left on this one, right on this one, like this. I feel that all the time too, Ruben. It seems so much better in my head. I was doughy kind of, but I was definitely more a little social antenna than a mini ESP. I always loved games and wanted to play them and have people watch me play them. Kind of ESP. These ones are so much better. Word up to that dude. Ah ha ha. Explode in an almost murderous rage. You beat the first Mario in front of your friends? Whoa, interesting. Did you try to rely on the clarity and accuracy of your explanations to do the heavy lifting like I do, or is your experience different? I'd play a few little levels skillfully and do silly humping moves during any free moment. And also, I'd take a lot of unnecessary risks to create more impactful, interesting moments. That's not a good thing. Cats really are like kids. Yeah, Kabia's like a roommate. Trouble's like a kid. I was excited when I saw it first. But I'd maybe not get to the very end, losing my stock of lives doing silly, impractical, or funny things for the lulz. I can't explain how to spin the hands. Me neither. So I was doing it wrong? Okay, well, I mean, the thing is, I can do some basic level kit drumming, so I do have some experience getting my hands and feet to be doing things independently of each other. Like, yeah, I could include my feet too if I wanted to. But I don't know if that would give me an advantage or not. I fly like an airplane, I sail like a boat, I run like a horse, and I glide like glide flaps. What am I? This is one of the great riddles of the ancient world. The answer is I'm glide flaps. I just a 5 hour nap and I'm having trouble following conversations right now. Well, you just woke up from a 5 hour nap. Pet the head, rub the belly thing, but harder. Yeah, this is fine. I can do this no problem. Could I do it the other way too? Yes. There's not a roach behind me, 'cause a roach is in your mouth. Bring your best one. Hey, hey, XYZ, there's a roach in your mouth. You probably want to spit that out. You gotta protect your mouth when you're sitting down, especially in your filthy squalor home, because roaches keep crawling into your mouth. Also, that's where my cum keeps going too. It's like, I'm not even squirting it in your direction. How do you keep getting it in your mouth? Bottoms up, drinking all my cum. Meow, 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 meow. That's a good song, Bottoms Up. That's Nicki Minaj's best rapping, is her cameo in that song. She's not really very good in general, but she's great in that song. Just like that chick, maybe Rihanna it is, and that song. Then little lemon, then little digits. You know that song? Bouncing around, bouncing around, bouncing, bouncing around, bouncing around, bouncing. That song? Yeah. You know it. You know it. I've got to wake up by 4:45 a.m., which here is 12. Here it is, 12:42 a.m. Well, then you just got to stay awake for 4 hours. You don't even have to wake up. You just have to not go to sleep. Well, Padawan Range Bender, I like the first sentence of that. Eric, do you have to do something before you know it? That is kind of how it works for me. That I've decided to go and do or execute or begin or complete something. Um, it's kind of like, how did I start doing this? When did that happen? A second ago, I was sitting there feeling frustrated at my apathy, lack of clarity about what I want to do, etc. And now, here I am doing it. It's a little bit like that. Now, this next thing you said, like making a song, learning timing. So, in terms of like rhythm and music, that links to NI only in the same way that it links to that precision execution links to NI in all music stuff. So it's like the reason how do I explain this? It's like I'm sloppy as a guitarist, not just in the execution of things, but in the maintenance of my ideas, which is to say, some of my songs I might play it more or less exactly the same way every time, but most of the things that even I played a ton of times, I'll strum it a little bit differently here, a little bit differently there. I'm not necessarily set on exactly how I'm going to approach playing this song this time. An NI person has a clear vision about what the optimal expression of that song is, and they try to get that every time. So they're always trying to get it perfect. Whereas it takes a long time for me to even have clarity about, oh, this is what executing that song perfectly would sound like. As far as, being good with in the pocket rhythmically, um, that has to do with like, again, it's if I'm trying to execute perfectly this optimal expression of this every single time, then I'm going to, over time, consistently be more reliable in the pocket, etc., in all ways, and less sloppy because of the singularity of the whole thing. And my efforts accordingly are directed towards optimal expression of that singular thing, not exploration of other expressions of it, right? So when I record, I am well served to spend more time doing takes and more time being unsatisfied with a given take of a given guitar part, because until the right take happens, because I've noticed that if I'm really dialed in, super paying attention to being super precise, etc., and I nail a good take, then I don't have to do nearly as much note level editing to clean it up. And there's a certain magic when you get it the right take. You're like, oh my god, this sounds so much better than every previous attempt. The perfect audience? Who's the perfect audience? I knew it wasn't a fair trade, and just because I was a perfect audience didn't mean he was obligated to reciprocate. I'm sure you were out. You were a perfect audience, perfect enough. I'm sure their audience measuring instruments that weren't that precise to distinguish any minor flaws in your audience performance. You saw Mark Normand 2 nights ago here in Los Angeles. He's funny T.I., huh? T-I-N-E kind of humor. Cool. He calls out hypocrisy in how people use language in clever ways. Yeah, you can't help but riff. It's so good, right? It's a rare gift. M.O. I'm snacking on a Snickers ice cream bar. Now you are yourself, Bob. I saw Theo Vaughn. He is pretty funny. Corey and Rachel and I went to see somebody that, I forget what his name was, but he was very entertaining. And we saw him in Ontario at a comedy club. He's kind of like YouTube famous, I think, but I'd never heard of him before. Well, the thing about introverted intuition is it is the timing mechanism for extroverted sensing. If you are understanding introverted intuition under an extroverted sensing frame, then introverted intuition is the knowing that says, now is the time to throw the spear into the antelope, or pull the trigger on your hunting rifle. Not too soon, or else it won't be a good shot, a good clean shot. Not too late, or he might get spooked, and the wind might change, and he might smell it. So you have to have all these various holistic factors, and your intuition just goes now. So in that regard, NI is about timing. But the thing is, as with the other action knowledge function, it's important to remember that the action and knowledge functions, one of them is communicative, and it's paired with one that is experiential. So introverted intuition, when it's subsumed by extroverted sensing, is about timing, but its nature is about relevance. Now, relevance includes timing considerations, but is not exactly the same thing as timing. As far as time management goes, it's in fact the interfacers who've got the best time management, the TESI. And the reason interfacers have the best time management, TE interfacers, is because, number one, their dominant nature is interfacing with the static systems of the world. So, accordingly, they're ontologically aligned with scheduling. They want everything in life to be ordinatable so that they can know ahead of time all the things that are coming up and how each of those things fits into one or more projects / things that can be described as goals. So naturally, the people who are best with timing are going to be TENI. Because while SI is best with scheduling and stuff for your own day and keeping track of your own, I got this next, and this, and this, and this. If you're considering timing like the right moment to launch this product, or like you think, like as soon as the first hints of COVID stuff go down, you go, now's the right time to buy Peloton stock, because I have a feeling this lockdown might last a while and everyone's going to buy these stupid inside bicycles. That, if you're talking about that kind of timing, or if you're talking about, I'm going to buy Bitcoin now when it's incredibly difficult to even get, when I have to meet somebody in a parking lot, pay him cash like it's a drug deal. That's what my friend Corey did. That's excellent timing on when to buy Bitcoin, but it's really just excellent clarity on what's relevant regarding that. Namely, that yes, it has very high value ceiling for a bunch of holistic factors that I can't exactly articulate in full, but that convince me intuitively that this is a winning ticket. And surely it was. And he had no or very little TE at his disposal, but managed to make that happen anyway, even though it required some figuring on how to acquire it back in the day. It wasn't so straightforward as just like buying it on Coinbase, you know. Okay, the paddle rangefinder, you are definitely not an INTP. I have impeccable timing. I constantly, through my life, arrive 1 minute early 100% of the time. Said no INTP ever. Why? SE polar. Corey is an ISTJ. So what makes you think he's an ISTJ? Keep in mind that I've known him for 30 years or so. And there are some expressions of his personality and the status quo that one can reasonably blame on his trauma-inducing wife. But I'm wondering why you're not skeptical of your conclusions about that. If you were concluding he were, say, ENFJ, I could understand at least that what you're saying is plausible. ISTJ, I mean, I'm not sure which observations you've engaged with. I'm not sure what you've observed that could possibly give you that impression. Or you're thinking of Cameron. Okay. Yeah, that's Cameron. Cameron's an ISTJ. Corey is not. Okay, that makes sense now. Fine. You thought I was talking about Cameron. Yeah, Cameron is an ISTJ and a wonderful person. So for the record, if you smoke bong rips, consider trying this because I was getting so frustrated by constantly getting bong resin on my lips and it tastes terrible, gets in your mouth, you know. No, that was Corey. Corey about the Bitcoin. Cameron, in contrast, is, you know, he considered buying some crypto like late 2023. You know, that's like me. I mean, the thing is, I knew I was convinced by Corey about Bitcoin way back in the day, but unlike Corey, I didn't have adequate, you know, get up and go to go get it done. It seemed like it was going to require a lot of TE. Anyway, these things make excellent filters. I started by poking a little hole in the middle of it. You don't need to do that. You just put it right there and it works fine. These are great little filters to prevent you from getting resin on your lips. Yes, these are makeup things. But after I was just like so frustrated by the resiny lip phenomenon so many times, I had a bolt of insight. Oh my God, you should get those makeup things. And then probably the next time I went to the store, I probably forgot to get them. And the time after that, I was like, get these. And it works beautifully. Works great. Well, sure, gauze or anything cloth will work, but you'll note I only am going to use these for 2 or 3 bongers before I throw it away because it's functioning as a filter. The point is, these are circles already. So they're not too big. They're sized about right for pretty much any bong you might use. Most will have a bigger mouthpiece than this, but you're going to be very unlikely to find one that's mouthpiece is too big for this. Oh, Eric, you did it again. You did it again. See, Boba Fett, you made me pay too little attention to this. And now, there. I'll tell you who always arrived more or less right on time, a few minutes early to everything, was my dad, and he was an ESTJ. My mom always arrived early to everything, but often way too early. Punctuality is more a sign of good SI than anything else. Or developed, I guess. I don't know. I'm pretty punctual too, actually. I was gonna say maybe. I mean, certainly. I guess it's most of all what it is. Most of all, what it requires is pulling the trigger when it's time to go. So I guess you'd say it mostly requires a decent relationship with extroverted sensing to be on time. Consistently means to leave on time consistently. That's what I am confident SE Polar struggles with, whether it's INFP or INTP, unavoidably. Like, I mean, take this for example. Acacia has SE Polar. She's an INFP. She was a little late arriving for a planned getaway with Ruben one time. She was driving to meet him at the hotel or motel that they had gotten. She was a little late, like 2 or 3 days late. I remember when they were up here, Ruben said, "Oh, we're going to, Acacia wants to go to the store sometime today, this afternoon." They went to the store like 2 days later. Acacia was ready to go to the store. INFPs, INTPs, they don't measure lateness in minutes. They measure it in hours or possibly days. After that, it's probably nevers, but, I remember, Rachel and I were said like, "Hey, Ruben, in case you want to come over and play games or something or whatever." "Yeah, we'll be right over." Like hours later, Ruben shows up by himself. they're like, I could easily walk there in no more than 5 minutes from here. So what do we take from that? We take from that, yeah, Rachel's having fun chatting upstairs. And the funny thing is, it's like when she came downstairs, I was like, "Oh, are you done with your conversation?" She's like, "No." Like, Eric wants me to be done with the conversation. I'm like, "No, Rachel, I was just delighted by hearing you laugh and have fun upstairs. It makes me happy. I'm glad to hear that you're not done with your conversation." George Cervantes says, "I'm 100 years old." Well, George, congratulations. You are a centenarian, as they say. You've reached the big 3 digits. And you're tech savvy enough to be on YouTube. So, congratulations. She's not watching a live stream. She's having a conversation in a video conference with Kami. Is that her name? And Lou. I always think is it Kami? Because I think I called her Kami at first, even though it's Kami. Anyway, she's having a conversation talk with chatting and talks. I'm talking about if I absolutely need to be there. If not, like my flat tire has to be 11 out of 11.5 years and it's still flat, my car. Well, okay. I don't know your type, Padawan range bender. I do know this. If you wanted to know your type, you would have gotten type with me. If you wanted to decide your type, then you type yourself. Granted, maybe you still want to waste $100. I get that. But what I'm saying is, I don't know what type you are because I haven't typed you. You're making claims about it, but I'm skeptical because I haven't typed you myself. When did you decide you were an INTP? You haven't always thought that, have you? Yeah, I could just live stream. It just eavesdrop stream. Just go take this upstairs, leave it outside of her room, and you could just listen to her conversation. And then I should be like, "What are you doing? Playing a conversation at the Bible?" And I'll be like, "It's fine. It's fine. I checked. All these people are cool." I see the way you do it. I feel like you would ask a question and ask an example about whatever that answer was. I do a lot of that. But sometimes that's because I feel like I need an example to understand what they're trying to convey. And sometimes it's because I want to see them code switch from NI to SI, Sometimes it might be I don't believe they're accurately naming the thing that they are talking about. So I want an example to see if they've misidentified something as something else. Because when I do the online test, sometimes I click the one I want to be true. Well, I find that I can't even access data that answers those questions anymore. It's like, which best describes you? Life of the party. Fun at the appropriate times and home, fun on the weekends, but home during the week. Like some things like that. I was like, I don't know how to answer that question. Am I the life of the party? I haven't been to many parties in a long time. And even when I recall going to parties back in the day, more like maybe during my second marriage or something, going to her family parties and stuff. Well, really back then I was drunk. And I don't really remember how I was, and it's not representative of me. I haven't really been to a lot of parties since then, but probably I wouldn't be particularly life of the party because like, I'm not a kid anymore. I don't I don't parties are odd sort of artificial construction of socialization that I don't get. My parties are I just say go live. And then if I'm partying like now, that's when I'm most likely to want to live stream. So in that regard, I guess you could say when I do you like to party? Yes. When you like to party, do you like to include other people? Yes, but not too many actual physical bodies. you know. I wouldn't mind having a big party at my house sometime, like, you know, throwing a rager. We had a great party here for the wedding, but it still wasn't super well attended. A couple of my friends came up, Cameron. Yeah, it was well attended enough, but I have trouble answering that question for that reason. And then there's other questions like that I think I would answer them a certain way if I were to just ass- assess the question as a question about my contemporaneous state of being, and but I'd answer it differently if asked which I thought was a better long-term descriptor of me. So then I have to think, well, do I want to factor in the fact that I know what they're trying to get at, probably, or can intuit what's likely to be they're aiming at? Where the thing is, I don't feel that confident about that anymore because I understand things correctly, and all of these tests, they're going to get plenty of things wrong. They're going to have meow correlate with meow, even though it doesn't. And with the virulent spread of bullshit like pseudo typology, just forget it. Who knows what a test is aiming at when they ask this question or that these days? What slot is scoreboard? Third. Third, third, third. Third, third, third. Okay, so SI third means number one, you want to be comfortable. It's going to be very important to you that whatever the environment is that you're in, that it not present any issues of related to physical comfort. That you not be too hot or too cold, or the chair is uncomfortable or something like that. It's also the case that SI third plays out as I'd rather, I want anything that I do to read well in my life story as I reflect upon my memories. And thus, by and large, it's better to err on the side of not doing, such that I don't risk doing something that I don't want in my memories. I mean, I find that INTP's fourth slot FE is dramatically better than ISTP's fourth slot FE, but that may be because I'm an intuitive and I find ISTP fourth slot FE kind of brutal. Um, I think INTPs struggle on an FE level because either they're locked so much into their parsing modality that they're mostly only asking questions, and in other words, they're moving like ninjas through life, asking questions of a variety of people, a majority of whom, on balance, are likely to offer some kind of response without an accompanying query of their own. And the INTP is not particularly forthcoming and offering up of himself. And so you've got these kind of under the radar, almost invisible geniuses who, like, I can think, I experience these people around the channel periodically. Like, the only time they ever say anything is when they ask an incredibly good question. And then they never respond to my answer. Unless it's with another follow-up question to clarify or something. Then there's another kind of INTP who is more expressive of their extroversion. Those kind of INTPs tend to be under-aware of how dry their NETI explanations of things are. So they might make extremely boring YouTube videos that are too TI, but you wouldn't accuse them of not saying enough. I don't know. I haven't known a shit ton of them. They aren't that common. Spacey, I'm not sure. He might have been an INFP. I do believe that he was any tool SE polar, but he could have been an INFP. I don't think I ever really tested his TI, or at least I don't remember how he tested on it. So I think I just took him at his word when he said he was an INTP, probably. Ben Vasserlin is a great example of an INTP being boring. I will say this about that third slot SI, that it's optimally placed for the non-native expression of SI, which is remembering metaphysical stuff. Spacey could memorize shit so fast. Like, you know, he sang some of my songs with me, and we'd go over it a couple times, and he'd put the paper away, he'd have the whole thing memorized. Like, even before I'd have it all memorized, and I'd played it dozens of times more than him. You know, it was crazy. Really good at learning metaphysical stuff. Really terrible at learning physical stuff, or at least really terrible until they painstakingly learn physical stuff. Like, if an ISP gets hired at Subway and they've not done this job before, they'll put the wrong amount of pressure when pushing a piece of bread, putting the top part of the bread on, and be like, oh, like this? No, you're squashing the fuck out of it. So put some cucumbers on it. They put like one cucumber. Like that? No, put some cucumbers. Well, how many exactly? Now you're gonna squeeze the mustard. They put like one. Squeeze more. Well, how much mustard? What do you want me to tell you? Like 40 fluid ounces of mustard? A regular amount of mustard. That's the other side of SI third is SE seventh. So they're great at learning metaphysical stuff. Muscle memory is fine. They will, muscle memory works fine for them too, just like it does for anybody else. But they are slow to get past beginner stage with physical stuff. Let's see what Padawan Range Bender says. ENTPs are unshackled in ENFPs too. I mean, extroverted intuition can express more or less with more or less decoupled from the deliberation function. And when it's expressing like that, I know from interacting with an ENFP named Sauce that he and I could riff off of each other and it'd be, you know, almost indistinguishable from each other until and unless we moved into into conceptual stuff. As long as we were joking around, it was you couldn't tell whose any went along with TI and whose went along with FI. But it could have been he just happened to be a particularly similar to me in his expression of extroverted intuition. But as soon as we started talking about anything conceptual, it's just like, okay, I do not know how it was like shocking. Like if you isolate this exchange between me and him, right, and pretend that's the only exchange I've had with him, and you were to ask me, tell me about that guy, I'd say, oh, that guy is super smart and funny and great. He's how is he intellectually? Oh, he's fantastic. He's sharp as a tack. If you were to ask me the same question after exchanging with him about some conceptual shit, I would have said, this guy is I'm not sure if he's very dumb or like stubbornly insistent on being dumb. I can't tell if he's purposefully failing to be smart in every way or if it's an accident or what, but absolutely not. This guy is not smart. So it just goes to show you extroverted intuition is extroverted intuition. The thing that differentiates between ENFPs and ENTPs is not found in the extroverted intuition. INFPs do handle their own feelings like a boss. But it's not all bad. If you don't push on the INTP, they can be relaxed, chill, spontaneous, and witty, and an overall joy to be around. They're willing to go with the flow as long as they aren't pushed into unwanted action. When left alone and not forced to act, the INTP can really shine. As long as, by really shine, you mean sit in front of his computer and accomplish nothing. The INTP has a strong audio memory that can obtain and absorb copious amounts of textual information. Remembering details from conversations for decades, almost everything heard or read is easy. I agree with that. And in that regard, INTPs are so much smarter than ENTPs. My SI is not nearly that good. I mean, it's very good, but not top level good at remembering melodies. Like top level good, some people they have perfect pitch, they can remember a whole composition after hearing it once, shit like that, No, motherfucker, you're squashing it. Are we talking about this beef? Yeah, motherfucker. I am not squashing this beef, okay? We're having it roasted on the grill, as always. Sorry about the riff, guys. It feels so good to get that outlaw. What's the riff? What is the riff that you had to get out? What is the riff indeed? We literally don't notice most physical details unless physically present in the moment or attached to an object or person. Like this? I'm not sure what you're referring to. SI child as it pertains to you? Well, you know what? The thing is, if I'm going to describe FE third as it pertains to me, I guess I'd say that it's much more difficult for me to express how it plays out in me than it used to be, because it used to be more childlike. It feels as though I guess I've experienced enough FE stuff in the YouTube realm that despite a sort of structurally childlike hue to those glasses, it eventually all wore away. I want my Happy Meal. There's some core principles to third slot that still apply. Like if something gets a lot of negative pushback from the audience, certain kinds of it is particularly, I'm not going to stand behind my media in the face of people meowing unless it's about public policy. Like, nobody was going to successfully dissuade me from being correct about COVID, regardless of whether they were incorrect but opposed to lockdowns or incorrect and in favor of lockdowns. They were not going to push me off my position, because when it comes to like public policy stuff like that, I know I'm correct, and that, and so, there's never any unified opposition. If I put up something that attempts to be funny and it just gets completely ignored, it gets a certain amount of views, but like gets one like out of like 200 views for a short, then I just think, wow, that obviously sucked. And you have no one to blame but yourself, Eric. I might take it down, I might delete it, you know. Some of my worst memories are memories where I made a fool or an ass of myself, embarrassed myself, or whatever. But I can have intrusive, sudden onset shame shivers about much more minor social mistakes than that, too. Like just totally minor stuff, like how I wish I had managed this conversation with my realtor a couple years ago differently, because I wonder if I sounded arrogant or something. That's an expression of FE third, that such concerns are so paramount that they basically hijack my consciousness. But in the past, I would have been able to articulate my third slot FE simply as I look for a lot of affirmation from other people, and I find it satisfying, and it informs my TI in that it provides breaks. In other words, it doesn't matter how correct I am. If everybody agrees I was a dick and it made me unlikable, then I'll concede I need to change my ways and to actually change them in some fashion. because I have so much abstract understanding of all of this stuff, it makes it a little bit more difficult for me to metacognate about my own shit, you know? You could care less about people or their thoughts about you. It never was a thought. Well, um, if your relationship with your purportedly fourth slot function is similar to mine, then you probably find it torturous when, in fact, you do incur harms from the fourth slot function. So it's like, I don't care about SI stuff, which means I didn't eat before I went on this hike, and I didn't pack hardly any food. So now, an hour into the hike, I'm starving to death. We've still got an hour to go before we even turn around and come back, and I'm hating life. There should be plenty of equivalents for you as well. You say you couldn't care less about other people's opinions and such, but just like I couldn't care less, or I can't be bothered to think about dumb things, dumb physical things like food and water before I go out on a hike. I can't be bothered. That's beneath me, right? But then when I don't, that's when I realize I'm a huge baby about that. I really need a lot of good, easy SI stuff. I need it to be comfortable. I can put up with some heat, some cold, but not too much. And I like going outside some, but not for too long. And I like to have a little adventure in the wilderness car, but more than a certain amount of time, I get over jostled and just like, get me home already. So I recognize that, in fact, SI stuff is very important to me. It's just instrumentally important. If if I'm not incurring harms from it, then I prefer to pretend it doesn't need my attention. I have a guy at work who is like a Jack Russell Terrier. What type do you think he would be? Similar types of that energy. I'm not sure. Could be. It's hard to say. It, you know, is he actually physically like all over the place? Maybe he's a tweaker. Does he pick up a lot of broken stuff from the trash in his car? If so, he just might be a meth head. I don't find ESFPs have Jack Russell Terrier energy. Jack Russell Terrier energy suggests to me not just jumping up and down or whatever, but a lot of attention like on the other parties. It suggests FE to me. To actively engage that much. Maybe could be third slot FE, ENTP, ESTP. Could be dominant ENFJ, ESFJ. Unlikely to be an introvert. But you can't make too much hay out of affect. Okay, well, I don't doubt that you're convinced that you're an INTP. What's going on here? Is this frozen? We had a little technical difficulties there. I'm not sure what happened. The camera froze. Everything seemed to just stop working. I was like, oh no, nuclear war has begun. It turns out there's this problem with the YouTube app. I mean, Padawan Range Manager says, same as you, SI Eric. If you cut someone off and they're mad, you will stay calm. Say, calm down. Let's not act. No, I won't. I'll say, the fuck you're being mad at me. You are, I'll yell at them. That's not an SI thing, okay? That's an Enneagram thing. There's not much that I say. We should properly evaluate this according to Enneagram. But that is an Enneagram thing. If you are an 8, you will respond to anger with anger. If you are a 9, you will try to appease. And if you are a 1, you'll try to withdraw. Although I will say, you getting that so wrong in a way that suggests such a poor understanding of extroverted sensing is in fact consistent with you being extroverted sensing forward. So and the point is, I don't want to play this game. I don't want to play what type is Padawan Range Bender. Because I don't know and can't know without typing you. And I'm not going to be convinced, no matter how much attempting to convince me you do. Because, again, in order to be convinced, I'd have to actually assess you. And I don't want to do that. So, there you go. I mean, I don't think that's fair to ESTPs, okay? Cheating, again, is not a type thing, it's a character thing. If you're somebody of low character, you might say that. But most ESTPs aren't cheaters and untrustworthy in that fashion. I'm not being butthurt about anything. I'm telling you that if you were to say right now, I'm an ISTJ and all these things are typical of ISTJs, I would tell you exactly the same thing. I don't know what type you are because I've not assessed you. And I can't be convinced that you're an ISTJ because I've not assessed you. If you were an ISTJ who was saying a bunch of shit about ISTJs all the time, and some of it hit, some of it didn't, it would be sufficient to prompt the exact same skepticism as your statements have prompted. Obviously, if you weren't continually referencing your own INTP-ness in this chat, then I wouldn't be called upon to continually, remind myself, remember, Eric, you don't actually know what type he is. Am I a little bit like, am I hesitant to, you would like us to have a conversation, INTP to ENTP. Am I hesitant to have that conversation? Yes. Why? Because I might determine later that you're not and feel like an idiot. I suspect if the situation were reversed you'd have the same, if you are in fact an INTP, you'd have the same, what's that word I'm looking for? Animosity towards wrongness, right? Better to not make claims or behave as though you know things until you're sure you do, than run the risk of being wrong. And the thing is, Padawan Rangebander, I'm not trying to convince you you're not an INTP. I'm just noting things that are consistent with it. Or I think I noted one thing that wasn't consistent with it, but I don't have a case here, right? I don't have a horse in this race. And I don't like to just muse or speculate, ideate pointlessly about things that can be resolved with an actual action, which I don't want to take because I don't feel like it. But you know, you do you. You say what you're going to say. I'm not telling you, I'm not trying to silence you or anything. I'm just informing you that I am not a stakeholder in this story you're telling. Well, I mean, it is the case that when people come in and demonstrate, I am not the type I say I am, it's most likely that they are saying they are INTJ, INFJ, INTP. Those three are probably the most popular, with ENTP coming in next. Okay? Note what I'm saying. When I encounter instances of individuals who clearly seem to me to not be the type they say they are usually one of those types. That does not mean that when someone comes in and says they're one of those types, that they are likely to not be that type just because people who are wrong and not good at determining these things choose their type to identify as wrong. In other words, the fact that a lot of fake people call themselves, a lot of non-INTPs call themselves INTPs, doesn't make it any more likely for a real INTP to be fake, right? But the point is, it is the case that I'm more likely to remind the person who's telling me what type they are that I have to operate under the assumption that I don't know what type they are. I'm more likely to remind them of that when they identify as one of those four types, because a higher percentage of people identifying as one of those four types have misidentified themselves than people who identify themselves as the less sexy types. And the reasoning for this is because, obviously, for a variety of reasons, they find the portrait of self painted by the intuitive types to be more flattering than the portrait painted by other types. This is, like I said, there's a lot of factors in this. One of the big ones being that the type descriptions do a terrible job of being normatively neutral about the types. They unavoidably reflect some bias from the writers, and it's a flawed concept. You can't say this type is like this kind of character, because a type is not an affect. It's not particular realities about a person's life. It is instead habits of paying attention. So you can describe the mechanics of a person, but every type description doesn't do that. They say the entertainer. The entertainer type is fun, vivacious, and full of creative energy. She can take the lead in a group of indecisive people and bring everyone together. Just like saying like vague descriptions of things that are very loosely at best correlated with actual personality type mechanics. The thing is, at the same time, if you were to take a case study kind of perusal of me and Isaiah Rude and say, describe the personality of this person, and you somehow get the same person to write the description of the personality of that person for each of the two parties without remembering they've done the first one. Okay, I bet those descriptions would come out very similar. But there are other ENTPs who are less like me and Isaiah Root. And like ENTP, the debater. Well, I'm a debater and an actual debate coach, right? But Isaiah Root's not very clash-oriented in his discourse. And is probably as likely to choose silence over responding to certain things he doesn't agree with, you know? Regardless, if you read ENTP the debater and you're an ENTP who's a 9, say, then you don't want to have debates with people. I generally don't, right? I am a debater in a debate code in a literal sense, and I do explain to people why they're wrong, but I don't want to have debates with them because I'm not trying to win arguments or something. I am correct and trying to explain things to people. Why do they call me the explainer type? Why? Because they don't want to be informative in useful ways. They want to appeal to broad populations of people at a shallow level. That's where the money is. Meow. Like my most explanatorily powerful videos, I probably can't even watch. Why? Because they're too boring. I find them boring myself. When I make a video that's really TI sound, it's so boring. The only people who will watch it are INTPs. I won't even watch it myself. But really, I guess I'd say that kind of video that I'm thinking about, it's not so much that it's too TI, it's that the TI has been inadequately distilled by NI. Because, of course, TI allows you to parse things at whatever zoom level, so you don't have to include every single relevant consideration in your parsing of things or explaining of things. That's when those videos get boring. You don't need that full of an explanation. In fact, if your explanation gets too complicated, then it's too easy to lose sight of the thing you're explaining. It's like Einstein said, explanation should be as simple as possible and no simpler. Like, I'm pleased. I feel like I'm growing in my understanding of how NI refines stuff in my generative capacity, because I'm pleased with this thing I wrote earlier today, which is just sort of a meowing of stuff I already explained plenty of times before, but I appreciate the concision of it. It's this thing here. So this is about, it was in response actually to a comment Rain made that made me want to kind of do a quick overview of debate concepts for, the average user. Let's understand debate. Did you know that youtube.com has only 4 main pages? /watch, /channel, /feed, /shorts. Words work similarly. A speaker has exactly 3 communicative paths he might take. /query, /claim, /prompt. Questions, commands, and statements. /query. Questions? A question is a sentence that asks another to claim. Make a claim. A question can be answered or may go unanswered. A question can be critiqued. A question cannot be confirmed or falsified. It has no truth value. /prompt. Commands. A command is a sentence that directs another to act. A command can be obeyed or disobeyed. A command can be critiqued. A command cannot be confirmed or falsified. It has no truth value. /claim. Statements. A statement is a sentence that makes a claim. A statement can be disputed or may go undisputed. A statement can be critiqued. A statement can be confirmed or falsified. It does have a truth value. Confirm, well, one of the possible truth values is no truth value. So you'd call that falsification in this context, I guess. That's the sort of thing, I don't need to put that in there, right? That's too much. That's being too precise with my TI. This is not wrong. It's just people are likely to interpret this as meaning it must be true or false, even though it doesn't say that. Affirmation and negation. The status quo. When Paul advocates a plan, Paul seeks your assent to change the status quo. I'll reheat those leftovers. Status quo. Paul, let's go to Taco Bell. Plan to change the status quo. To affirm, affirmation. To affirm is to advocate a change in the status quo. Not all affirmations are plans. And advocacy to adopt a new frame of understanding also affirms. This earth is shaped like a globe. Paul, no, you are wrong. The earth is flat. You representing the status quo. Paul is representing a change to the status quo. Paul affirms here, even though he says you are wrong, because rebutting and negating are different things. The affirmation has the burden to make its case in full. It's like returning a purchase. You have the burden to prove your purchase. Without a receipt, we default to the negation. No, you can't return it, even if you really did buy it there, because you failed to meet your burden. Silence, parentheses, assent. We all assent to most claims we hear simply by not disputing them. Assent is not agreement. It is not consent. It's just non-interference. It's like when the IRS is silent. We IRS agents are not contacting you now about your taxes, but our IRS silence is not a validation of your filing, and we might audit you later. That's what silence plays out as in debate as well. Negation. To negate is to advocate for keeping the status quo. However, a negation always responds to a specific affirmation. Because you can't argue a prospective change is bad without knowing what it is. Because the negation has no burden, it's easier to negate. A bad affirmation doesn't convince anyone to change. Thus, we don't agree to the change and vote neg. A bad negation is unconvincing about the affirmation, but the negation isn't asking us to change anything. Now that's excellent. I'm pleased with that. It's not perfect. It's a couple things I could do, make it a little bit more cognitively easy to consume, intellectually easy to consume. Let's see. I'm not putting you in any boat with them, okay? I'm making sure that everybody goes in the same boat. I get what you're saying. You're certainly engaging in interesting ways. You're not demonstrating expressed instances of intellectual weakness, but like the reason I apply this rule pretty religiously, that I don't try to type people from the chat or whatever, is that I've been fooled before, so I don't want to get fooled. I don't like being fooled. Anyway, I'm not saying you're trying to fool me. Because the people who fooled me before were not trying to fool me. So this is the problem I have, right? A real ENTP not trying to fool me behaves exactly the same way as a non-real ENTP not trying to fool me. Because the non-real ENTP, obviously INTP, doesn't know that they aren't that, doesn't believe that they aren't that, and probably is unconvincible that they aren't that. Now, of course, you also don't believe you're not an INTP. I don't know about your convincibility, but the thing is, a real INTP is identical to a fake INTP in that regard. Both of them know they're really INTPs and behave accordingly, try to convey that to me in various ways, as you are doing now. So you see the conundrum I'm in. When I have, in fact, bought it before from parties and then it ended up typing them and been like, gee, they shouldn't have done that. They fooled me. I felt like a dumbass. So it's not, I mean, you're doing a good job of it. The thing is, I don't want you to do that job. I'm not opposed to taking Bitcoin, I guess. If you can send it to my what's that place called? Coinbase wallet. I have one of those. I don't know if it lets you do that or not, but I don't know if I even really have a Coinbase wallet. I have a Coinbase account. I think you can receive stuff there, but I've never attempted to before. But yeah, if you send me $100 worth of Bitcoin, that's fine. What's that do? You don't have to pay me more than the cost of it. That's ridiculous. The reason I'll accept that by Coinbase is because, guess what? I don't have to set anything new up. I don't want to say, no, I will not accept your Cash App. You accept my Venmo? No, but you can send it to Rachel. So yes. Will you accept credit card? No. Will you accept this fun new thing? No, I never heard of it. Will you accept a personal check? Yes, if you mail it to me and I get it and cash it before I type you, I will. Will you accept cash in the mail? Yes, I have done that before. For somebody who didn't like leaving digital traces of his transactions. It's like, wow, you're really paranoid. Well, I guess he's just preventing possible avenues of harming him that he can perceive as extant and take action to prevent. Wait, what was that? What just ran over there? Was that, oh, it's trouble. Okay. I thought maybe that was like a wild animal or something. What are you running over there for, Trouble? Don't eat any mice. No, don't get any mice. We don't want you to catch them. They don't want to be caught. I don't like you to catch them. I don't like getting either maimed, wounded, or dead mice around me. So just knock it off. What's that? The horrible mistreatment of their fellow mammals around here. Poor little creatures just minding their own business in the woodland. And these cats grab them with their sharp claws and pointy teeth. Like, why, cats? How, why? Like, what is nature doing here? It's making you, or God or whatever, it's making you super cute and lovable, and also a horrible, sadistic killer. What's going on? Pick a lane. Speaking of mice, this mouse here keeps getting away from me. Going over there for some reason. Go to sleep, Haley. My name's not Haley, Joaquin. My name's Bailey. You got it close, but not quite. Ricky Shorts Gaming. Shorts Gaming? What game are you playing in your shorts? Hi, Haley Smith. Oh, you're Haley. Joaquin? I don't think Haley should let you troll. I think Haley should give you some kind of a citation or write-up, you know. USA Bob, says Joaquin. I'm getting put to sleep in 2 weeks, brother. I got terminal disease. And I just want you to live your life to the fullest. Okay, Joaquin, I will do so. I will live my life to the fullest. In fact, what you've inspired me to do is to just not sleep from now on, just nonstop party. Just go down to Fresno, pick up, I don't know, half a ton of street crank, come back here and just say, I am not sleeping till I die. And you are the one who's inspired me towards this wonderful path. I mean, the fact that he immediately assumed you were operating under a frame of a place of interest is pretty strange. And when you're protecting the intuitive title. I mean, I get that. He wasn't wrong exactly. But it wasn't that, right? It wasn't the subjective desire to protect it. It was the reality that I articulated, right? That it is the case that most of the people who are self-calling themselves type yeah and are not that type, there's going to be a heavy overweighting towards four particular types: INTP, INTJ, INFJ, and ENTP. Those four types. Note, not all the intuitives, although it may be the case the others are slightly overweighted. Those are the four that people who are, I guess, either using subjective forms of attention when answering those kinds of questions on tests, or when making the determination themselves that they are a given type. Those types, that mechanism of wrong self-typing, namely bias, is almost always going to land on one of those types, because those types are, they exhibit the best of the things that the subjective types that are likely to be biased don't actually have in themselves. But because they're subjective, they don't think that another person's opinion about whether they have that in themselves could possibly be more informed than their own. The sixth sense is psychic powers. So, like, if you could, I don't know, with your mind, cause a crow to fly down and land on someone's head, that would be your sixth sense. Your sixth sense would be land command powers. The ability, actually, that's air quality. The ability to make birds do what you say. I use Coinbase to buy the critter, then I put it on my Ledger gizmo. You know what else Haley Joel Osment was in and was absolutely great in is Future Man. Padawan wasn't saying some crazy shit sometime about some technology you invented or something. Oh, but it wasn't you saying, I see. So anyway, I want to tell you guys something about Padawan Rangebender. He said some crazy shit sometime about some technology that he invented or something. If that's not specific enough for you, your bar is too high. Dreamsy Smokes Reviews. Hello, how are you? Future Man's great, yeah. Super funny. Super funny. I was thinking about this one joke from that show that made me laugh so hard. I was thinking about it earlier today. When one of the characters, there's time travel involved, yeah. One of the characters is in Miami in the 80s and has become like the hot name chef of avant-garde cuisine in Miami. He goes through a progression of more ridiculous and disgusting dishes that are made out of strange things. It's hilarious. You're messing with me? Wait a second. I thought I was messing with you. You mean we've been messing with each other this whole time? Amazing. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we both start messing with Bob? Hey, Bob, I'm messing with ya. What's your theory? My theory is that I'm messing with Bob. Bob's messing with Rad Roach. Rad Roach messing with First Last. First Last is messing with me by asking Joaquin if Joaquin's from Brazil. I don't think Joaquin's from Brazil. I think Joaquin is from America land. Madagascar. You're not from any Madagascar. You're more likely to be mad at NASCAR than you are to be from Madagascar. One thing that Madagascar has to its name, the only thing it can really, its only claim to fame, is it is represented in the game Risk. It's the only reason why it got that movie made after it in the first place was because it was on Risk. It's like Kamchatka, right? Why do you know about Kamchatka? I tell you why. Because it's in the game Risk. If you get Kamchatka, you're just like, fuck yeah. Oh, you were born in Nigeria. Now you live in Madagascar by way of Tahiti after a brief foray into Antarctica. Likely story, Mr. Joaquin, if that is your real name. Do you know that the street next to the street I grew up on was called Joaquin Road, Avenue, whatever. Like my first physical boundary as a child was don't go past Joaquin. You know, like, okay, you can go play here, up at the top here, between here and Joaquin, and down here between, but don't go out of that area. I think it's very ambitious of you to say your theories are going to be the gold standard, and I respect it. Theories about what? I didn't say my theories are going to be the gold standard. Or unless I'm assuming you're talking Padawan Rangebender, but if you're talking to me, I didn't say that. I do say that they are the gold standard currently, and that they're not my theories, but that yes, indeed, the correct explanation, once it attains correctness, is now and forevermore the gold standard, but is not mine. Hey, walk barefoot every day. Joaquin walks barefoot every day. He loves the feel of the soft Madagascarian sand between his toes. I appreciate Joaquin being here with such a adventurous and globe-trotting life with his exotic locale of Madagascar by way of Nigeria. That's what makes this such an international place, such a diverse inclusion of voices. Here at Wokest.com, we are all about inclusion of stakeholder voices. Most of all, we want you to know that if you qualify as any of these hate group victims, you get entered into a drawing for a new Porsche. Obviously electric, green, low carbon footprint. I have a pet cockroach. He's 5 inches big. Joaquin, I don't think you should call your penis a pet cockroach. First last, I have a pet grasshoppers, it says. I wouldn't recommend that as a pet first last. I suggest you be better off naming your penis cockroach like Joaquin did. I already have a great understanding. In a few years, I will have a book. Okay. Well, um, good for you. Mexico, that was beautiful a long time ago. You mean the exotic and tropical-ish locale of old Mexico, where the senoritas lie in a drunken stupor under the shade of the palm tree during their afternoon siesta? It's quaint AF. But with all the drug cartels? Heyo, Joaquin, you know what? The first 2 inches of my penis are also 2 inches. So you and I are the same in a lot of ways. Padawan Rangebender, are you asking Bob if he thinks he has TI in the front stack? I don't think he thinks he does. I don't know if Bob even identifies as any particular type. Why you want some? Why do you want some? Why do I want some? What? On what topic are you debating? I'm not debating any topic. I was talking about, let's see. I was talking about Joaquin's penis. What else? I was talking about the robust and enviable piñata industry that's booming currently in old Mexico. And I was commenting on what it means to be a special woman like me. When you're a really, really special woman like me, it's like I've mastered all the parts of being a man. For example, I don't have breasts, I have male genitals, and I have a Y chromosome. And yet, other people think like, oh, you're stuck being whatever. But I wasn't stuck being a woman, and I didn't need to use anything artificial like surgery. I mean, a man, I didn't need to use anything artificial like surgery. I just manifested this. I said, you know what, Eric? Erica no more. It's time to be the man you're meant to be. And with the right attitude, I grew testicles, a penis. I ditched an X chromosome and replaced it with a Y. And I started getting facial hair. And I got the first set of genitals replaced because I was unsatisfied with them. And I also downsized the nipples. That's why my nipples are so small. All this by force of will. Look, everything's connected, okay? Everything. What you think, that's what you experience in your life. What you feel, that's what you know in your reality, okay? Let's say you're thinking right now, gosh, life's hard. I can't afford food. I'm looking for a job, I can't get one. Well, that's why you're poor and jobless, because you're thinking those things. What you should be thinking is, I can't believe I have this amazing high paying job. And I can't believe how well off I am. Everything seems so cheap to me. Then, and only then, will it come true. Pedantic? Pedantic is a pedant is a know-it-all. Pedantic is, I'm pedantic, okay? I'm very pedantic. I like to position myself as the gauge of all knowing. Nobody else is right unless they come through me and get my approval first. Okay, fine, you're right. You've successfully executed it's successfully executed to attain validation on my criterion. So you are okay. What you said is okay this time. This is not a lasting pass. I have to evaluate everything you say independently. Remember, whatever it is you're thinking and saying, it is wrong. We default to that until I check it and approve it that it is correct. I am the gauge of all knowing. Now, of course, I'm being pedantic. You might think, you're being pedantic, Eric, just to demonstrate what pedantry it sounds like to Bob. Actually, no, Bob. I'm going to come clean here. I believe all those things I just said. I behave as though I do anyway. I really am the gauge of all knowing. Unless it's something boring that I don't care to know about, then you can be the expert of it. So I'm not the expert in anything specific, just at whether what you're saying is adequate to convince me of anything or anybody else. Yeah. What I know about what other people say and whether it's adequate, my determination of the status of its adequacy is universal. It's like, this is universally adequate or universally inadequate. But, not everybody concedes to me my dominion as the gauge of all knowing. Some people try to be like, no, Eric, I'm not going to concede that you always know best about things that you care about. You could still be wrong too. I say, I know I could be wrong. Occasionally, every once in a while, I even am wrong. Unfortunately for you, or perhaps fortunately, this is not one of those times. These potatoes are from yesterday. I'm just gonna reheat them. I left them in this pan here to just facilitate doing exactly this, Just put them and just turn it on and let it go. But you know what I'm thinking though? I'm thinking I might need something more than just a little bit of leftover potatoes. How about I additionally make myself a chicken pot pie? Great idea, everybody. Great idea. Let's see how many minutes I have to cook it for. Oh, let's see what it says. Do not cook in a microwave oven below watts. I've already cooked these in the microwave before. They work fine. So this just takes 5 short minutes in the microwave. These potatoes take an indeterminate amount of time to heat up. Undetermined amount of time. All right. 5 minutes in the microwave will complete the preparation of that pot pie. This smells like pancakes, even though it's potatoes. All right, you're done. You're good enough. I might want to add a little bit more salt to these potatoes now. More or less, it's not possible to oversalt potatoes. I mean, it is, but you gotta really go crazy with the salt if you're gonna oversalt. I'm just gonna add a little bit more salt to provide a refreshing zest and newness to the potatoes. Let's see how it worked. Would you like to taste it first? See what you think? It is hot, but not have to wait for it hot, which is nice. Tastes good. It tasted even better than it tasted yesterday. The thing is, this has no sour cream with cheese in it. The only dairy it has in it is butter. And I've got some of this sprinkly sprinkles here, herb sprinkle sauce or whatever, or garlic. Put a little bit of that on there. Put a little bit of just straight garlic salt, or garlic powder, or whatever it's called, and just a dash of oregano. And lo and behold, plus regular salt. Lo and behold, wow! Especially on the second day, these potatoes are absolutely delicious. I cooked these originally in the oven for an hour at 400 degrees. Then I smooshed them up into this pan where I mushed them together with some butter and the aforementioned things. And they came out great. You know, this is not complicated to do either. All you have to do is get some potatoes, put them in. By the way, the other thing I'll mention, I put this whole pan in the oven when I cooked them. So I didn't take them out of the oven and put them into this pan like I suggested I had. I started them in this pan, put a little bit of oil and a little bit of meow in there, put the lid on, and then put it in the oven, then started it at 400 degrees, wait for it to preheat, then put the timer on for an hour. So, by the time they were done in the oven, then I just take the pan out, put it on top of the stove top, put the butter and roast in there. It's already in the pan that I gotta stir it around in. Then I just eat it out of the pan, one dish. That's the key. That's the key to a happy life. One dish. I'm in love with you. That's why I followed, says Haley Smith. Well, I'm assuming you're talking to Joaquin. Get in line, sister. Joaquin's quite Lothario. He's got women draped on every arm and leg. Can I make a good chili? I wouldn't want to try to make chili from scratch because I don't really believe in making beans from scratch. They're not better than beans you get in a can. They're consistently worse. I've tried making beans plenty of times. Now, if you're saying make a beanless chili, an all meat chili, well, I've never tried to make that before. I mean, I've never tried to make chili with beans either, but the beans are what prevent me from trying that. Whereas, if we're talking about chili without beans, I'm not sure why I've never tried to make that. Maybe because I'm scared of success, scared of failure, scared of life, scared of death. I've been scared since I came out digging. Finally, just when I think I got a piece of my own ground underneath me, you come along and rip it out from under me. I'm sorry, man. But man just can't take that lying down. Not without Posturepedic, known as that one really strange Posturepedic commercial. I do small one-act plays, you see. I've been working on that one for months. It's called Not Without My Posturepedic. Anyway, it's set in Reconstruction era, so post-war South. And it's about a newly freed black man owning himself for the first time and understanding and relishing the fact that that agency he'd now attained allowed him to buy a Posturepedic. Mama, you said we ain't never gonna sleep a comfortable night in our lives, but here we have our Posturepedic. You just tried to call me? Well, I don't have those kinds of minutes. I just have just paid whatever amount to Verizon. It's like the same amount every month, so they're not charging me by the minute. Or by the data. Fragment, don't pretend you know what's going on with Bob's mom. She's been on the phone with me for the past week, like nonstop. There's no way she's been talking to you. But you know what? Me and Bob, we're just hanging out and working together on a quilting project. There's nothing untoward happening, you know. This is a family-friendly show. Trucker Gogurt. Truck Stop Gogurt is the best Gogurt. If you want, you got to experience the terroir of it, you see. Gogurt is best consumed in relationship to its terroir. And a Truck Stop Gogurt is the most authentically consumable Gogurt of all. It's traveled from nowhere to nowhere to be eaten by someone who's not either at their starting spot or their destination. It's known as the Gogurt existentiality paradox. Can a Gogurt entirely decoupled from individuating specifics really exist? Don't talk about my burger. I got Hogurt, okay? And I'm not judging, I'm just saying you're gonna have to look elsewhere for Brogurt. My Gert's for hoes. Or at least a sexual lady. Wee, 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 wee. What's better than Bob's Yearly Salary? This chicken pot pie? It's really not very good, actually. I'm kind of surprised when I tasted it. Like, ew, it wasn't very good. I'd say this is not even worth really. It's probably worth like $2 at a cost, but If your yearly salary is $2, you really need to get a different job. Girl, stop eating. Oh, I want some too. Haley, you're not missing out. It's not that great. I'm a little surprised. A little disappointed. It makes me think maybe next time I'll have a beef pot pie instead. It's not bad, perfectly serviceable. It's just like, oh, I remember these being better. Oh, Haley, I'm Eric. No, Raul, Haley's talking to Joaquin. My name is Eric because I'm fun. My name is Eric. Yeah, that's the one. My name. Who was eating in the live stream? I'm eating. I was. Now I'm done. You don't think you've had turkey pot pie? It's just kind of like worse, or at least more Thanksgiving themed chicken pot pie. Until I just consumed that one, which kind of disappointed me a little bit. I would definitely have said turkey pot pie is just worse chicken pot pie. But now I'm willing to give turkey pot pie another one chance at bat, perhaps. And you know what? Just no chances at bat ever again in my entire life. Sweet potatoes. Yams. I don't want to try your sweet potato fries, okay? Okay, so, like, if you had to name a list of overrated food items, right at the top, sweet potato fries. I remember the first time I encountered them back in the day when they started popping up on menus. Someone's like, "Oh, you gotta try sweet potato fries." I'm like, I don't like sweet potatoes, but oh, you've got to try the fries though. They're amazing. And I tried them. No, they're not good. They're better than other ways of eating sweet potatoes, but way worse than actual fries. Like, no, sweet potato fries are a scheme to get you to eat sweet potatoes that otherwise some restaurant their aunt dropped off this big sack of sweet potatoes and they're like, we could throw these away or we could try to somehow scam people into buying them as food. And then they came up with sweet potato fries. Oh, it's mean you marry. Oh, it's mean you marry. It's mean. Oh, it's mean you marry. I'm keen. I'm keen to meet you, Barry. You're mean. And Rahul, reader, you seem very interested in a lot of specifics about the various people around. Misty Joy, what's up? Shy. Okay, I'll shy. What does that mean? Shit. You mean like, are you saying that? Like, well, shit. Like that? Because if so, maybe I can cast you in my movie. I mean, not movie, commercial for Posturepedic. Just one of my many great ideas. pitch that to the Posturepedic company. It's a period piece, as they say. It doesn't mean it's about menstruation. It means it's set in a time period. You live in paradise, I live in hell. I live in a nice place. Why do you live in hell? What's hell about where you live? Tell me about it. Is it because it's hot, like bad climate? Is it because there's a lot of crime? Is it because you don't like your family situation? Is it because you're constantly getting illnesses from consuming dirty water and bad food? Eric Joaquin will marry with Haley, he told me. Oh, Joaquin's marrying Haley. Congratulations. Joaquin, Haley, I just want to be the first to say, I am so happy for you. Congratulations on your coming nuptials. And I know you two are going to be an amazing couple for the rest of your lives. God bless. You live in Bangladesh. I don't want to see real hell. In fact, now that I know you probably have the goods, I don't want to know it there. I don't want to hear anything depressing. I was hoping you were going to say something like, yes, I mean, I live here in this very remote part of the desert where it's super hot. It's like there's bleached bones all around. It's just like hell. It's hoping to be something fun like that. No. You work at a sweatshop in Bangladesh. How totally fucked up. It's like everyone's all for connectivity until they have to look at something sad or hear something sad. For a second, I thought you were just being a complainer with me. I was hopeful, Bob. That's what I was hopeful of. But no, he has legitimate complaints. So once I realized you have legitimate complaints and serious problems, I don't want to hear about them. Because that's just going to make me feel sad. And be like, oh, I don't know how to feel about all of this. Well, Bangladesh. You got a pretty cool name for a country. Bangladesh. Sounds exotic, kind of sexual, kind of druggy, like Desh. Yo, bro, you want a Desh? Doesn't Desh sound like a drug word? I want to go to Euro country. I think you should go to a Euro country. You should go to which Euro country? I would say let's send you to Estonia. Joaquin loves to instigate. Dad, you forget to take your schizophrenia meds again? No, I'm not your dad, first of all. Second of all, is there some behavior of mine that you've identified as consistent with schizophrenia symptoms? If so, please do let me know because I'll have to look into that. I've not ever been diagnosed with schizophrenia before, and I am 53 years old, but it's never too late to earn a schizophrenia diagnosis. Seroquel. Seroquel does make you sleepy. Rachel used to take it. I've tried it. I'll tell you what. How about I get prescribed extra Adderall for my schizophrenia? Low income, low thinking society, a big problem. I'm Christian. Why is that a big problem? Is it because your country is mostly something else? Is it mostly like Hindu or I have no idea what religion Bangladesh is primarily. I would assume Hindu. I think of Bangladesh and India as basically being the same. Except Bangladesh has a cooler name and a better grasp on the sweatshop economy. Pot pie, fatty tuna, salmon sushi, tempura, fried sushi, and cream cheese and/or avocado lasagna. Get take. Why are you listing all those things? Oh, you're singing to that tune. I see. It doesn't really fit syllabically. Bangladesh is 90% Muslims? Really? Somehow, I get the feeling like Hinduism has not done enough to win hearts and minds. Like, how did Islam take over so much of Hindu town? Other stream was jealous of us, Haley. Well, I'm not jealous of you guys, Joaquin. I am so pleased for you and your love. I know that it is the kind of true, permanent love that it only occurs when people are destined by God Himself to be together. I just cannot wait to meet your children because I know they're going to be absolutely stunningly amazing human beings. I've never taken Ambien. Thoughts on fish? Um, I I prefer to listen to fish than be permanently deafened, but if I could get away with, say, a day's worth of deafening and not have to listen to them, that'd be fine. Yeah, I fucked with the vibes, not the mod. You can't fuck with vibes, bro. Vibes fuck with you. Okay? Around here, we ride the vibes. We understand the vibes is a wild animal. You can't put a wild animal in a cage, bro. You just can't do it. Anyway, I'm an experienced vibe rider. Yeah, I'm talking about good vibes. I'm talking about the vibes of funness. I'm talking about the vibes of joy, vibes of pleasure. I'm talking about the vibes of vibrations. Can I have sex with your wife? No. Definitely not. I can have sex with my wife, and you definitely cannot. So let's just stick to our own wives, please. I asked from Haley, not from you. Gosh. Who tried to answer for Haley? Was that you, Joaquin? What are you thinking? You think you're cool, but you're not cool. Right, no, it says you think you're cool, but you are cool. Who? Me? Joaquin? People need to use personal address in chats. Like name, colon, and then put the thing. Or at me. I don't know if you're talking to me or not. I like to assume every word spoken in my general vicinity is either directed towards me or is about me. But reality has suggested to me that perhaps I'm not that much the center of all attentions. Name your most insufferable famous person. I'm talking with famous people. Oh gosh, that's a tough one. I don't think I have a single answer to that. Nothing pops into my head. Please, I brought home a fiery Latina, and she likes older men. I don't care what your fiery Latina likes, nor what would be helpful for you, nor what you want to have happen. I am happily married to my own wife, who is not a fiery Latina, but is sexy AF. And, you know, she needs a lot of humping. I don't have extra humps to waste elsewhere. YouTube algorithm is a beautiful place, isn't it, Haley? I don't know if an algorithm isn't a place. It's a bit of coding of some sort, I guess. It's a math thing. What is an algorithm? What kind of thing is it an example of? Hi there, darling.
Hi, handsome.
How's it going? I was just talking about you
Oh,
a second
really?
ago.
Hope good things.
Yes, very good. Austin Jacobs there had requested that I hump his wife, and I explained I have no extra humps to spare. My own wife needs lots of humping, and I'm obviously not going to hump anybody else's wife when my wife is this sexy.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
I love you too, my darling. Sounds like you had a fun time on your chat.
Yeah, it was really nice. It was good to catch up.
And so anyway, now I'm just like kind of all of a sudden have to adjust because things have changed. You've come into the room. Why don't you chat with the people for a second?
Hi. Hey, Ruben R. Hi, Austin Jacobs. Hey, number 5. Hi, Haley Smith. Hey, Raul Reader.
Did you say hello to Joaquin?
Hello, Joaquin.
Joaquin and Haley decided right here tonight on this chat that they're going to get married.
Wow.
Yeah. They saw each other at a previous chat in a different live stream.
Mm-hmm.
They ran into each other again here in this one. Concluded it was fate.
Yeah.
Pushing them together, and they decided to get married. I've given them my blessing and told them that I believe they will remain married for the rest of their lives.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's so nice. Hi, G. You're not Boba Fett anymore?
That's Boba Fett. He just changed his name to G.
No.
Right. I didn't even notice that. I just noticed his pictures.
That's not my dad talking. It's my husband.
Ray Van Hart. Joaquin loves this stream. Good for you, Joaquin. You are correct to love it. And the stream loves you back, as Anna says. Austin, I am not gay, says Rahul Reader. Austin is not trying to get on you, Rahul Reader.
Good morrow to you as well.
Would you like to share with us any of the exciting topics you enjoyed upstairs?
They were talking about how they're excited for Kamala Harris, but like even more for her vice president Walls.
I'm not sure who her vice presidential candidate is.
I liked what they had to say about him, but I can't recall exactly what.
I don't know how you like N.I. Polar, but I guess if you think she's more on the side of your wedge issues, then just ignore that or something.
I didn't say that I liked her.
I know, I didn't say you did.
Yeah,
I was just using that. Does anybody? How would somebody like? I guess different types value things differently.
Yeah, they do. What else did we talk about? Enneagram.
Enneagram, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Haley and Joaquin, if you really want that to happen, I have been known to play middleman for communications between people on occasion in the past. If you both email me, and one of you says forward this to the other, I will do so. But that's probably more hassle than you want to deal with, I'm sure. Just throwing it out there because it's happened plenty of times in the past. Usually people say, I want to email you Winston's mom. And then she says, email Eric and he'll forward it to me. That's usually, almost all the times, that's what happens.
That is true.
Rayvon Hart wants to know if I'm drunk and what I'm talking about.
He's not drunk, and he's talking about. I'm not sure what actually.
With your arrival down here, I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll take a little break if she's willing to sit
Sure.
in front for a second. And so at the moment, we're just meowing.
Yeah, we're just man. Rachel, will Eric be answering questions regarding Taylor Swift or Alanis Morissette things, or we way past that now? What about questions about Taylor Swift and Alanis Morissette? We've talked about them, but I don't think we've ever talked about them together or anything really big. It was good in 05. We chatted about like astrology and politics and uh Enneagram.
What do you think about the theory that Taylor Swift is actually Alanis Morissette in disguise?
Alanis Morissette became very poppy. Thanks, Haley Smith. That's sweet of you.
You know what I think about it? I think, wow, what a good disguise.
That is a good disguise.
Because I couldn't tell at all that that's Alanis Morissette.
You thought the whole time it was Taylor Swift?
Well, I mean, like, when you see Taylor Swift, like, at the Chiefs game this past year, dating Travis Kelce, I never would have guessed that was Alanis Morissette in a disguise. But then one time they panned over to her and she let it slip, and I saw her singing. It's like rain.
I have like poop coming up here.
You go, boo. I'll take over. It's fine. I threw you in there unexpectedly, undesired by you.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I wanted to, but then all of a sudden my stomach started like churning.
Okay. Normal IRL parties aren't like that. You want to smoke a fat bowl with me? Go for it. You know, would you like me to transubstantiate a bong rip to you? Now, Eric had a poll going some weeks back, and Alanis Morissette had a famous saying Eric could not get out of his head. You mean, would she go down on you on a belter? That's Alanis Morissette's most famous lyric. Yeah, I will take a barn. Now, this is going to be a special celebration of marriage. It's called a honeymoon bong rip. Half of the effects of this bong rip are going to go to your head, the other half to Haley's, and just a little bit of the effects of the smoke go to each of your two lips so that you'll indirectly kiss each other by this magically transubstantiated, very romantic honeymoon bong rip. Somebody put on some romantic music in the background. What a month, we're gonna play that game tonight. I transubstantiate thee. You guys feeling it? You guys feeling it in your heads? You guys tasting it on your lips a little bit? It's called Walking's YouTube channel, which I think is a fantastic name. You recommend Culture Wars slowly. It's very NI poppy, I think. It came up as an ad, and I was like, wow. Now I'm curious. You've got me curious. I do know some Men at Work songs, actually, yes. Who can it be clogging at my door? Go away, don't come around here no more. If you are, you can see along. Don't you invade my home. Next up, that's a good Men at Work song. As is, of course, Down Under. As is, what's that other good song of theirs that they have? I don't know. I can't think of it at the moment. I'm going to push play on this. So I'm going to mute here for a second so I can listen to this track that was recommended, Culture Wars Slowly. And I'll listen to a little bit of it, and then I'll tell you what I think. It's oppressively mid. Sorry. I just gotta be a straight shooter about stuff like that. Was I ever a fan of The Clash? No. I do know Rock the Casbah, but I actually didn't like The Clash back when they were new-ish. I was maybe, you know, within a couple of years of them releasing it, I encountered their first album, London Calling. I don't know if that's their first album, their main album. And I was not sure what everyone was making such a fuss about. I like Spanish bombs and that's a good song, but time, it needs time to win back your love again. What needs time to win back my love again? The Clash? No, I don't think they really are going to ever be able to capture my love because I don't like them very much. I'm not sure why exactly. I like that Spanish Bomb. It seemed like they didn't have much in the way of songwriting. But, you know, some people will say I'm wrong. Let's see here. Go-to channel. All right, everybody. Listen up. Now. So, what's your name? Joaquin. Joaquin? Here. Check this out. Now. And now. Haley. Here. Wait. Let me show you something. Wait for it. Check. the sound. Oh. Why? There. By the magic of YouTube, I have gone to each of your channels because I'm able to do that as the person live streaming. And I have copied the URLs and I have pasted it so you can both bookmark it now for each yourselves so you don't have to look for it again later. Okay? There you go. Aren't I a helpful Helen? Yes, I am. I'm just a facilitating Frank, you know? People want to, engage in conversations with each other. I'm not live streaming 24 hours a day. They can't always do it here. I have no Discord server or other community space. So, obviously, I encourage people to communicate in their own ways away from here, since I have no alternative to offer them. Nor do I want to have any alternative to offer. I don't want a Discord server or other group which cultivates the community and stuff, because that just sounds like yard duty at middle school to me. You get all kinds of little conflicts between yeah. Even just live streaming, I get plenty of that. I do not want a Discord. It's so complicated. What's complicated? Love? Yeah, love is complicated. Did you think marriage was going to be easy? I told you. I said, maybe hold off a second, don't instantly get married. And now here you come crying to me saying marriage is horrible. Get used to it, mister. Marriage is about work and compromise. It's about never giving up, no matter how much you hate your father. I hate him too. Which sounds better, hunting or fishing? Fishing. I put on little one-act plays. That's when I'm feeling it in streaming. I'm basically just a theater production company, but all of my plays are one-person, short one-act plays in which I play some kind of generic character like woman, wife, mother, husband, man, fisherman, etc. Often unnamed, these characters would later go on to be the bread and butter of Eric's vaudeville act. Farm boy, exactly. Haley, I don't like you. You have, oh God, fuck off, bro. What is wrong with you? Why are you so unpleasant? For goodness sakes. Fishing's cool, lake or saltwater. Lake for me because I get boat sick. I mean, not on a lake I won't. If it's a nice, smallish lake that doesn't have waves and stuff, and it's just a little boat with like a motor on it so you can get more into the middle of the lake, that's fine. But ocean boats, I'm just saying, oh, I know. I'm going to go on a feeling miserable trip today. I'll pack up all this fishing gear. I'll get on a boat. Then I'll suffer in misery until many hours later the boat returns to shore. At which point I'll take my unused fishing gear off of the boat, put it in the car, and then lie on the ground until I feel well enough to drive myself home, miserable and filled with regret. I had never had a Rock'em Sock'em robot that I recall. I don't believe I ever had one. I did have the game Operation. Oh, you're working on beating my long jump record? Did you hear about what's coming up? What's coming up on the agenda? I've been working on it. I'm going to set the world record in the high jump next. I'm going to show you, I'll go outside and show you exactly where and how I'm going to do it. And it's pretty ambitious, but I've been visualizing myself doing it a lot. And I'm feeling increasingly confident that I will be able to. I haven't attempted it yet, but once I get to a confidence level of certain, then there's just no stopping me. So I have to double check the exact height on the high jump record. And then I'm going to have to measure to make sure that it beats the record. But I'm planning, I don't know if you can really see up there here. So I'm 6'5", right? The tip of my arm tip, I don't know how much higher that is than the top of my head. But the place I'll be jumping to is right at the tip of my middle finger, fully outstretched. So let's call it 8 feet, 9 feet, I don't know. 8 feet is, how long is my arm from like my armpit to my fingertip? If I knew that, then I could tell you how high it is. Anyway, I'm going to be jumping up there without running up to it, okay? So from a standstill, I'm going to jump from the ground in one leap and land on top of that. So even if it's not world record height, which I'm assuming it is, it's still a much more difficult jump than the high jumpers normally do. All right. It's time to measure my arm. All right, so my top of my head is here. I need to measure from this part of my arm to the end. Okay. So that's just about 1.5 feet is all. That's all it is from the tip of my finger to a little above. Okay, well, Kitty, just hush. So a little above the mouth. 22 inches, 21 inches. Okay, so it's a little less than 2 feet. So we're looking at 8'2", call it. Yeah, call it 8'2". Let's see if 8'2" beats the world record for the high jump. Let's find out. Okay, we're gonna Google it and see. What's the high jump world record? Eight feet and a quarter inch. So yes, I will, in fact, be setting a new world record when I complete my jump. But that is pretty fucking crazy to think about. Just like the actual long jump world record is crazy to think about. Wait a second. You mean he jumped 8 feet in the air? That means he cleared the top of me by 1.5 feet. He jumped as high as the ceiling. At some point in this jump, every part of his body was higher than my ceiling, and or as high as the ceiling, about almost anyway. And he jumped up there with just his feet and legs, no trampoline or anything, right? Like, who can jump that high? Who can jump that high? How can anyone jump that high? Over 8 feet in the air. This world record for the high jump is. In order to beat the high jump record on a regular high jump thing, the track competition or whatever, I would have to run up here to this thing and basically jump and get my whole body over that. And then land on the other side on the big like landing square thing that they have. Pads, whatever it's called. That's crazy. I mean, the long jump record is also crazy. 27 feet or something? 28 feet? Who can possibly jump that far? 28 feet. Like, I can jump, like, when I do the long jump, I can go, like, a few feet, like 3 feet or something maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of curious how far I actually can jump. So I'm gonna try this. And granted, we're gonna assume that if I had on good shoes and real little track and stuff and had my full time and a few times of practice, I could maybe get as much as twice as far as I get in this jumping flip-flop. So let's see. Okay. You guys couldn't even see that, huh? I didn't have it pointed the right direction. All right, let me try it again. This way you'll be able to help. Actually, come over here and you tell me exactly where I land, okay? All right. So, this line here is the takeoff line. I'm going to do it this way. I can't see that way. See that line? Where is it? There it is. See that line? That line is the starting line, okay? That's the foot fault line. So you gotta check me for a foot fault, but I'm gonna try not to fault. So there. Okay, here I go. Okay, did you see where I landed? Did I jump beyond the scope of what you could see? Or did I land within your vision? Like, how close was I to the edge? Okay, well, I'm thinking I got like about 5 feet, which is pretty good. Oh, it's a little bit better than I expected, actually. The world record's almost 30 feet, which is a lot longer than that. Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna set a new high jump record probably tomorrow by jumping from a standing still from the ground up onto the roof. I'll get it all on film, just like my long jump. What are you meowing about, kitty? What are you meowing about this time? I don't think she's still in the bathroom. Move it way off screen. I believe it. Oh, you are still in the bathroom. Yes, she is still in the bathroom. No, just Raoul Reader said, Rachel, you are still now in bathroom? Yes, she is. She's probably just in there playing around on her phone or whatever. Or, I don't know, slow pooping. Who cares? She's still here, both in voice and in the chat. So you don't have to constantly see her to know that she exists. So this is something I like to call object permanence. 7-Up. 7-Up I find so much more pleasing than Sprite, even though I'm sure if you were to give me a cup full of each of them, I would just be like, I don't know, whichever one's whichever. But I just think, screw you, Sprite. I drink a 7-Up. To roast your feed? What does that mean? To talk shit about which feed? Your Spotify feed? You prefer Sprite? Well, I just think of Sprite as being like the big corporation that tried to steal all of 7-Up's customers. Because I remember when Sprite was introduced as a product, prior to which there was only 7-Up in the lemon lime category. Who likes ENFP? I mean, I don't really know a lot of ENFPs. ENFPs and I tend to be competing for similar ecological niches, so to speak. Never watered down my dreams. Okay, Triple O? You need to stop watering down my dreams. I take my dreams straight. Is adult life hard? Uh, it was back when I lived it. I'm not living it now. But is life a hard adult? For Rachel, sometimes. Until she creates the solution to that problem. PepsiCo manufacturers, it used to be called 8-pound label lithiated lemon lime soda and contained lithium, a mood stabilizing drug. Huh. They just used to put anything in soda. Wow. Why not? You know? Why not? Chances are, if the soda company wants to put it in your soda, it's the kind of drug you want to have in your soda. Like Coca-Cola didn't put, I don't know, penicillin in their drink. No, because that's not the kind of drug you want to drink. You don't want to drink penicillin. Pepsi didn't put Pepsid AC in their soda. They put pep pills, namely hopes and dreams. So keep that in mind, everybody. Like, for example, the wine spritzer in the can company. They didn't choose to put aspirin and spritzer into their can. No, they chose alcohol and spritzer. Why? Because it's the kind of drug people want to drink. Winston's mom, what I mean is, if Eric likes a video game or something like playing the piano, he loses sleep, or basically nothing else matters but the obsession. Me, Eric? I mean, if Eric's on enough amphetamines early enough in the cycle, he's fully engaged in whatever he's doing. Winston's mom's son's there, I see. You know what? He should spell his name ARIC. Then we'd be able to tell us apart. You have an aspirin, Acacia? Aspirin is no good for that. You need to take acetaminophen or potentially ibuprofen or maybe Dilaudid. Well, any of those three. People were having a better time back in the day. I will say, another thing they put in drinks back in the day, though, was radium. Now, that's not one you want to do. Eric, super random. Did you do undergrad? Yeah, I have a bachelor's degree in English. That's right. I got a degree in the language I was already fluent in speaking. Tylenol and ass sprain. You sprained your ass, huh, Ruben? I believe it. I understand sometimes you just got to make sure that this time she stays humped, you know. There's just some things that you never finish the task completely, right? Washing dishes, washing clothes, and humping your wife. Oh, sure, she'll be adequately humped for a day or two. Before you know it, there she is, just like, okay, somebody's got to do something about this. And this time I want it to stick a little longer, please. Oh, it's bragging's okay right now? Well, with Ruben, it's not even bragging, he's just stating the facts. Just laying down the law. Ruben's law, they call it. If it's bragging hour, I'd just like it noted I spent my nut on an outdoor, all weathered cat house that looks like a small scale model of my house. And I think that's pretty kick ass. I mean, I do too, frankly. I think that's extremely kick ass. Did you really get a small scale model of your house as a cat house? That's fantastic. Or you got a bunch of strays. Well, that's less fantastic. I like this vision where you have this one cat that you put on this incredible pedestal because you are such a devoted lover of this specific cat. But whatever, I'll just change your story to be like I want it to be. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. You no longer have multiple cats. Does he have to go in the bragging penalty box where he has to be expressly humble for 2 minutes? All right, Ruben. Talk about how bad you are remembering things for 2 minutes. Bob says, I have a cat house too that's pretty damn nice, but it's not a replica. Like a matching replica of your own house as a house for a cat, which doesn't need a house. They just live either outdoors all the time or inside your house. Oh, well, maybe if you live in a super cold weather place. Hey, Eric, if you don't mind, I want to see Winston's mom. I don't compel you. What are you talking about? I have no good translation of that unparsable succession of words. I don't want to shovel another cat up off the side of the road this year. Get a rake? The body's too stiff to take. Well, I get it. You know, my heart hurts a lot when I think about animals suffering it all too. But I also am not afraid to yell at and even throw a rock towards, without actually trying to hit it particularly. This neighbor cat who keeps coming around here because it gets into fights with Trouble occasionally, although sometimes Trouble and it will just sit next to each other. Anyway, I don't trust this other cat. Well, I said I don't really throw it at the cat to hit it, but it seems to me that it's more dominant than Trouble is. So I would expect Trouble to drive it away, but Trouble seems like maybe he's going to be the other cat's bitch. I don't want the other cat around because Capillo is not a dominant or assertive cat. She's going to get pushed around even more than she already is with Trouble. So I just do not want that addition to the community vibe around here. Not in our house. Trouble is dominant. Capillo is unjustly treated by him, and we try to police it as best we can. Mission Brush Your Teeth was pretty successful. Was successful. I guess that's one of those things that it's either successful or not. There's no pretty successful. Even if you haphazardly brush your teeth, your mission was still successful. Right. I'm not gonna let that cat make my cats their bitch. I have enough trouble with that, with the dynamic within the cat and people family. The people aren't a problem. Computer's not a problem. It's Trouble who's the problem. That's per his name. He thinks he can just be abusive in his dealings with his sister. Sometimes, you know, swiping at her, making her run away and stuff. Like, no, motherfucker. She was here first. We had 3 males before a stray dug into our basement and shit out a litter of babies. Then we got our first female. She's the smallest and the leader of the house now. Well, Capillo is from my last cat's litter of kittens that she had. Capillo was the one kitten that Delilah and I couldn't find a home for. And now it's just Capillo. Her mom's gone, so. Capillo, I got fixed. So Capillo is not going to have a litter of children. I hear you, Rahul Reader. I just don't know what you're saying. What you said earlier, I did not understand. Your wife is an SJ. They want a helpmate, according to Kersey. Try saying, yes, dear, and let her vent. I would suggest instead pedal arrangement or saying, so I forget. Can you remind me, what was it that happened between your friend at work and that other person you were telling me about? Oh, you mean Chrissy? Oh, let me tell you. And she'll forget all about, for the moment, whatever's troubling her. ESFJs don't have a good relationship with relevance, significance of things, so that means they don't necessarily return to a subject that they've started in on here, even though they're unlikely to forget that they wanted to broach it. First Last says something that seems very counterintuitive to the point that it seems almost impossible. Did you guys know that cats have a better chance of surviving when falling from a 6-story building over a 1 or 2-story building? How? Why? How does that make sense? That doesn't make any sense. It seems to violate some law of thermodynamics. My favorite story is N.I. Polar. We were watching TV at a friend's house. She said, at least they aren't in a trailer. We were in a trailer. Which wins? The blindness of N.I. or the awareness of F.E. Dawn? You know? Probably enough time to correct in the air. Oh, I see. So they land better. Oh, okay. That. Well, I mean, the thing is, there's no reason why being at terminal velocity would improve things, um, except in that somehow the stabilization of the rate of plummeting allows them to, as you say, sprawl out, or less potentially the increased wind speed coming up at them causes them to balloon out some. But the fact that terminal velocity is the highest speed they're going to reach in and of itself doesn't probably have anything to do with it. It's probably just they need that time to successfully enter into a sprawl, or they need the relative wind to be strong enough to force them to sprawl out. Or maybe they need time to turn over and that to happen or something. Eric, do you think it would have been possible for someone to scale down the Twin Towers before they collapsed? I don't know. How long did they have? I don't think it'd be possible for anybody to scale either of those towers, even if they had all day. But unless they had some kind of specialized equipment to do it. It's not like there are handholds, are there? I would seriously doubt that. Good point, Gator. They probably did the study in a way where they fell that far, but didn't actually land on a hard surface or something, like landed on squishy things, but things that nevertheless could measure the impact points and force with which they landed on those points, you know? There was a climbing man on 9/11. They have some film of his attempts before the tower collapsed. Really? There was a guy climbing on one of the 9/11 towers when the the plane hit it? I mean, obviously he didn't start climbing it after the plane hit. So what you're saying is there was a guy attempting to scale the Twin Towers who was making an attempt on 9/11? I've never heard that before. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, okay. So if you're saying, do I believe a professional or like a person whose specialty is scaling urban buildings, do I think that person could potentially scale down some portion of one of the Twin Towers before it collapsed, but after the plane hit it? Maybe. If they were a specialist, like if they were in the middle of attempting to scale the tower anyway, and thus were prepared for this scaling endeavor and with all the stuff, whatever it requires, and the knowledge, etc., then assuming the plane hitting it didn't knock them off the tower, you could determine whether or not they'd be able to climb down it based on what the average rate of speed of descent for them is on a normal day and how much time elapsed between the hitting of the plane and the falling of the tower and how many floors it was, and then figure out the total time, etc. You could do that with that. If it's not somebody who's already scaling the tower in order to try to climb up it for like, you know, look at this crazy shit I did or whatever. and then no way. There's no way that anybody who's not already prepared in the process of scaling one of the 10 twin towers could like somebody working just happening to be at work on one of the floors could get out of a broken window and like shimmy down the side of the building or something. No, it's just no. There's just no way. I mean, I agree. You know, you've got your adrenaline pumping. You're gonna go at 150% of your limit, 200% your limit. You know, you'll be able to do superhuman things for you. So for me, I might be able to actually do that if I've only got half of a floor to go. A floor. Look, I am somebody as well who believes preponderance of the evidence suggests that there were the elements within the U.S. government had something to do with that. Either orchestrated it, encouraged / let it happen, um, or piled on, which is to say, let it happen and then plan some extra shit to go along with it, right? That's what I'm convinced of, to the extent that I can be convinced of something like that I don't know for sure, right? True facts. I'm glad somebody meowed you, because enough of that, you know. My 4 kids, I see one distinct function each. My 8-year-old daughter, she analyzes. You have 4 kids? I only have one child, but she counts as 6 children. So I have more children than you. What was my first job? It was filing stuff, basically, you know, getting paperwork got turned into this one spot to be either refiled or filed for the first time. And my job was to go put it in the right place, the right file. It's a pretty boring job. Pretty boring. Yeah, well, also don't get me started on 9/11, because the problem with it is it's such um a messy landscape in which to explain anything. I believe, in large part because of concentrated campaigns of dis and misinformation that were intended to both delegitimize questioning the degree and specifics of U.S. involvement, and additionally making it very difficult for any but the most rigorous of analysts to come to conclusions, because it basically denies anybody the ability to use heuristics to make determinations, or it ensures that people who use heuristics are gonna default towards that's just crackpot conspiracy stuff, right? As long as you're putting out a bunch of crackpot conspiracy stuff, that's wearing the blue uniforms on the soccer field, no one's going to have any respect for the blue team if those fake blue uniform wearing people are all yelling hate speech and doing other things to purposely make anybody in a blue uniform seem like an unreliable narrator. South Park episode on what? South Park, I mean, if you want to just default to something and say what they say about random thing X is probably correct, your best choice is South Park.
Yeah. Sure.
Technical, strategic, diplomatic, and logistical. Which one am I deploying first? Logistical, obviously. You have to, without logistics, the tactical, strategic, and diplomatic people aren't getting where they're supposed to go at the right time with the right luggage or anything like that. Logistics first, always. If you're talking about, architecture for an organization, like an army, for example, total deniers have cognitive dissonance. I mean, cognitive dissonance is this term that people use that is, people don't get that cognitive dissonance is just one of a bunch of different projections of certain attentional biases. So people who claim that there is cognitive dissonance are people who are frustrated by non-binary deliberation. People who don't want to engage in black and white thinking and are capable of holding contradictory positions concurrently. It's pathologized that they do so, and they're said to have some naturally occurring consequence, because after all, how could you sustain these two incompatibilities next to one another without creating some dissonance? They're not harmonious with one another. They're inconsistent. And it's just projecting TI. Cognitive dissonance. I see. So what about ambiguity tolerance? Why doesn't ambiguity tolerance create cognitive dissonance? Oh, because ambiguity tolerance is the projection of an incompatible cognitive function. Whoever is calling it ambiguity tolerance is projecting that bias. Whoever is calling it cognitive dissonance is projecting the other bias. Neither of them are, the one calling the cognitive dissonance side is wronger because it presumes that a architectural conflict that they're experiencing as an individual with somebody else over their respectively conflicting attentional manners is instead an expression of their failing to uphold what's universally healthy, good, and true, namely being like me. What's universally healthy, good, and true is being like me. When people deviate from being like me, something's wrong with them. And what I'm going to do now is explain what that is. So what's wrong with you is you hold this position and concurrently this other position, even though those two positions are incompatible. Accordingly, you are suffering symptoms right now. I feel fine. No. That's why they call cognitive dissonance the silent killer. You think you feel fine, but actually, inside, your soul is screaming. There's incompatibility melodically within your intellect. You know how like a major third and major fifth, well, that makes like a nice sounding chord, right? Well, you're just nothing but tritones. And that's why there's something wrong with you. It's because you are not like me, but instead prioritize something incompatible with what I prioritize. So I'm talking to some of my colleagues here trying to figure out how to help you become me so you stop being wrong. But that's a pretty difficult symptom to treat. You are deeply, deeply unwell, sir. Yeah, that's right. You're using your feelings to decide what to claim, and you don't seem to care at all that your claims don't withstand my scrutiny. So, can we just inject this person with whatever drugs we got, see if we can fix them? Penicillin, amoxicillin, cybacillin, whatever. Hi, kitty, what do you want? You want to eat? Other things that are just the same thing I just described for that. ADHD, autism spectrum, executive function disorder. What else? Schizoid. Which is really just a description of unconscious FI in pre-age, pre-mid-20s, late adolescence people, you know. It's kind of a combination of a function thing with the developmental phase. So yeah, there's a lot of things like that. People like to pathologize things that they don't like because it justifies their critique and or masks it as concern. So like somebody who's wallowing in the smug outrage of divisive partisanship might be like, I mean, honestly, I do think that there's something, wrong or damaged mentally with those darn meows, because, I mean, there's a complete disconnect between them and what's rational at all. Those darn meows are basically subhuman, and I feel sorry for them because they probably experienced some harms from their mother drinking too much or something. I'm guessing they have fetal alcohol syndrome, and that's why they disagree with me and my politics. It's ridiculous, but I get it. Hyperbole is attractive. I like to use hyperbole too. Will you make a decision in or out? If you don't want to go outside, don't come over here acting like you do. Well, Thank you. It's 2 in the morning already, huh? I have trouble now once you ask. Why do you want to go there? To bother your piano? Or to love her? If you're going out there to love her, fine. If you're going out there to bother her, that's not cool. Can you meow this meow while I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
Henry, West Texas says, I hate you. You talking to me? Huh. Well, I've fallen far behind, obviously.
Hi, Padawan Rangebender. Hello, Van Ohar.
How do I feel about floss? What if I live in now?
Tired Rachel looks like the woman from the horror movie Harry Potter stars in. I don't know what movie that is. Lady in Black.
Yeah. Okay, Henry, West Texas, thanks for stopping by. Exactly. Finish scrolling down here. I go to the bathroom. Try to get to the bottom of it. Okay.
My stomach is churning. It's like getting ready for me to poop out my stuff, you know. Poop out my poop. Let me see. I'll check it out. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Does Rachel look tired?
I
don't think you look tired.
I don't feel tired. Yes, Manohar. Daniel Radcliffe.
Well, Henry, West Texas, I'll tell you this. You will not get banned for being stupid. Nobody gets banned for that. You might be banned for being annoying.
Woman in Black. Huh, they don't show, like, the woman. All she I don't look like her.
If he's being insulting, he gets either time his ass out or whatever. I'll be right back, and when I'm there, I will make sure to enforce appropriate punishment to them.
Okay. No, I don't watch Vanderpump Rules. Padawan Rangebender. Why? What happened? What's the goss? Hi, Triple Lone. Hello, Lucia Sabrina Di Maria. Iowa. What time is it in Iowa? It's gotta be early in the morning. Just stumbled upon this after a long day at work watching from Papua New Guinea, Pacific Island, north of Australia. I'll skip the next minute or so. Just bye. Just wanna wish you well overall. Cheers. Okay, bye. Thanks for stopping by. You getting ready for work? Look like the woman from Charmed. Aren't there 3 women in Charmed? Yeah. There's like 3 witches. Huge, juicy, scandalous episodes. I don't want to ruin it for you. Really good example of types. Eric would like it too. I feel like most of them are like almost the same type. Like ESFP and ENTJs. Thanks, Henry, West Texas. Oh, my eye's twitching. Oh. Okay, Henry, West Texas.
I did that. Oh, people. Well, you know, I must say, Henry, West Texas, that's understandable, but probably not very mannerly. Rodney. Who's gay porn? What has huge, juicy, scandalous episodes?
I think Vanderpump Rules.
Oh, Vanderpump Rules. I see.
It is very scandalous.
Henry, West Texas. Do you talk to your mother with that mouth? And also, do you approach women with that strategy? And if so, what kind of extremely low self esteem ratchet hose are you attaining with your total lack of sense and class? Oh, I see. He's trying to make that your nickname, Gator. Well, I didn't even get that. So Rodney Khalid says, scroll up. Gator says, hey, it worked, says Gator. What is an 8WM? An 8WM, an 8 is an enneagram term. Yeah, I got it, Rodney. I eventually got it. I'm a little slow on the uptake. Sorry about that. I don't necessarily pick up on everything right away. Some things it may take me an infinite number of years to pick up on even. So those things I don't even know that I haven't picked up on them. So at least I'm in better shape here. I'm gonna pull a couple of bong rips and Gator, you're not just in my mind rent free. You're a welcome guest in my mind. Okay? I don't consider it an imposition at all to be thinking about you and your beautiful family during this amazing Christmas time season.
Aw, Christmas time season.
I'm slapping you around for teeth rods. I don't know quite what that means. But it sounds like a rather aggressive euphemism for some sort of vulgar adult-themed act of some kind. I don't know. Maybe it had to do with rock and roll or drugs or sex or something, but not appropriate for this family-friendly show and my audience full of families. Most people who watch Talking with Famous People do so as a complete nuclear family. A mother, a father, a daughter, and a son, maybe a third child, all watching together.
Wow, how humbling.
Yeah. Who does? Who does? You does. Why does? Who does? I have him so strung out, he ain't even know where he is half the time. Well, that's not very nice of you, Gator. Perhaps you should encourage him to be happy, healthy, and fulfilled by himself. Sounds like you might have a bit of a codependency thing going on.
Oh.
Yeah. Which, supposedly, according to the professional experts of human, it's bad. Codependency, bad. Singular dependency, unidependency is fine. Codependency, no. Tridependency, okay. That's why they call me Marlena Dietrich, matriarch of the silver screen.
Oh.
You know, Marlena Dietrich gave birth to most of the next generation of Hollywood stars to follow her. John Wayne, Marlon Brando, Marilyn Monroe, all among her children.
Wow. She was busy.
Yeah.
That's a lot of nepotism.
So she was known as the mother of the silver screen. Just like Queen Elizabeth was known as the mother of Charles.
The mother of Charles.
I wonder why she only had one kid.
You should too.
Well, Charles has a brother?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's that?
He's like in trouble. Edward or Andrew? Not Andrew. There is another one, I promise you. And he was like, he's in trouble because he was hanging out with Epstein. He used to hang out with Epstein. So he's in big trubs.
I guess that's why I've not heard of him. Is that they're like, yeah, let's keep the Predator son kind of behind the scenes.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, they probably had, yeah. Let me see.
Queen Elizabeth is like, I'm not sure what's more embarrassing, my Predator son or my other son's preference for Camilla Parker Bowles.
Yeah, Andrew. is the other.
I'm going to call this garbage fire my brain from now on.
Did you say he actually has 3 siblings? There's Charles and Andrew and Edward, but
There's 4. She had 4 kids. How come
Yeah,
I've only ever
yeah.
heard of Charles?
I know me too.
What made Charles so much more famous than the other 3?
Because he was heir to the throne.
Oh, because he's the oldest.
Oldest, yeah.
So why is it that what's her name again? Julie. Why is it that Julie says we want a prince, a King William, not a King Charles? Aren't one of Charles's siblings next in line?
I don't think so.
It doesn't work like that?
I don't think so. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Why does it work like that? Because, like, everyone, like, knows that William is next in line, I think.
If you and Rachel could choose one spell that you could cast at all times, what would it be? The catch is that each time you use it, it takes a year off your lifespan. I'm going to say then the spell is to make myself, let's say, and Rachel 2 years younger. That'll make us 1 year younger.
Mm-hmm.
We can stay about this age by just implementing it every year. And outsmart the system in the same time.
That. Do it. I like you outsmarting the system. So, what's mom or anyone out there? Do you know, like, why is William the next one in line for the throne? Like, why is that?
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Charles and Diane, they have another kid besides. Oh, that's the one who married Meghan Markle, though, huh?
Yeah, Harry. Yeah.
So yeah, he can't be President King.
The way he would become king is if, like, something happened to William.
If William fell victim to some horrible accident, I bet Meghan Markle would be soon to follow.
Oh, that's like they're like worst nightmare. So like there's like some like thing coming up like where the family has like a family meeting about like politics and like happenings in the royal family, and like Harry is going to be there because he's still Charles' son, and like there's talk about whether they're going to be stripped of their titles or not. But I don't think it's gonna happen. But they're all like no one's happy that Meghan is gonna be there. It's really bad. He's really whipped too.
Yeah, it's horrible that she doesn't have enough respect for his family to try to support his successful integration of both his marriage and his family into at least some portion of normality in his life. Because why is she like that? Because she is a horrible cunt.
And it shows like they're in another country, either Puerto Rico or somewhere now, like doing another one of those like tours. They're not on official duty anymore, so that they don't have to go anywhere, but she wants to feel the royalty without actually being part of the royal family. Anyway.
Who is Henry? Or 16th in line. Who's Henry?
I don't know who Henry is. Oh, Henry is, I guess, what's their... Harry and... I don't know who's Henry. Henry, I think, is...
He's like...
Harry's son, I think. Yeah. Oh, Harry. Harry is 16 in line. Really? So even if something happens to what? I did use my NI. I thought you were talking about Harry, but like I didn't. Why is he 16th in line?
Okay, Rodney Kelly, you can just stop calling him that. It's repetitive and just needlessly vulgar. Just enough.
So wait, I'm so confused. Who is next in line?
Well, I guess it's the good times I need to tell you, Rachel. The truth is, I am.
Oh, good for you.
I am heir to the crown of England
Uh-huh.
because Elizabeth didn't want to let anybody in the country know that she'd had her first child, which was me. Um, because she didn't think the country was ready yet. She shipped me off to America to be raised by my parents, and then had her second child. The thing that was convenient about it is he happens to be older than me, even though he was her second child.
Oh.
So a lot of people believed it no problem that there wasn't a child before him.
Yeah.
But anyway, once he goes, you and I are going to have to move into the castle in London, England, entitled Castle Where the Queen Lives, aka Buckingham Palace. That's right.
I've always wanted to be there.
You making it up. You don't know where in line they are. You aren't even keeping track. Padawan Rainbender. You're just throwing shit against the wall, figuring it doesn't really matter. Well, it does matter. The answer is me.
So then, like, the queen's other children don't matter?
Yeah.
Because-
What
yeah.
about Charles's sister?
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, what if, for example, Charles had died um before he became king, but after he had given birth to a son? Would he still be bypassed?
No, I think William would still. I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know if there's rules like for that. Like then like Edward or Prince Andrew is next for a little while until the king. I don't know.
I bet if Charles died before he had any kids, then his next oldest sibling would move to the front of the line.
If
Charles died before he had any kids.
okay. Oh, then yeah. I think then yeah, Prince Andrew probably would be or Anne. I think she's the next one, oldest.
That explains the line of succession. Do they mention me in the article? I'm not sure if they've gone public with it yet or not. They may be keeping it to be a big surprise for the minute Charles dies. And all of a sudden they have an American king. Prince Philip died when he was 99 years old.
Wow, good for him.
But even though he was her husband for the entirety of their marriage, he was not next in line for the throne. Instead, the Queen's firstborn son was next in line. Next in line is his firstborn, William, then William's firstborn, Prince George. I mean, it makes sense that the firstborn child of the sitting monarch would be the successor. That's basically the gist of it.
So the firstborn really matters.
Yeah, the current number one is Prince William. Number two would be Prince William's oldest kid.
Yeah.
This guy, Prince George. Prince
guy.
George is the second in line to the throne after his father. If Charles and his dad die, like very soon, we'd have a very young king.
Mm-hmm. He would be.
Then there'd have to be a regent. But of course, kings don't really do anything anymore, so maybe we probably still need a regent of some sort. I don't know. I guess they do some things, but
yeah, they do some things. I don't know exactly what they do, but they do some things.
But I'm not sure if anything that they do is of particular importance.
No, it's not really political. Although usually if they have a good standing with the prime minister, like that's always a good thing.
I do think that that the royals probably have some influence behind closed doors that they're careful to not reveal publicly because it opens them up to a certain kind of criticism.
Yeah. And probably the English know that.
Yeah, English probably all have this kind of wink and nudge understanding of various things about England that we don't understand.
Yeah.
Number 3 is the second born of Prince William.
See, that's why I don't understand. Why is it not the second? Why?
Well, because the idea is you want the king/queen's kid to be the next in line for the throne.
Oh,
so what it's saying is the queen's kid was Charles. They want him to be the next monarch. So then he becomes king. Next in line is his kid, his oldest kid, William. Since he's presumed the presumptive future king, the one in line after that is his kid, because it's the king's kid. Remember?
Oh, so it doesn't matter. Okay, I see.
Princess Charlotte is number 3. If her granddad, dad, and brother would all die in, say, a car crash tomorrow, she'd be queen. I like the way that the England monarch succession protocol doesn't care if you're a girl or a boy.
Yeah, me too.
It's very, like, what do they call, like, what number kid you are? Like, only child, second, for oldest, second. What do they call that? Like the study of that stuff. Birth order. It's very birth orderist.
It is very birth orderist. It doesn't matter whether you're a girl or boy.
But it's not, it's very birth orderist, but it's not misogynist.
No.
It's fair in that way. And in that regard, it's fair because birth order is arbitrary, like gender would be, but it's also it's also unfair randomly.
Yeah, it is unfair randomly.
Which makes it better than being systematically unfair. Because you don't know which of the kids You don't get to choose anything about what happens in terms of birth, in terms of succession order, um, after you see the kid. You have to. It's decided before you get to see the kid, so it can't be prejudiced against any kid specifically because it's prejudice prejudicing birth order before anything's born.
Yep. That's why it was like a big deal for Kate Middleton to have kids.
Let's see what's going on here in the old chatteroo. We've had a rather busy stream. Look at this, 45 people. Wow. Crazy. Shaman Durek. Who's Shaman Durek? I don't know. He's made me happy throughout life, so it's hard to say this, but I can't respectfully honor someone who did that and left their child alone to stir in their repercussion of your own actions. That's just sick and personally effed up. Who are you talking about? Norm McDonald died, so I've lost a lot, fallen way behind here in the chat. So I'm scrolling up to get back to where I last was engaged here. I'm still bewildered by the comment you responded to. I'm going to start telling people that their mom is actually a man and that the reason they don't believe me is that they underestimate men. Andrew has an inbreeding percentage of 3%. That's not so bad. It just means that 3% of the time he had sex with his mom. Charles has a kid with Camilla in secret. He lives in Australia. Really? Interesting. Anne is 17. Isn't Anne one of Queen Elizabeth's kids? Mm-hmm. She is not 17. Okay.
17 in line, maybe?
Oh, 17th in line. Okay. Makes sense. There's no way Queen Elizabeth could have had a child at 83.
17 sounds like very...
If Queen Elizabeth had a baby when she was 84 years old or something, then Anne could, in fact, be 17
That's true.
years old.
Okay, that's true.
So Felix, 1892 YNWA, is saying that the real heir to the throne is a kid that Charles had in secret with Camilla, who lives in Australia.
Oh, that's...
Are you buying or selling this goss?
I'm gonna buy it.
It sounds believable to me. America did have a king, the King of San Francisco. Are you talking about Rice Aroni? British monarchy is German. Is the German monarchy British? What do you mean Germany doesn't have a monarchy? I'm sure they've had the same government for hundreds of years. I would recommend John Daly, the golfer, as the King of America. Well, if we're picking a golfer, I want Chai Chai Rodriguez. He's Puerto Rican. I think that would be a fun gesture to Puerto Rico. They do stuff, but their entrenched power won't let them reclaim their power. Okay? Star rockets in flight. Bro, go to sleep, old man, says TG4L Sub-Zero. Almost 50 watching now. Please take a quick second to hit the like button. Thank you, says Winston's mom. Well, thank you, Winston's mom, for your wonderful treatment of this channel, of me, of everyone here. You are loved. TG4L Sub-Zero says, you off that X pill. I don't have any X pills. I'm sorry. I wish I did too, but as we were discussing earlier, in fact, it's very difficult to get ecstasy, real MDMA. Even if you are well connected to such markets for products of that kind, you're likely to get some bullshit, right? I'm not so well connected, so I'm not likely to even have a chance to try to get it, but those who do struggle to get it. And I don't think one can sustainably be on that for long periods of time. So even if I work off of it rather than just not on it, that wouldn't explain anything. I'm not busing because I have my own car. Thank you for the advice. We were earnestly seeking someone to tell us what to do, says Jeremiah Fix. Eric Rachel, you need to put award show outfits up again, and everyone comments. Award show outfits? Oh, I get it. Right. I remember that. Yeah.
Really? I think next award show we definitely will.
Rule number 1, no touching the hair or face of whom? Princess Charlotte is wicked smart funny in the little clips of her that I catch. It's sad, but I can't support him. You can't support whom? Do you know who Durek is? Shaman Durek? I do not. He's made me happy throughout life, so it's hard to say this, but I cannot respectfully honor someone who did that and left their child alone to stir in the repercussions of their actions. Let's talk about the real issue at hand. How do we stop inferior beings from voting? Well, I assume you're talking about pigeons. I, to the best of my knowledge, did not know that we had a problem with pigeons voting. Now that you made me aware of it, I'm going to be responsible and look into the problem and find out how this is happening. Are the pigeons just sort of flying in and marking random ballots? As far as I understood, you had to mark off a name and get your ballot handed to you. How are pigeons bypassing these mechanisms that we have in place to prevent inferior creatures like pigeons and rodents and other such from voting? Can you invade France? Not at the moment. I might be able to, let's say, 2026 at the earliest. Maybe not even then.
I'm gonna go poop and go to bed.
Okay, darling, I love you.
I'll be in the chat. I love you too.
Oh, Robin Williams. Well, I think he had been diagnosed with something terminal. I'm not as like categorically opposed to people making determinations about their own death as I perhaps once was, depending on the situation. For people who have in front of them difficult, either debilitating or terminal illness, I mean, let's say you've got some kind of fast-acting early onset dementia and you potentially have a limited amount of time to make a decision before you lose the capacity to make decisions. Keeping in mind that once you lose that capacity, you're burdening your family and loved ones with caring for a biological being who's no longer the person they love, So I think that for people who, I think there are different kinds of ways that people in their own lives. I don't want to use the word because I think YouTube's pretty sensitive about it, but my dad is an example of somebody who made an informed decision, who made a decision that was predicated on objective, kind of vivid, stark light analysis of reality on a number of different metrics, and that had been planned, as far as I can tell, for decades, maybe as long as I had been alive. I remember him periodically saying throughout my whole life, I'm not going out like that. I'm taking matters into my own hands. Whenever the story of somebody, getting dementia, getting vegetative state because of a stroke or stuff like that, I have heard that my entire life. So he clearly knew how he wanted to define his death. And it involved him pulling the trigger. At the time when it happened, obviously, I was like, Nani? But after no, they did not putty cat. Don't even remind me of that horrible game, which we had every opportunity to win. We had a 1-0 lead, then it was 1-1, and took it to the bottom of the ninth. Went to extra innings. But Katse couldn't put Mason Miller in because he had pitched him too many pitches the day before. And the guy that we put in the 10th inning gave up 4 runs. Much to my great dissatisfaction and dismay, because I knew I was partially to blame. The day before, I had heartily approved when Katse left Miller in for 2 innings and 36 pitches worth of work. It's like, good decision, Katse. Way to close down this game and get this win. That's a big win. Yesterday, though, I ended up eating my words. I was like, oh, I'm going to remember this next time I think it's a good idea for him to put Miller in for 2 innings. I can execute any number of things, but I'm not going to execute anything involving the toilet. If you wanted me to execute, say, a breakdancing diss on some skibbity bomba claps, I could do that. But I'm not about to do anything at all, frankly, to any toilets at the behest of anybody else. So just forget it. It's like, why am I even bothering to pay the phantom tax? I'm pretty sure all toilet-related endeavors are supposed to be attended to as funded by my phantom tax food offerings. He's a famous actor. Anything he touches, he makes millions of. But the burden is the pain he left his daughter with because he couldn't be there for her. So, like, my dad cut short the time he had with me, right? By some amount of weeks, months, maybe a year or two. But he had already gotten very sour and unpleasant, like not good to his family. And it was, a vicious cycle. He was nasty. It didn't endear him to me any, it made me sort of keep my distance. He'd get nastier because, his controlling ways kept his son at arm's length, and his wife was, placed into hospice because she was coming to the last 120 days of her life due to dementia, etc. You know? So, would I be served at all? Would I be so callous as to say, I'd prefer you stick around suffering through this end of your life, the portion, this ending part of your life you hate. COVID's prevented you from doing all the things you normally do. You can't even visit your wife in the nursing home. Now she's been placed in hospice. You can't hear anything. Your eyes are failing. I totally get it, you know? I mean, my dad did his act of self-finishing in the backyard, just feet away through a wall, though, like on the other side of a wall from where Rachel was sleeping in the master bedroom, and just a few more feet than that away from where I was sitting out in the back house watching TV or something. I was getting ready to get myself a haircut, actually. So the thing is, it was traumatic, it seemed like it would be traumatic in the moment. It actually wasn't. What I found has been so much more traumatic, like basically infinitely more traumatic than his suicide, is are my memories of our decaying relationship before he died, and the difficult feelings I have of kind of anger at him for getting so nasty, and anger at myself for not understanding why. Yeah, it was super surreal. For sure. You know. Look, Gator, the thing about about making about self-determination at the end of one's life is whether or not is really only going to be able to be determined on a case-by-case basis. I think it's okay for us to condemn it in plenty of instances. Certainly, I found myself being found myself exposed to Kurt Cobain stuff from his thing, and I was just furious and thought totally unacceptable, deeply offensive, etc. Very, very different, right, than my dad's. However, it's also fair to say that I know all the details of my dad and understand in full why he made the best choice for him, also for us, but that doesn't really matter at that point. Um, and and that it's wrong for anybody to condemn it because it wasn't the wrong decision. At the same time, I might say Kurt Cobain's was definitely the wrong decision because of various specific things, like he was younger, and I think I'm correct about saying that. But it's also the case that I don't know any of the evidence that I need to know to make the other case, which I do in my dad's case. I called the girl, dude. Did I sell and can I fix it? I don't know what you mean by did I sell. Um, right. Kurt Cobain, I think, is an especially appalling instance of it because of his saying in the thing, better to burn out than to fade away, which is just like inviting copycats as a very influential late 20s icon, looked up to by lots of people. It was just appalling beyond all belief. We have not gotten a single call. So obviously our strategy of just putting up 8.5 by 11 flyers for the house we have for rent and on 4 community billboards in town is inadequate to produce enough eyes on it from prospective renters to find us our renters. So we're gonna have to list elsewhere. Well, I'll pay attention to that in a bit. Rodney Kelly, I told you to stop calling him that. And with if you minus out the first 2 things, the first 2 words of your chat, it's perfectly fine and very relevant. And I would say an effectively made point. But because you insist on additionally being pointlessly vulgar, now you're going on timeout for 5 minutes, motherfucker. You don't listen to me. I'm not trying to rent it short term. What's mogged mean? What is mogged? Could be more physically attractive than others, which is part of the looks maxing trend that focuses on improving one's appearance. It can involve factors like height, jawline, chin, hair, voice, fashion, and overall dominance. It was just, an example of something I hate at the right time. That's all. When I felt adequately motivated to say, like, okay, I hate this, and here's why I hate this, and isn't this horrible? To move away or depart, usually used with an offer on, mogging on or mogging off. But okay, so without that, it doesn't mean that. It means I guess to juxtapose yourself against another with the intent of demonstrating your superiority to them. Well, no, it's not really to demonstrate my superiority to them. It's to scold them for being shitty. Who would you make the king of France? I would make let's see, who seems like a good king of France? I'll pick I will pick is Charo still alive? If Charo is still alive, I'm picking Charo. You should set up a YouTube show with Renee's like Jersey Shore with your property. No, thank you. Yes, the early 90s, I still had one odd thought about the burglary. I was at the mall buying CDs for the trip with a credit card, so they had my address, and I mentioned we were going to the beach. Never tell anybody you're going out of town unless it's a lie and you're lying in wait. Peterson ENFJ is possible. I still think he's an ENTJ. I talk about my personal life with strangers nonstop. Christian Darush W. Fyuk says, I agree. Must be extroverted to do so much public speaking. Not to a degree, like with almost no reservation. Like I'm not holding certain things back unless I've been asked to. Like Delilah will sometimes preface things she tells me with, "Don't say anything about this online." Other than that, I just talk about my personal life, pretty much everything. As long as it's not too like sweaty locker room, you know. He's not mentioning his times out of the house or when he's going on long trips to people who can get his location. Well, that's true. Well, I mean, that's actually not that true. There have been plenty of times when I said, we're going to on this trip on this day. But if we go out of town for any extended period of time, we get a house sitter. You know, we don't have. The only time that I might be gone long enough for anybody to take advantage of that is like, oh, we're going to Oakland tomorrow. I'm going to be gone all day or something. But we live in a pretty isolated location. Whoever heard that would have to act upon it very quickly to take advantage of it. If they're going to be able to get here sooner than it takes us to go to Oakland and back, you know. Are you the alpha drip head to toe? Are you the alpha drip head to toe? I don't know if I'm the alpha drip, Ghost Hydra. I'm not sure what that is. I understand the term alpha as it's typically used, but I'm not sure what the alpha drip refers to. Is that some sort of new hair product? Are you suggesting that I have an admirable amount of sheen and body in my hair? You're not wrong. Delilah does not want to be king of France. I can tell you right now. She's not really into being like a public figure. She's way more like the people who say like, don't say things about, don't, reveal identifying personal facts about you online. She's like that school of thought more than me. Way more than me. Well, why in the song is he like, hey there, Delilah, what's it like in New York City? I don't know why he says that, but I do know that when I named my daughter Delilah, that song didn't exist. Now, Delilah hears it all the time. Hey there, Delilah, what's it like in New York City? Who's Thomas Wayne? It's time to pray. Dear Lord Jesus, Holy Ghost, and Mary, patron saint of not undoing, please bless us today with a paucity of knots, such that when we tie our various strings and sashes, our ribbons, and other tieables, that we do so in a neat bow, which we can easily release with a simple tug of one or the other of the two strings that poke out the side. Dear Lord, we thank you for your blessing in this area. Amen. There you go, Mary. Because Bruce Wayne's a bee, whereas Batman is not. As soon as Bruce Wayne puts on that bat suit, he feels more confident. He feels meow. No, I'm not running for governor of California. Zero chance of that ever happening. Okay, not zero chance, but very, very small remote chance of that happening. Oh. I mean, it's not like the state couldn't use me. I do have one thing I'd like to do that I could probably make headway on if I were governor that is specific to California. But I'm not even sure because who knows if the feds are already involved in this or what. California should have fixed the Salton Sea problem a long time ago. If I were in charge of things, I would make sure that got done and nothing else. Because it's just like such an obvious fix, such an easy solution, such a smart investment, and the potential future of a huge body of fresh water in the middle of the desert, providing wetland stops for migratory birds, etc., and recreating the salinity conditions that allowed the Salton Sea at one point to provide the best saltwater fishing in the world, better than in any ocean. Well, I mean, that's win for everything and everyone all around. And all we got to do is desalinate some fucking water and maybe pump some fresh water in there. Like, for fuck's sakes, how retarded can we possibly be? That thing died in the 80s or something. Salton Sea started dying off. At the latest, it started dying off in 1990. I think it started dying off in probably the early 80s. And it was done dying off by no later than like 95 or something. So there have been already 30 years of time for them to fix this problem. What have they done? Absolutely nothing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm lying. That's wrong. What have they done? They put a fence around it. Said, this water is so horrible, like Kelly will be going near it, so just stay away from this toxic nightmare. Oh, you could afford a fence, huh? But you couldn't afford anything else, just a fence around the whole Salton Sea. But you can't fix the problem. All of the beaches, now they were just all crushed down, kind of white calcium stuff, but I'm sure it's still plenty of places where it's still like this, where any step you make on what might once have been conceivably a beach at the Salton Sea, you realize, oh, I'm just walking on a stack of dead fish. Just their bones, though, no flesh on them. How many tens or hundreds of thousands of fish must have died here on this beach for it to turn from sand into a stack of bones, who knows how deep? They had at least a decade total of die-off, like recovery, die-off recovery, to prevent it from getting fully toxic and unable to sustain even a fly landing on it without it becoming full of botulism. They did nothing. And once it became fully dead, for the last 30 years after that, they've done nothing. The thing is, I am not a passionate activist about things. I just think, well, shit, if I found myself suddenly governor of California, I would fix this obvious gaping wound of a problem and in short order because it's so obvious what needs to be done. It's not difficult. It's expensive-ish, but as an investment in something, it's an extremely smart one because you take what used to be a booming community built around the Salton Sea that has become an abandoned ghost town, and you return to the area, the thing that potentially makes it attractive. And lo and behold, all of a sudden, all this economic growth shit builds up around it because it's a resource people can use. It's an absolute no-brainer. And it's a unique resource people can use if you get the salinity right and stock it with ocean fish. Going ocean fishing in the middle of a desert that shouldn't even have any water there at all is crazy. Good morning. So, it's such a no-brainer of a good investment. Yeah, you got all these politicians who they don't really care about anything except just like, I need to get the public crediting me with something that they like so that I'll get elected. I don't really have any principles or care about anything except I always want to get elected. So what are people going to like if they associate me with doing that thing? Given that reality, how is it that nobody has managed to fix the Salton Sea? Change from 2003, minus 12.5 feet. Who was the best governor of California in my lifetime? I mean, I don't know. Arnold was fine. Gray Davis was fine. Governor Brown, the second time, when he was super old already, he was fine. That was a good governorship term. Duke Majan was fine. By far the worst governor of California that I can recall is Newsom, by a large amount. I wasn't around for Jerry Brown. I don't remember. I was around, but I wasn't engaged with politics during Jerry Brown's first term as governor. Proximity to the A-listers would make it worth it alone. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't have proximity to A-listers because it's not that near Palm Springs in the status quo, but I'm convinced that if they do what I say, it would basically become like kind of working class Palm Springs. But even people in Palm Springs would go out for the fishing. If the fishing's good enough and uniquely good, which it apparently used to be at Salton Sea because of the warm water temperatures, if the salinity is right, and I'm thinking additionally, you want to aerate that lake. It has low oxygen levels as part of a consequence of its salinity, and also just the lack of movement because there's not really a river going into it or anything, and that's normally what makes oxygen churn around inside the lake is some kind of inflow, right? And so I guess to get some aeration from wind pushing little waves on it, but it's got low oxygen levels. I want to make it perfectly suitable for ocean fish to rapidly reproduce and grow into monstrous sizes. So that you could go like catch a bluefin tuna at the Salton Sea. Imagine that. Because how did they stock that thing with fish before? They went to the ocean, got a bunch of fish, and drove them back up there and just dumped them in there. That's how they stocked it originally. I know, right? You're telling me some fuckers were like, oh, this lake is salty. Too bad it doesn't have any fish in it. Well, let's go get some fish from the ocean and just drop them in it. All right. And then they do that, and the fish not only live, but they multiply and thrive beyond anyone's wildest dreams. When does that work in life? You just like, ah, we have no reason to think this is gonna work, but let's just toss some ocean fish in here. And it works beautifully. Like, how does that happen? How much Fortune Phantom versus Bucks do you have? Phantom v Bucks. I don't have any Phantom v Bucks. I've got nothing but Skibidi Bombaclass to the left of me and you know, name a car for an edit to the right. Nobody understands what anybody means, and it doesn't matter. They gotta have a room of smart stoners thinking this stuff up. Thinking what stuff up? What are my thoughts on a cashless society? I don't like the idea of a cashless society because in general I don't like the idea of currencies that keep a record of how they're spent. You earn a creepy. That's my favorite thing to get. That's a creepy. Ghostly Hydra, you are my kind of earning. You pay off in secrebies. What would we barter, Putty? No. It's not bartering, Gator. It's just all you just only using your debit card, never actually getting cash out. It just always remaining numbers on the screen. Nope, I stopped about 6 hours ago, but there's a lag before it ends on your end. And during the window between when I stop and it stops on your end, I can still respond to you. So you're lucky. Do I pay cash, such as at the grocery store? No, I don't. I pay with my debit card for most things. There are some things that I get cash out for. Like if I want to get sandwiches at Short Stop Sandwiches, I don't go there unless I have cash in my wallet. So if I'm going to go there and I don't have cash, I'll have to get it out. I don't care about paper trails. I'm not paranoid like that, right? But part of the reason why I have no reason to be paranoid is because there are alternatives to leaving paper trails. It tends to be easy to compromise debit cards. Well, it is the case that I had to get mine replaced when somebody attempted fraud. Fortunately, the bank stopped it and canceled those transactions. I didn't have to spend. It didn't cost me anything. I'm starving to death. I need to eat something. Wow, I got obviously super slacked out yesterday because it's 3:15 in the morning, and time normally doesn't fly that fast unless you're gacked. I'm not going to eat beans and weenies. No, I'm not on mushrooms. And that's true, Gator, and I don't have anything to hide in terms of my transactions. I nevertheless don't like the idea of not being able to spend cash. Because, for example, what if I want to buy street drugs? Eric, you're thinking. I'm thinking. You mean I'm running out of energy? You're not wrong. And I'll probably wrap this up relatively soon, but not before I eat. So I think I'll make something very delicious. First, I'm gonna scrape these leftover potatoes into the trash chute. Out you go, leftover potatoes. Out you go. We're through. I'm done with you. Get out of here, leftover potatoes. There. Yeah, give the leftover potatoes some time to gather their things and move on. No, because I've got new tenants coming in right away. So, what shall we cook? This is a question that is a recurring question. I'd go so far as to say it's a question I have to wrestle with every single day. Sometimes twice, maybe even 3 times a day. That often? You cry in disbelief? I know. It sounds like a hassle, and it is. But it's not without its rewards, because one of the things that food is, or can be, is delicious. Food. More delicious than air. It's just one of its many selling points. Food. Satisfying when you're hungry. I work for the Food Advisory Committee, so I have to come up with marketing slogans for our product. Food. It's what's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Food. The thing you trust to have in your mouth. Food. It may end up as poop, but it doesn't start that way. That's a good slogan. Who wouldn't want to buy that product? Food. Consider picking up some on your next trip to the grocery store. That's a pretty good slogan. It encourages people to buy that product. Here's another good way to advertise food. The liars at Big Beverage would have us believe you can drink your breakfast. I don't think so. Food. That's pretty good. Or, we'll make one ad that appeals to the young urban audience. Calories, nutrition, hell yeah, food. That way everyone knows how cool food is. Well, here's another good way to appeal to the youth market. They show like kind of the dorky friend wrestling with a bottle of vitamins. Whoa, spilling them. Bro, you're making us look bad in front of the ladies. I gotta take my vitamins. Man, you don't need that shiz. Let me tell you about something I call food. I get all the vitamins and minerals I need and the ladies like, thanks to food. Food, y'all. But aren't these specialized to meet my nutritional requirements? Food, that shit ain't even bioavailable. Well, I guess now I get it finally. Food! And they both strike a cool urban pose. And then there's like a public service announcement where like the teenage son of the surprisingly young looking mother comes home and is explaining in kind of a casual way what mom knows to be good, responsible sense. But she doesn't want to chime in. She doesn't want to embarrass her son. You know, moms, you know about this like nutrition and vitamins and stuff? Yeah. Well, nah, never mind. It's fine, talk to me. Well, I heard that, I just want to make sure you know this. Like, you can't really get all the vitamins and minerals you need from just those little pills. And she pretends to be like to learn. Really? Yeah, moms. You gotta eat food, dog. Even for vitamin B, all the vitamins, moms. I'm kind of surprised you didn't know about this. Go on. So, like, there's different kinds of foods. Like, there's a pyramid, okay? It's a food pyramid. And it's like, how many foods is there? At the bottom of the pyramid is where it's like there's the most of that food. So it's like you can have like bread that's like made out of like wheat and stuff. Or you can have like meat. All these things are different like foods. And if you want to get like really like healthy, you gotta eat all the foods. Sometimes our kids grow up a little faster than we think and a little better than we had hoped. Thanks, food. Anyway, I've made my food here. Unfortunately, this hamburger bun is not gonna make the magazine cover because I burned the top of it. That's what I get for trying to heat it up faster in the toaster oven rather than more safely within the regular oven. When you rush things, mistakes are made. Get off of there, burn part. You're going right into the trash. What you're witnessing here is a professional grade bun scrape. Yes, amazed, I know, that is the same bun. I have recovered it from the brink of death into a vibrant, vivacious, thriving bun top again. Why? Well, because I've learned so much from the various public service announcements about food. You know, some of our friends earlier this year were victimized by the lies of big beverage. But me and my cool friends, we know better. We don't try to drink our nutrition. We eat food. What are we getting here? I need ketchup. I need the mustard. That's really all I need. I don't really need anything else because I'm not that hungry. It is true that I have had to open the door because it got a little smoky in here. But I'm not really giving the smoke any reason to leave. So I'm not sure who I'm fooling by opening the door. Like, let's imagine instead of smoke in the house, There were just thousands of venomous spiders on the floor. Would opening the door be an adequate solution? No. Why? Because you die from spider venom before all of the spiders made their way out the door. Or from boredom, one of the two. That's why smoke's the same as spiders. One beverage down, a bunch more to go. All right, I've got my hamburguesa. I'm gonna grab a servietta, as they say in Spanish. Why do they call it that? Because it serves your hands with cleaning. We call it a napkin. But really, aren't the Mexicans more correct? It's serving us, not taking a nap. Okay, we're winding down. We're drawing to a close here. We're going to be done within the next half an hour at the most. We'll be done streaming by 4 a.m. Perhaps a little sooner. Who knows? But the good news is, it won't take you by surprise when it happens. You realize, okay, it's okay. Eric will be back later, maybe tomorrow. I just have to replay this live stream over and over again until he starts a new one. All right. What do you know about sensitivity of taste and type? I know you're addressing the question of Winston's mom, but my answer to the question is, I don't know anything about that. Don't spammy. Sometimes you feel like Wolverine with your temper. Vegas was a huge shit show. Red Rock was pretty decent, but anything without a mass crowd of people is always a win for them. A win for you. Gotcha. That makes more sense. Okay. How is not having a big crowd a win for them? I did overcook the hamburger patty a little bit. It's okay. You know, fancy food is not necessarily good food. And it matters like this iteration of it too. So there's sometimes when my like chicken fried rice comes out super bang and it's just like so delicious and so fun. Sometimes maybe I over season it a bit or something. Not always exactly the same. I can say that steak I had at STK was the most phenomenal piece of meat you've ever put in your mouth. I've had some good cuts of steak. I'm particularly fond around here of this restaurant, 1850. What kind of cut was it? Was it ribeye? You should try out for Team Rainbow. I don't know how to be on Team Rainbow. Generally, I'm not fond of teams. I mean, I like to watch teams play sports, but I don't want to be on a team particularly. STK is hidden inside the Cosmopolitan. True for these prefab patties for sure, and another. Ribeye is the right choice. Delmonico, I've never even heard of that cut of steak before. I don't know. My dad was kind of into exotic or adventurous food choices, somewhat more than me. He was an ESTJ. Hmm. Uh, when did I become the King Hulu? I didn't even know I had become that. Mm-mm-mm. Hi there, Dat X Mellow. What's up? I'm going to return to that classic answer, this guy. It remains as true now as it ever was. There's really only one other option besides this guy, and that is, of course, chicken butt. Whole day left. 9 hours. I started pretty late in the day. It was only 9 hours. Like 7 p.m. I started or something. Whole night live. You're on the other side of the world, so you got day and night backwards. Gator out. See you later, Gator. Go keep your hose in line. Okay. You should ally with Zol Blacko in the upcoming E-Kitten War. You're so correct, Ghostly. Padawan says, my dad's an ENTJ, never cold, never hurt, broke his neck, became a bodybuilder after, found out he broke his neck 30 years later, has many businesses, and I general statements constantly, all business. I mean, I noticed that he had left another long, that my video that I made in response to his first long comment did not dissuade him from making another long comment. Instead, somehow prompted him to do so. Like, imagine, how did this guy imagine that proceeding? From when he wrote that initial comment, which is telling me how defensive I'm going to get when he informs me that Jordan Peterson is an INFJ, and if I just open my mind, I'll see that he's right, etc. The thing is, but one thing I'm glad I didn't mention much in the videos, I do not care about whether Jordan Peterson is meow or meow or meow. Okay. That's not what I was critiquing. I wasn't critiquing him being wrong about Jordan Peterson's type, which neither of us know exactly what type he is because neither of us have assessed him. I just found his attempts to manage my emotions like appallingly blind, at least about me, or just like, how could you be so condescending when there's so little substance to what you're saying? It's crazy. Do I have any femboy maids? I do not. I don't have any regular maids either, even. I just have my lovely wife Rachel, who is no more my maid than I am hers. Oh, this guy who left this long ass comment on my 3-minute video that I had made a couple days ago. Just basically filling the comment with words without saying anything relevant to his purported thesis, while concurrently presuming that I was making my decisions, I guess, on emotional grounds, which is completely insane about really most anything, but certainly this. And when I made a video saying, this is why we can't have nice things, because typology is infested with this garbage. Instead of learning anything, he came back with an even longer comment, thinking that my video was somehow suggesting to him that I wanted him to do more argumentationally. What I wanted him to do was to recognize the fact that he shouldn't be saying anything about this at all because he doesn't know anything about it. Am I an author? No. I didn't tell you Jordan Peterson had low substance for the amount of like confidence or whatever. I'm saying the commenter did. The commenter on the video had such a clear thesis in his comment that he was going to prove to me that Jordan Peterson was an INFJ, then said almost nothing that was even relevant to that, instead spending their time telling me how them telling me that was going to make me feel and trying to manage my emotions they were anticipating I was going to experience. It was shockingly infuriating, frankly. When can I invade Russia? I'm not invading Russia. That's a bad idea. I'm not opposed to use of American military force on the ground in Ukraine. I am very strongly opposed to those troops crossing Russian borders because at that point, escalation is inevitable. To tell you the truth, I was a fan of JP before he was known. I'm not a fan of him, but he's better as a general pundit, I guess, than a lot of the alternatives, but to me, that's a very low bar. Like, I'm not going to be particularly partial to any pundits of any sort because in the best incarnation of such, they're just slightly more wrong than me. So, and the best incarnation of such is incredibly rare. So, probably they're vastly more wrong than me and thereby annoying me with their widespread with the scope and scale of their platform from which to speak, the effectiveness of their pulpit. Oh, sure, you might say, Eric, you're just being a hater and jealous and stuff. You're not wrong. You're not wrong that I am doing that, but I'm not just doing that. I'm also correct about my articulation of reality. I earned another subscribee. Subscribees everywhere around me today. I'm so excited by that. Jordan Peterson's too bossy for my liking, too. He's just too attached and too determined to convey his cause. I'm not as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. That's really saying something. She's like, okay, dude. I get it. You're all earnest and everything, but your explanations do not impress me. Some of them are laughably horrible. And your effectiveness is sort of a philosophy debater type person or whatever you're attempting to do there. Again, I'm not impressed. Not that I'm particularly impressed by any of the alternatives either, but Shapiro is a good debater, but he's not a good pundit slash thinker because he's deeply steeped in that same partisan outrage tradition that typifies the problem with the American body politic and the status quo. I think Kanye West is not going to be, that's not a good choice for president. Sorry, I would much rather have Trump than Kanye West. And I don't like Trump. I'm having a hard time making friends in school. Got any advice? No. Because in part, I don't know why you're having a hard time, and I wouldn't want to give any advice about something like that unless I felt very confident that I knew all the particulars, and I'm not going to give you bad advice. I don't want to give you bad advice. I don't think Ben Shapiro is an ISTJ, Goblin. I think he might be an ESTJ. Shapiro's a Mossad? You mean Israeli intelligence? He didn't even say Nick's last name yet, Winston's mom. You gotta let him include the last name before you punish him for it. 93, says Vinny Question. That sounds a lot more like an answer than a question, Vinny. Mossad. He doesn't seem like an Israeli to me. He's clearly had American competition debate experience. The competition flow debater just drips off of him. Yes, that is Goblin's real name, and Goblin is an actual real goblin too. And no, that's not standard operating procedure for goblins to name their child the name of the species. It would be like somebody naming their son human. But that's what happened with goblin. It's just as weird in goblin society as it is in human society. So nobody quite gets it. I mean, he sounds like an American. He clearly debated in high school in America. That much we don't even need to question at all. He's got all the telltale signs of American competition flow debate experience. That's not something you pick up casually as something to make a cover story believable in a few months or something. He debated successfully, I'm confident, for at least 2 years in high school. He was at least successfully at the end. And he may have debated 3 years of high school. He's got a good amount of experience. I can tell. As an experienced competition debate coach, I can tell when somebody's got a good amount of competition debate experience. If I get 5 Suckerbees, I get Germany. I get the whole country. How much responsibility does it come with? Because, I mean, if it's worth a lot, I can just sell it. Is there much of a market for Germany? How many people are in the market to buy Germany? what do you know about Zionism? I know that it's a word that people who don't like Israel use. Look, don't get me wrong, I'm not approving of Israeli national policy, but Israel's not the first nation state to think, you know what? An apartheid subclass is a good idea. South Africa did that too. They weren't Jewish. They were Dutch. Afrikaners, you might call them. And, the Japanese more or less enslaved the South Koreans for decades until the end of World War II. They've been at it. And the Japanese weren't Jewish. And guess what? The Koreans weren't Muslim. They were Koreans. And then, magically, half of them turned into North Koreans. My right chest hurts when I breathe in. Should I be worried? I'm going to say either no or yes. You choose. Magically, yes. Everything happens because of magic, Rodney. How many magic spells does it take to make a science experiment? The answer? 3. Why? Because of math. You should get it checked out. There might be something wrong with your lungs. Or it could be you've got broken ribs. Or it could be that you have a bruise in the middle of your back. Could be any number of things. You could have heartburn. You could have breathe-in burn. You could have lung dropsy. When one side of your lungs can't stop dropping things. Your bias tells me you're a Jew. Rodney. I am not Jewish. Okay? Nobody in my family has ever been Jewish. We come from Christian Pennsylvania Dutch stock and Christian Missouri stock on my mom's side of the family. All parties that I can account for are just regular German Christian ancestry. So I get that you really want to hate a group and blame them so that you can avoid the complexity of reality. But no matter how much you wish to hate that group, it will not allow you to hate me because I am not of that group. Rodney Kelly look, maybe you think I look Jewish, and maybe I think you sound retarded. But that doesn't mean I am a Jew, and I'm guessing you aren't technically clinically retarded. You just sound retarded. Okay? So you might think that my fair, just, and obvious, obviously objective analysis on things is indicative of some or another religion, but again, that's just because you're steadfastly determined to sound retarded. Well, okay, but I guess this makes sense. You're retarded, so you wrongly called me something. I'm not, so I correctly diagnosed you as retarded. Makes sense. And you know what? By the time I admit it, I'm also retarded. And I bet you the similar thing as I do when I'm not retarded. Love me for who I am. Retarded and I may be the one who's retarded, but you're the one being dumb. Well, I'm sorry, Goblin. I contracted mosquito-borne retardation. It flares up periodically, then it goes dormant again. I also have my other identity as a fake deaf person. A lot of people get offended by my identity as a fake deaf person. But I explain to them, I can do everything a real deaf person can, plus I can hear you. What's my opinion on EDP? I don't know what EDP is. Electronic Dance Party? I'm a fan of electronic dance parties. You can, presumably, you're more likely to be able to find good drugs there than elsewhere. I don't know if it's still the case, or with this whole infestation of fentanyl and everything, but I'm glad to say I lived during a time when you could still get drugs properly. I'm sorry to say that time no longer seems to be, but it used to be you could trust your drug dealers, to get you the drugs that you asked for. After all, they wanted your business again. Especially they were going to lie about what they had or whatever. Fentanyl. That's what I would say about this. Don't do that stuff, everybody. It's a ghetto drug. Am I lesbian? Just with my wife, Valent Stance with Rob C. Just got into this stream. What is happening here? I'm live streaming on YouTube. I heard we were hippies in the 90s. I was never any kind of hippie, all right? I believed drugs were to party, not to teach us mystical bullshit. I'm not a hippie now, nor have I ever been. I've always been an Eric. And you can see that simply by looking to the interview, not the interview, well, yeah, the panel that I participated in. It was filmed when I was in high school for the Apache High School TV news. And you'll see that I was then just as I am now. Not a hippie, not any other such label, except an Eric. Full of Eric-y ways, displaying Eric-y tendencies, creating Eric-y like outcomes with Eric-style causes. These are the ways of Eric, and those ways in combination with each other are unique to Eric's and not a perfect fit for any other group label. Accordingly, the correct thing to call me is an Eric. If you want to say the best Eric, that's just you being nice, you know. I agree with you, but I don't need that from you. You do need to acknowledge that I am an Eric. Why? Because that's reality's truth that nobody can deny. Look how big that moon looks. That's a heck of a moon. It's still up so late into the morning. I would have expected it to. Oh, you saw a shooting star. I would have expected it to have set by now. Must have been a bright shooting star to be able to see it with this super bright moon. Moon river filled up all with peace. You're yellow and you're free like me. And the moon river is like meow liver. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. That's a pretty good song. Whatever. I feel like jazz standards, I suppose. It's not as good as Misty. It was pretty good. Still a lot of night sky left. Even though it's got to be like practically dawn by now. Doesn't look like a dawn sky, but can't be that far from now because what time is it? It's like morning time, ain't it? That's 4:10 almost. Expected it to be maybe a little later than that. Still, we're running out of nighttime. You know what happens at dawn, right? Well, basically, everyone's like, all right, well, I guess the party's over. We should go home now. Go hit Jack in the Box on the way home and get something for breakfast. Ultimate breakfast sandwich, maybe, or Supreme Crescent. That's what happens at dawn. All the partiers are like, we gotta go to Jack in the Box. And there isn't even anybody who doesn't agree with that, so there's no resistance as the entirety of the group just dissipates into different directions. They're all going to different Jack in the Boxes is why. Well, because each of them has a preferred Jack in the Box within this general area. One of them might be preferred because it's got the shortest drive-through line. One of them might be preferred because it's the least ratchet. One of them might be preferred because they're the only Jack in the Box that get the drinks right. And one of them might be preferred because it's the least likely to be arbitrarily closed for no reason right now, whenever that is. Jack in the Box is Jack in the Box. They do a good job with their advertising campaigns. Like their marketing department's killing it. But their actual like run the company part of the thing is they're so like, oh God, we're going to Jack in the Box. So don't bother trying to get a soda, or it'll taste just wrong because Jack in the Box doesn't know how to make sodas. And probably just stick with the breakfast things. Also, don't forget if you get coffee, they won't put it in your coffee like in McDonald's. You have to park off to the side afterwards, take the lid off, try to dump the little creams in there, and then try to put the lid back on without spilling coffee. Just, oh, Jack in the Box. Why do I even go to you at all, you know? No, I've never been to one of P. Diddy's parties, fortunately. Right from the outset, I made it pretty clear to anybody who brought up the subject of P. Diddy that I thought he was completely bereft of talent. So, even if P. Diddy had been considering inviting me to one of his parties, if he heard what I had to say about his total lack of talent, he probably would have crossed me right off of the guest list. So while I have no reason to believe he was considering inviting me, I do have reason to believe that even if he had been, he wouldn't have. Because, you know, who wants to invite somebody to their party when that somebody thinks they're an untalented hack? Nobody. Later on, I discovered that he's also a horrible shitbag. But he lost me at untalented hack. Raul says, Eric, please today don't sleep, okay? I mean, who knows what's going to happen regarding that? I don't know what's going to happen regarding that. I'll know when it happens. I'm not going to attempt to stay awake all day. I'm not going to make any attempt to determine what happens regarding that. Just let things happen. I don't need to control my time in bed that iron-fistedly. We'll just let things happen. It's fine. You know, I keep planning to end this, and I look, and it's just like, wait a second. Are there really 50 people here right now? That's exceedingly high numbers for me. And I think, I mean, shit, if there's 50 people, I might as well at least wait till it drops to like 20 or something. Take advantage of the presence of a decent sized crowd to perhaps wow all of you into coming back again later so that I can once again be positively motivated by your presence to no good effect in any practical sense. Because of course, you know, when I had like 9,000 subs, I was making like $120 a month or something. Now at 18,000 subs, I'm making about $100 a month, like $20 less. Why? I don't know. Who knows? I think YouTube just picks numbers around. Like, look, whatever happens with this guy's channel, just pay him something like between $100 and $200 a month. No matter what happens, doesn't matter what happens. Whether he's getting 300,000 views a month or 30. Well, just give them somewhere between $100 and $200 to $100 and $200 a month, and we'll just randomly pick it each month. That's what it would actually. If that's how they did this, that's what it would look like for me. I don't care. I'm not. I was never in YouTube for the money or anything, but I just like. Who knows why? Why is it this way? I don't know. What the fuck? Are you still here? Damn, you're not tired? Well, what about you, Rad Roach? I bet you've been alive the entire time since last I saw you. There's no goal, okay? I am not being subjected to the tyranny of goals. This is a goal-free experience. It persists currently on the strength of its existing momentum and inertia. Eventually, friction, drag, and other permanents disrupting things like that will cause my forward momentum to just peter out. And I'll just sit here silently in front of a camera, still quiet. Like, is he frozen? And I'll go, oh, I guess I'm done. The end. And that's when I'll end the stream. Catherine Elizabeth born Kathy says, what made you think of it? What made me think of what? What made me think of penny whistles and moonbeams? Well, I don't remember. Oh, that's my coffee. I was like, what is Rachel doing that I keep hearing this beep? It has absolutely nothing to do with Rachel. It's me forgetting about the coffee I heated up in the microwave. Oh, Eric, you big dummy. Will you never learn? Will you never learn to recognize the microwave beep for what it is? So what electronic device is making that sound? It's the microwave, Eric. You know, the same one you've heard beep for the entire duration of the time you lived here. But the problem is this beep is non-unique. It's such a generic sounding beep. There's nothing about that beep that suggests a microwavable origin. A microwave producing origin. Granted, the beep itself isn't generated by microwaves. But still, you'd expect a microwave-born beep to sound more like microwave. So you'd know its origin at a moment's listen. But that beep could be coming from anything. Yeah, super bright. Left my vibrator on again. That explains it too. You went to see the supermoon at Angeles Crest? Did you believe that going up the mountain would get you closer to the moon and therefore you'd be able to see it better? Yeah, their Enigma code wasn't enigmatic enough. But what code was never cracked? The Native American tongue of the Cherokee Windwalkers. Do you have a spicy OnlyFans? No. I also don't have a mild OnlyFans. You know why? Because I'm not some sort of adult actress, okay? I'm not some sort of nude modeling star, all right? I believe that a man's privacy should be kept private with his wife, not put out on display for all the Gen Zers to stare at with their filthy fat little fingers saying skibbity this, skibbity that. I don't think so. I'm an angry old man and change scares me. But I mean, it's a shockingly self-aware angry old man who understands that change scares me. Well, you were closer to the moon, true. Can you get a little on a coffee? Yes, here you go. It's delicious. You're gonna love it. It's good. It's percolated. Perhaps one of the greatest crimes ever committed against humanity by itself was when we let the drip coffee makers convince us that somehow dripping our coffee was preferable to percolating it. It's not. Percolating is preferable to dripping. People will tell you various reasons why I'm wrong. Don't listen to them and their reasons. Reasons is the word they use when they mean lies. Some people are like, oh, you should use the French press to make your coffee. Like Frenchy. No, we're not using any French press. There's no reason to do that. It's like, I'm going to make it this dumb old-fashioned way. And that's better because it's harder and weirder and a less good way to make coffee. No, it's not. Your taste buds are lying to you by way of your eyes. You see that device and you think, ooh la la, now I'm feeling French. Oh, I'm sorry, but get on l'autobus and go to La Plage. Because calorie teal, the time is, no, I don't think so. I kind of wish it were morning, just because, like, I come outside and I have to try to talk quietly, because it's like, why are you up talking loudly outside at 3, whatever in the morning or 4 in the morning? There's only one reason anybody does that. It's because they're on amphetamines. So I want to just be like, don't make them think you're a tweaker, Eric, you know? Try to avoid them thinking that. Why, Eric? Because you're not? Well, I mean, I'm not. I'm not. It depends on what you mean by that, you know. It's not like I'm doing any illegal substances, but it's not, I'm not being entirely unlike a tweaker. You know, unlike autism, tweaker actually is on a spectrum. I may have tweaker spectrum disorder, but I'm not an actual tweaker. Can I know your backstory? My backstory, sure. I'll give you the quick and dirty of it. My only child, raised by my parents, in a nice suburb of Los Angeles. I went to college, got a degree in English, which I already spoke, obviously. And moved back to LA. We got a job as a substitute special ed teacher. Just because, like, my vision for a job was slacker. Anyway, and married my first wife, had a kid, divorced my first wife, got laid off from my special ed job, started working in private education, started, began a relationship with my eventual second wife, raised my child, married the second wife. My child grew up to basically, 16-ish or whatever, 17 or something, and then that wife and I divorced. Then, by that point, I'd become a professional debate coach and was working as a private sector debate coach, competition debate coach, which was a good career as opposed to special ed or regular ed teacher, which was just kind of not for me exactly, for a variety of reasons. So then I worked in the debate field for a while, part of the time as the director of a private school that was located near where I live, after school private competition only program now. Well, not only, but everything in the program worked up towards competition team. Regardless, then I had my own school for a while. Then I got with the relationship partner prior to my current wife, and that at the same time that business kind of fell apart because that horrible relationship made it impossible for me to get anything practical done that I needed to get done because it was so volatile. Anyway, so then finally I got out of that shit show relationship and moved back in with my parents because my dad needed help taking care of my mom. I didn't particularly have any place else to go right out the bat after leaving that house that I was living in with my previous partner, Kimberly. And then I met Rachel, and she came out and lived with me in Los Angeles. And then my parents died, and then Rachel and I got married and moved to Mariposa, and here we are. Did I mention I won the Nobel Prize for Awesomeness? I did. A much more respectable prize than the Nobel Peace Prize, that's for sure. And did I tell you how I discovered the moon? I was just walking with a friend one night. And, incidentally happened to look up and I was like, what's that big white thing? Everybody was amazed that nobody ever noticed it before. And who could blame them? I mean, there's not any reason to look up at night. It's dark. Let's see. Other significant moments from my life. Saw combat action in Nam as a toddler. The only 2-year-old in American history to receive a Bronze Star. Let's see, what else? I like the same thing everybody likes. I like long walks on the beach. It's the one thing that, whether they admit it or not, deep down, every person truly loves. Rachel and I are fans of the Oakland Athletics. Quite, big fans of the Athletics. I especially am pretty diligent about watching most of the A's games. So, I must say I'm really enjoying this baseball season. I haven't enjoyed a baseball season as much as this one in a long time. Because it's a fun A's team, they may not have a great record, but they're performing well and have been for quite some time now. It's just they got off to a pretty bad start. So they got a lot of negative ground to make up, I've been predicting that they were going to shock everybody and win the AL West and make the playoffs for quite some time now. I still think it's going to happen. Sure, the Astros are like maybe 13 and a half, maybe 13, maybe 14 games ahead of the Athletics. I don't know what the Astros did in the most recent day of play. But I believe karma's a bitch. The Astros are going to have a collapse. Everybody else in the AL West is doing shittier than the Athletics. The Athletics have already passed the Angels, are no longer in last place. And they're quickly closing in on the Rangers, who are in third place. The Mariners have, last I saw, lost 4 in a row. They're in second place. It's only those cheaty Astros that won't cooperate with my grand vision of the future playing out as predicted. The only people in the whole world who don't hate the Astros are people who live in Houston. I think every other team's commentators, when they call the games involving the Astros, they should refer to them as the cheaty Astros. Because earlier this year, just this very season, in a game the Athletics, I don't really remember, but may very well have lost, the Astros pitcher got thrown out for what? While pitching against the Athletics. For what? For guess what? Was it for playing fair? No. It was for cheating. He had some shit on his hands so he could throw his cheat ball. Those fucking Astros. They cannot stop cheating. It's like they had a players only meeting and they said, should we play baseball? And they all agreed, no, we should just cheat all the time. I do not like you, Houston Astros. You can suck the proverbial it. It's time for you to suck the proverbial it, Astros. I fell asleep and dreamed for 35 years and woke up just the other day to discover it was just a dream. I know it was. But I wouldn't say it was just a dream because, after all, it was a dream that required you to stay asleep for 35 years. The time I fought off the polar bear? Look, we didn't fight, okay? That was a friendly conversation that we had, okay? It may have looked to onlookers like I was beating that polar bear's ass, but we were just roughhousing, okay? And none of those people who testified on behalf of the polar bear were experts on what comprises a beatdown of a polar bear. It was a dumb dream, nothing more. No, Catherine, it wasn't dumb, and it wasn't even a dream. It was the reality your soul lives. At night, your soul takes flight on gossamer wings and lives another life in the world of dreams. So congratulations. You're killing it in the world of dreams. You might even be killing it in the waking world as well. I'm at best mid here, and I'm pretty sure I'm worse there, so we all make do with what we're dealt, you know. I am not very dream heavy because I do smoke a very lot of weed, which does tend to negatively impact your dreaming. But as far as the waking world goes, you can only be thrilledly waking for some stretch of time before you just need to sleep a bunch and recoup dopamine, or else it would just be sad and awake. Brooding and awake. Well, I was very pleased to discover that I found these glasses that I thought I had lost in the woods. But I also found these, which have very little magnification. These are probably like 0.25 or 0.5. I guess they have to be over 1. Huh? 1.25. These are probably 1.25. So, it's like if I am trying to read the text on the phone with these glasses, I either have to hold it on in front of me a bit, strain a bit, position the right distance. They're actually not quite strong enough for it to be an easy see for me with these glasses. But I got these actually at an auto parts store, I believe. These are my favorite ones right here. These orange ones are fine in terms of the level of, you guys can't even see what I'm talking about. These orange ones here are fine in terms of level of magnification, but I don't like how orange they are. It was just at that time when I bought these, the supermarket had very slim pickings. After I bought these, they got like restocked the glasses thing. So I got some less gaudy sunglasses. But these ones are basically useless because they're not strong enough. These ones, they're fine. These are good. I like these ones. These are fine. I like these denim ones. They're called denim because they're supposed to look like denim. But I got them because they're this. They have this flippy flaps. Except they're flimsy. The screws have started to work their way out already enough that I had to screw them back in at some point. I just got them. And then I accidentally, just by pushing on it a little bit, popped one of the glasses out of the thing. Just like a day after I bought it, I was like, these are super flimsy. They were super cheap too. They were $7. But $7.50, I guess. But I do like the fact that they've got springy arms. I hate wearing glasses in general, but I've come to terms with it. So it doesn't bother me as much as it used to. Yes, I'm still always going, where the fuck are my glasses? Where did I put them? But, I don't know. It's not new that I have to wear glasses to me anymore, as it was a couple of years ago, when I first really started to need to wear them so I could see stuff. I could no longer get by squinting. The introduction of a new object to have to take care of called glasses that just was in between me and the straightforward and easy accomplishing of whatever was super annoying, but I've gotten used to it. No, Padawan's talking about my great life moments, okay? As you well know, Acacia, I invented French. I was responsible for tearing down the Berlin Wall. I launched the civil rights movement. I've done a lot of great things over the course of my life. Padawan Range Bender's read my Wikipedia page. He knows about my sterling list of accomplishments. Actually, I taught Mr. Rogers how to play that character. His original idea for his kids show was horribly inappropriate. Said, okay, let's ditch the fishnet half shirt you got on here and put on something a little bit more responsible looking. A tie, a sweater, I don't know. He just must have went with whatever I said, because next thing I knew, everything was coming up daisies for Mr. Rogers. Well, I'm not going to worry about tearing down the next wall until it actually gets built. You know the expression, cross that bridge when we come to it. In this case, that bridge is a wall. Well, it's fair to say that if there's things that people need to be convinced of, I have some responsibility to convince them. Because after all, if I'm not going to trust anybody else to be correct about things, then I'm going to have to take responsibility for being correct. Hey, Dreamsy Smokes Reviews. Why did I do those things? I was just really interested in putting together a pretty impressive resume. So, you know, like, I basically wrote Lose Yourself for Eminem. More or less, I wrote the whole thing. He had a terrible idea at first. It was like, I'm going to rap about stuff. I can't come up with any ideas. I was like, look, dude, mom spaghetti, sweater, sweating, just some shit like that. All right, you're nervous, you're going up, you puke. Tell a little story. It's like, okay, say that again. He wrote it down, and next thing I knew, he had a hit on his hands. Couches do be comfy. Babylon. I am not Charles Manson. you should be able to distinguish between me and Charles Manson because I, unlike Charles Manson, have no swastika tattooed on my forehead. And just for future reference, I'm going to suggest when you want to pull one of those things, let it sit, be patient. Make sure it escaped beyond the scope of my vision, and I'm definitely going to miss it before saying it again. Otherwise, I'm just going to be like, okay, aren't you eager to get responded to? It's not a good look. Eric teaches home fries to play it cool. Home fries being Babylon. Someone had to do it. The gods favor the ambitious ones. Yeah. For example, I'm the one who introduced maize to the Europeans. I brought it back. I received from some Indians around the East Coast. I took it back to Europe, where they renamed it corn. Oh, incidentally, I also indirectly decimated the Native Americans with smallpox, but that was not on purpose, okay? Because, first of all, I didn't give them the smallpox. It was the people who were super impressed by the corn and then sailed over to try to get more corn. They gave the Indians the smallpox. I still feel somewhat responsible because I'm the one who told the Europeans where the Indians were. I had found the New World by myself originally. I was like, fuck all y'all, I'm heading west. And I invented the steam engine powered Zeppelin that would remain the pinnacle of human transportation technology for the next 170 years until finally the automobile surpassed it in popularity. Yeah. Well, what you get to see here is Eric just letting the stream of consciousness, active response to whatever's in front of me, roll freely. Because as you get tired, some of the barriers that you have up as like safety precautions to make sure you check to see what you're saying before you say it all the time, they kind of get a little bit more easy going. They promote the flow and keep it flowing. Most people didn't know for sure how to breathe. But most people were successfully getting sufficient amount of breath in themselves, if only barely. They just hadn't quite mastered. Well, they hadn't figured out how it was getting accomplished. It wasn't until I noticed that there was a slight flare of the nostrils that was timed in a rhythmic succession. I said, wait a second. Is there some sort of invisible gas going in and out of that person's face? And then I thought a little bit more about it. And I was like, there aren't any biological apparati within the face that could make good use of that invisible gas. However, those organs that heretofore have never been explained to the lungs, I wonder if there's some kind of hole that goes directly from the face to the lungs. If that hole, with some special kind of lubricant, could somehow facilitate invisible gas sliding down that hole, and if that invisible gas, in theory, could be somehow processed by those weird looking, stringy things in the chest, well, gosh darn it, we might just have explained why fish need to live in water. The answer? Because instead of breathing, they drink water. And people, instead of just moving their lips and nose, are actually doing something to an invisible stuff called air. And everybody said, "Oh my God, I cannot believe I didn't see that coming." I said, "How could you? It's invisible." And everybody nodded knowingly. And they all began, they gave me the slow clap. Faster and more comprehensive until the crescendo of applause was so loud that everybody could hear it clearly. And that's the end of my novel entitled Eric Says Stuff. And let's find out what happens. What do you mean you don't want to buy the rights to my book? What do you mean that's not a book? What do you mean those aren't good ideas? What do you mean there's no audience for this? Firecrotch disagrees. That's right, I do disagree. I think this is absolutely amazing stuff. Eric, I think you're fucking killing it. Firecrotch, I agree with you. And I think you're about to get your favorite thing, fire to the crotch. Yeah, really, dude. I think you're a lot too hard on yourself. Why does it sound like you're the one blowing smoke out? It's a bad habit. I've got sympathetic lung. When I see somebody else blowing smoke out, I just kind of can't help it. I feel like I'm blowing smoke out too. Oh, I didn't know you had sympathetic lung. I hear that's what killed most of Denmark in the 1600s. And Sweden. High five, Firecrotch. Pew. High five. What kind of cannabis? This is the crap one, yeah. This is freezer weed. John, crack may be a hell of a drug, but I am not smoking any crack. Additionally, it's true that I occasionally need help with something, but right now I do not need help with anything. I'm not trying to accomplish anything right now that's giving me difficulty, so I neither seek nor want any assistance. Okay. Well, just full disclosure, yes, I am the discoverer of pancakes, but prior to my discovery of pancakes, two other gentlemen had independently of me discovered flapjacks and griddle cakes. So it's less impressive than it may sound. It's not a very interesting story either. It's just one morning I'm like, what the hell? I'm going to pour some kind of viscous shit into the pan and see what happens. And of course I said, well, I have to make something kind of viscous. I just mixed some shit together. It turned out to be pancake batter. Somebody else said, that's exactly the same as homie's flapjack batter recipe. And I was like, well, just because I copied it exactly doesn't mean I stole it from him. And they said, yeah, you did. And I said, if I stole from him, then why isn't it called flapjacks? And that's how I discovered pancakes. True story. Do I like salvia? No, no one likes salvia. People, I think, want to do it because the reason to want to check it out. Sounds like maybe it's promising or whatever, but it's not fun. It can be scary. At best, it's uncomfortable for a short amount of time. Carhartt. Empty brand Canada's overalls are okay, but I like Dabby's better. I like Carhartt as well, but even the the Carhartts I have, the zipper on them is broken, the main zipper, which annoys me. But I still don't blame them exactly. I don't. I still don't poo-poo them because I recognize that if that main zipper wasn't broken, then everything else about them is fantastic. They're very wearable clothes. Shrooms or weed for creativity? Neither. Shrooms make me giggle and kind of stream of consciousness like I am now, but with much less conscious direction and engagement with the chat and stuff. I'm just like laughing, saying random shit without even looking at the chat. That's why you redid the patent office in the early 2000s to prevent that debacle with the pancake rights happening again. I don't like to relive that time of my life. Padawan, you're opening some old wounds here. Best cannabis overalls in your opinion, Eric? I didn't know they made overalls out of cannabis. The only overalls I have ever tried are these cards I have now and the old ones that I had before a long time ago, which they were like that working brand, maybe like Dickies or something. I'm not sure which brand it was, but it was not Carhartt. When do you bath? I mean, I bathed yesterday. I was meaning to bath earlier, but then Rachel went to bed. I don't want to bother her by showering when she's in bed because it's noisy. And I don't necessarily want to go upstairs and use her bathroom because I don't really know why. I just normally don't use her bathroom. As I just saying, maintain that which you've done before for ongoing familiarity. Well, I mean, I used to do shrooms about once a week, you know, between once a week and once every 2 weeks or so. I went for a stretch where I did them about that often. And then eventually I ran out of shrooms. Now, and before I can do them again, I have to go get more from Oakland. So at the same time, I'm super not fiendy about them. Like, I'm not in any hurry to get more mushrooms. Though, if I had them, I'm sure I would do them, Mushrooms are fun. I can pretty reliably expect to have a good time on the right amount of mushrooms, which I know what the right amount of mushrooms is for me. And this stage of my life, it's strange for me to even think about the amount of mushrooms I take now, which is a small amount of mushrooms. I used to take very large amounts of mushrooms. You gotta figure out for yourself exactly, it takes, you have to spend some time with mushrooms to find your relationship with them. That's how it's been for me anyway. It's like It took me having a bad experience on way too many mushrooms combined with some other things to to reinvent my relationship with mushrooms. After that experience, I didn't do them for a while, like a couple months or whatever. Then when I started doing them again, I did them way differently than I'd done them before. I did them like in the amounts that I used to do them a long time ago. It was just something that you'd come across every once in a while. Like I'd take half an eighth or something. It's a very small amount of mushrooms for me, for compared to the maximum amounts of mushrooms I was taking. When you get, well, I couldn't step for you, removed it, but two buttons, too much work. I don't know what that means. Between alls, or my preference. Oh, are we applying different prepositions in front of all? That seems like something that's long overdue. You know, because it's one thing to understand things in your overalls, it's another thing to overstand things in your underalls. And we need every variation in between. I got some all white mushrooms, albino. Okay. The psilocybin in mushrooms is blue. It is not a pigment of the mushrooms. It's the color of the drug itself. If you got all white mushrooms, they did not have any psilocybin in them. Don't like one button and a zipper. I could never do button fly. Insanity. I wish my Carhartts were button fly because then the zipper wouldn't be broken. Instead, the buttons would be broken. No, buttons don't break. They might fall off, but it's never the case that your buttonhole has broken. Oh, my buttonhole no longer provides passage between one side of the fabric and from one side of the fabric to the other. Buttonholes never break. Rich is going upstairs. Are you going upstairs because I said I didn't want to take a shower while you were in there because I didn't want to bother you? Because that's how we do things, Rahul Reader. Rachel goes to bed down here at some point and lies in bed. Most nights, I get into bed when I get into bed a little bit later, and we go to bed together. And then at some point in the nighttime, when she really wants to go to sleep, she goes and takes herself upstairs to her room so that we can both sleep better. Because we both sleep better, you know, when not always. Like sometimes Rachel impacts my sleep, not at all. Other times it's it's like um basically if I'm not gonna sleep well regardless, then if I'm gonna be restless and irritable regardless, I can do that more comfortably by myself. Some nights I'm just not destined to sleep well. Other nights I'm destined to sleep well no matter what. why stop at overstanding in your underalls? Might as well throw caution to the wind and underlay in your overknowns? I don't know what that means. But I like the idea. You're going to underlay in your overknowns. Could I stand all in my over? I could stand all in my under. Or that's the mouth. Acacia, my wife used to work in dental. She says that people's mouths are like buttholes. Little buttholes. Little buttonholes. Well, my mouth is sort of like a little butthole, I guess. You know, my butthole can go from closed to open. So can my mouth. My butthole is a little door behind which there is a tongue. In my mouth, it's my regular tongue. In my butt, it's my butt tongue. Your butt tongue is the thing inside of your body that pushes poop out your butt. You can't feel your butt tongue, but you know it must exist because what else could be pushing your poop out? If my mouth were my butthole, it would be a gaper. But if my butthole were my mouth, I'd only be able to eat a tiny paper. If you want it to rhyme, pepper. What does that say? Who's sending me texts? What's all this then? What sort of business is this? Whew. Wow. Everything almost went catastrophically wrong there. But fortunately, I was able to resume this stream because I've got so many things that I wanted to get to that I haven't gotten to yet in the last 10 hours. Apologize to the Academy. Okay. Now, what happened was my phone doesn't let me stay YouTube streaming while leaving, like, to go do something else. So I can't check my texts without interrupting the stream ridiculously. It's like, hey, YouTube app, don't be such a Nazi. Other apps need to sometimes access a teeniest shred of my attention for a second. You don't need to be all like, that's it, you're not even streaming anymore. You can't stream while looking at text. No. I'll be right back. Yeah, you will, because you're not going to be streaming till you are. Okay, asswipe YouTube. Jeez. Why you want to be like that? I tell you why. Because they're greedy. They want all of your attention. They don't even want you to check your texts. It was just spam text. Maybe YouTube does know best. It knows I don't really need to check my texts. It just realizes, even if it's not spam, if it were really important, they'd call you. Fair enough, YouTube app. Okay, you win this argument. I concede the point. The sphincter is a muscle type common to all of your holes. Your nose, is not really a sphincter, but is sphincter-esque. Vagina, not a sphincter, but a wonderful hole nevertheless. But your butthole, a sphincter. Your lips, I think, might be a sphincter. And what else is a sphincter? That's right, a Venus flytrap. The best sphincter of all. If you love sphincters and you're interested in carnivorous plants, then I recommend for you the Venus flytrap. Oh, goodness gracious. It is time for me to go to bed here pretty soon. But the thing is, when I do go to bed, which I will shortly, I'm actually going to take you with me. I'm not going to end it when I go to bed right away. Instead, I'm going to take you with me and I'm going to tell you a very important bedtime story. It's going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be carried away to slumberland on the carriage of storytelling that is a bedtime story. I think you're going to feel like a little child again, nurtured in the loving grasp of your mother, touching her tender bosom with your little hand. Let's do a joke, Eric. Put a blonde, redhead, and a brunette in your hand. I don't know how to do this joke. Seems a little interactive to me. Padawan doesn't do buttonholes and fly traps. What do you call a Venus flytrap with no arms or legs? Venus the flytrap. What do you call a Venus the flytrap with arms and legs? A Venus flytrap. Fuck you, moderators, you're a bunch of grunts. Fuck you, moderators, you're a bunch of grunts. Listen. Hey, we get it. You're being provocative. You're being provocative in your name. You're being provocative in the language of your chat. But I want you to ask yourself this. What if instead of being upset, you've merely provoked in me a nurturing warmth? Oh my gosh. You are using some strong language, but I like that zesty spirit that you're displaying. And I think together we can live, love, learn, laugh, languish, liquidize, and lasso. Yeah. Big hearts are formed in small homes. Today I choose joy. You will land on the moon when you reach for the stars and you make all the shots you don't take. Amen. I am about to play bedtime story. Good morning, simple girl. Morning. It's about time for our bedtime story. How could it possibly be morning? We're going to let morning, afternoon, and evening be defined by when I get up go to bed, etc., rather than by this so-called sun of ours around which we purportedly revolve. Personally, I don't believe in the sun. I think it's more lies the scientists are telling us. I think that to the extent that you can see better in the daytime, it's because your eyes work better in the daytime. But the amount of actual light is identical at all times. That's my theory about how things are. Bedtime is shed time. Do I have to sleep in this shed again? I don't want to sleep in the shed. There's a bug in there. We're having channel mashup time, huh? Here's how you make mashed channels. First, boil your channels, okay? Then just put a shit ton of butter and mush it all up. Voila! Grandma's famous Thanksgiving mashed channels. Well, yes, you should peel them, but you know what? Just tell people that the reason you didn't peel it is because it's healthy to eat the peels. I don't want to deny you any nutrition from these potatoes, so I've left them unpeeled. We go, oh, how considerate of you. He really cares about our well-being. He's left the peels for us to eat for the nutritional value.
I love you.
I love you, my darling. Good night.
Good night.
Sleep with the tender glory of a Wonder Pants, okay?
Thank you, I will.
I'm going to go to bed pretty soon, too. But I'm going to walk around outside for a little while before I actually go to bed. When I do go to bed, I will tell you a bedtime story. My ESTJ friend said Filipino people are short and can't play basketball in a room full of Filipino people. Didn't realize he would upset people. ISFP lost it on his poor NI statement, offending NI child FI. I mean, I think that's an example of probably more like bad FI, it seems like, than bad NI. You know, both of these examples of NI failures kind of seem like FI failures. An NI failure is a great example of NI polar is attending multiple Dave Matthews concerts. Like I knew this guy in AA who told me he followed Dave Matthews around. Like the people used to do with the Grateful Dead. That's a complete lack of introverted intuition. I mean, you can test NI polar very easily. Actually, you give the person a long sentence that's full of redundancies and details of varying degrees of relevance. Tell them to nutshell it for you. NI polar cannot tell you, is unable to distinguish between the critical details that carry the core meaning of the sentence and ancillary details that can be jettisoned while retaining the most important part of the sentence, you know? So when you meow, then you meow. Yeah, when you ask them to nutshell a longer sentence like that, they have a lot of trouble giving you a concise summary of it. And it's rather strikingly evident in them in a way that it's not in any other slot, including eighth, which sometimes 7 can test like eighth depending on a lot of factors. For example, INFJs, ENFJs, 7 and 8 are hard to distinguish. INTPs, ENTPs, 7 and 8 are hard to distinguish. But not so much NI. In fact, NI's probably more, it's, in some ways, it's more stark and clean cut than TI, because TI, there's always the possibility that they're guessing the right answer because they're given a finite possible number of answers. And then there's the possibility that they're NIing it, which is not the same as guessing it, but is also not the same as TIing it. With the NI polar test, NI polar looks different than anything else, and basically everybody else can do it and they can't. So that's a nice test, right? That's what you're looking for in a test. How are ESTJs musically? Well, I mean, they may end up getting good at an instrument or something, depending on how you define that, but they are not going to be good artists basically ever. The closest you're going to get to a good artist as from an ESTJ is something like a writer of books about history. You're not going to get somebody who writes good music, makes good music at all, if you're talking about ESTJ, because it's good NI to be a good musical artist is an absolute necessary prerequisite. There's no way to avoid that. There's no way to be good as an artist who's responsible for creative decisions with blind intuition. It's the thing that matters most. Like, it's the only thing that you can almost get away with just that. Like, like I was listening to I'll Be Your Mirror today, Velvet Underground Sound. It's very NI. And what's interesting is how much almost disdain Lou Reed had for bothering to produce the things well. It was just like, well, I'm embracing this aesthetic. Most of my decisions here are great. This particular one regarding how we record or produce these things, or how much effort or thought I want to put into that, that one didn't turn out so well. That one hasn't, stayed the test of time. So, but most of his songwriting decisions during certain periods of his catalog. I don't have any shards, okay, Adolf? the anointed. I'm not smoking meth or crack either, but I know Shards refers to meth. I'm not smoking it at all. I have none. I'm not now smoking it. I do not smoke it ever. Not that I have never smoked it, but I haven't smoked it in many years. And even if I did have it and was smoking it, I wouldn't want to risk getting in trouble with YouTube. Which I'm sure that would get you in trouble, probably. I'm guessing. Everyone freaks out when they see you smoking meth in a glass box. Like, hey, let's freak out. That's bad. Just chill out, everybody. I agree. It's not a good look. It's usually not a good sign. And rarely a good outcome. Nevertheless, let's just all take a deep breath and realize the fact that there are certainly some parties out there in the world, not me, who are functioning well, and nobody's the wiser. So, remembering that given the stigma associated with it, the ones that you see are the ones who are using it least well. It's very likely that there's some segment of people who are functioning meth users. Again, I'm not one, and I wasn't ever really one, because I wasn't functioning that well. But I was functioning better than the people I was doing it with, who kind of fell apart from it faster and more completely than they. Just getting back in bed. Good place to get at 5:30 in the morning. It's a good time to go to sleep. So can TI&I be confused for one another? Well, no, what I'm saying is NI can counterfeit TI tests by being right without using TI. If I'm doing, a standard kind of 1 hour typing session, I have only so much time to spend doing TI questions. I'm not particularly inclined to be rigorous in the TI testing, because in order to kind of eliminate possible false indicators, I'd have to do a lot of redundancies, and ask the same kind of question but variations of it multiple times. And additionally, I'd need to probably ask more complicated questions, along with sort of like now explain why kind of questions. And I don't generally feel like doing the heavy lifting, I guess, which I view as heavy lifting in part because I don't, it's, I want the experience to be pleasant for everybody. And the other person I'm assessing, one of the more common things that can occur is for me to experience people displaying discomfort when I start asking a lot of TI questions. Discomfort at usually it's discomfort at having the exact specifics of the deficit they might display in that area laid bare, right? Even though that's what they're there to have done, to be assessed about their personality type, they don't necessarily find being asked school style test questions. They don't necessarily like that a lot if they feel like they're not performing well on them. They feel like, I know what this is. This is something that the people use to determine whether they think I'm smart or not. And I'm not thinking they're dumb. I'm just thinking, from like, if I'm asking enough of them to see, notice, and be dissuaded to ask, from asking more their discomfort, then it means I'm feeling like I don't have clarity here. So, regardless, I don't want people to feel they're getting a third degree in an area where they're not especially going to display competency. Okay, well, yeah, I think the best descriptions of introverted thinking are a disinterested calculus and a bias towards binaries. Like TI prefers statuses to be on or off rather than some expression of a spectrum. FI has a preference for non-binaries, as is consistent with the nature of emotions, right? Oh my God, I have such mixed feelings. I'm sad this is ending. I'm a little scared for the new stuff that's coming. I'm excited. I'm happy for you because I know you're so looking forward to this. It is such a bundle of different emotions. Well, TI doesn't care to engage stuff like that, where exclusivities don't exist, and determining one thing doesn't tell you anything else about anything else. I'm sad. Okay, then I can conclude you're not happy. No, I'm also happy. Wait a second, how can that be? Because I am in the wonderfully vague world of non-exclusivities. Okay? I can be all feelings all at the same time. That's fine. And of course, that's more consistent with the authentic reality people live. For any TI users, it's like we want to determine statuses in a disinterested fashion, which means we don't like it when things don't cleanly resolve via that approach, you know? But lots of stuff doesn't cleanly resolve. There's lots of stuff about in life in which you have to compromise. I find compromise, as somebody who's biased in favor of TI, I tend to equate compromise with a lack of principle more than I equate it with doing what you got to do to get the necessary results done. But as I'm serious about running for president in 2028, and have been serious about it since I first mentioned it before, but realized at that moment, like, okay, you're not going to be ready for this for a while. You need to not try to jump this gun here. Wait, before you start this process at all again, make sure you're positioned properly to actually meaningfully launch things. And since I'm serious, it means I've spent a fair amount of time thinking about uh, how to manage the complex relationship between principle and pragmatics concerns if one were to actually have the job and the responsibility, understanding what the nature of the job is and what ought to be prioritized above what else, and what it means to be, if being a principled pragmatist is really even a thing. If you're not consistent in your principles, aren't you just unprincipled, making exceptions when you don't want to be principled and not making exceptions when you do want to be principled? Well, these are complex questions with difficult answers, perhaps, but there's certainly things I've thought about um, to some good effect. Looks like flow state's rated Eric. All right. Oh, did flow state just end? I've actually been getting pretty spicy numbers tonight, so it could be naturally occurring if flow state didn't just end. I don't know. Diego Navarrete, I'm sorry to hear about your mother. I'm sorry it took me so long to respond to you. You eat one human ear and everyone freaks out. Addiction is a disease. Addiction is not a disease. No, that's not what the word disease is. Disease is not a word that encompasses enough ground to include addiction. The Elaine debacle. What's the Elaine debacle? I want to know. I feel TI isn't knowing logic, it's more void of influence of feelings, being detached and analytical from that framework. Well, the reason TI people can perform better on conditional logic style questions is because implicit to TI, as I said, is a preference for binaries, and accordingly, there's a comfort with the idea that in a natural relationship with language, such that it's understood naturally somehow, the things that can be replaced and the nature of how you can define a term how you want to, right? So one thing that TI testing has demonstrated to me so heretofore is that a good way to check to see how conscious, I guess, TI is to ask math questions with units that are nonsense words. Like two Dargusians are discussing planetols, and one says, if we multiply the number of us Dardusians by 6, we get the planetol. And if we had just 3 plantitos, we'd have enough for 2 dozen curtichids. How many meows and a meow? For people who don't have TI conscious, they get thrown by the fact that the unit names are are not real units. That they don't have any understanding of how that unit system works. Well, in other words, like if I tell you, if Bobby has 3 inches worth of twine, you understand that that's a quarter of a foot of twine, etc. You don't need to know that for the math problem I'm going to ask you, but you do, okay? Now, if I change those units out to words that don't mean anything, you still don't need to know what they mean, but you no longer have the knowledge of how they link to other units, okay? Except the knowledge that I present you. So then you have to process now understanding, okay, these units link to each other like this, plus keep track of the numbers. And that reveals a clear difference between TI users and not TI users. So there you have that. Why is it that way? Well, because TI is the low resolution data processing, okay? If I have to pay attention as my default strategy of deciding things to high resolution data, namely the rich emotional tapestry of my subjective interests, then there's no quick processing protocols implicit in the decision making, because it's a decision making technology, let's call it, that is optimized for high resolution data. TI is optimized for low resolution data, for symbolic representations of things, not things in themselves. The reason that communication requires so much less, it's so much less like processing intensive, is because when we communicate things, we're essentially super compressing down some piece of something informed by some kind of high resolution data into a communicable form that allows people to unpack something as, say, their own experience. Kind of like instructions for a 3D printer or something. I mean, granted, not every form of communication obviously is, here's how to make something. But what I'm getting at is that presumably I'm communicating this idea such that you can understand it, which means both get some sort of update to framing or something that informs future instances in ways that allow you to deal intellectually or otherwise with future instances of similar realities, preferably, or whatever. You kitty, always meowing at me. I'm totally running out of steam. I gotta get some bread here just to put an end to this endless day and night. I'm like sore. My back hurts. I feel like kind of tore up, you know. I'm feeling kind of wheezy. Like George Jefferson's wife. And I no longer have the spirit of angels in my heart. Now I just have the spirit of regular people in my heart. Pretty soon, I'm going to have the spirit of the downtrodden in my heart. So before that happens, we're going to have to just stop trying to perform beyond my natural limits. Kitty, meow, 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 meow. Oh, kitty, kitty, meow, 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 meow. You are my kitty cat, and you keep on meowing at me. There, you big baby. God, eat your own food with your own mouth without my eyes looking at you. How about that? But those aren't meaningful distinctions you're making. Disinterested versus interested calculus, that's a meaningful distinction, right? Because one has as a criterion that which makes the most sense to the stakeholder. The other, that which makes the most sense to a third party who has no interest or stake. So you're making a real distinction then. You're saying independent, aside from the group, without passion. These things are not meaningful distinctions you can make. That's not a way of describing a cognitive function that is informative. It's misleading. I struggle with deciding whether a dog is cute or not. Is this FI shittiness? Maybe. I don't know. When you see that any is just a processor, but I'm not processing though, right? I'm generating. We want to use language as precisely as possible when talking about functions, because it's understandable and not uncommon for you to be, excited by apparent paths that seem to be leading you someplace where I can see they are leading you someplace into bullshit town. Like these vagaries, I don't like them. I know it's crazy. It's crazy. I cannot explain YouTube at all. Today, tonight, whenever, and maybe yesterday too, we suddenly have a resurgence to a high number of people in the vertical live streams that is reminiscent of when YouTube was promoting vertical live streaming. The reason that there are 60 whatever people here, maybe now it has to do with flow state, I don't know, but it's been good the last couple of days, is not because I've been reconnecting to my past, because well, that may be at this moment D2, it may be flow stream, but maybe that is why. If that's been going on for a long time, I don't know how long Flow State's been streaming for. I've been going for 11 hours, and we've been having good numbers. Right from the get-go, it would spike periodically to pretty high numbers. Could be a fair amount of Flow State people. I'm not sure. But regardless, I think it doesn't link to recent uploads that aren't in this format, which is to say vertical live streaming. I don't think that what I'm doing in terms of long form videos and or shorts even has much to do with what happens with the vertical live streams. Although I could be wrong. I realize as I say that, I don't really have any good reason to think that. It's just what I happen to think. Yeah, I know. I'm going to wrap it up here soon. I cannot. I'm generating from my SI. I mean, mostly tonight, I've not been generating a lot from SI, right? So I've been really freestyling, like little skits, jokes, whatever. It may, that sort of purely generative. Remember that extroverted intuition is an action function, and in order to define action functions meaningfully, we talk about information directionality. Action functions put information on an external field. Extroverted intuition puts information on an external metaphysical field. So that's what I'm doing here. Now, we could talk about undefined terms like process, metabolize, or generate, and stuff like that. Instead, what we've done is be rigorous. And we've said what we know it's doing is putting information on the external field. Now, say, well, where does it get the information from? It's like saying, where did you get the dirt from when digging the hole? It comes out of the hole. No, I am not using my SI there at all to generate the thing I just said. Instead, that's an analogy, a brand new original analogy that's a powerful way of making the point I'm making and made to great effect. You'll note that you cannot correctly attribute it to SE, to SI. You can point out that it pops, it resonates with NI, but it is only correctly attributed to one function, the analogizing extroverted intuition, which creates analogies as part of its day-to-day business. No, Padawan range bender, what you don't understand is that it's an analogy. The comparison of relationship one to the idea of being curious about where dirt comes from when it comes from this hole is in fact entirely unique in the world. Brand new, newly created, has never been said before. And I made it up not with my SI and not with my SE, but with my NE. Because that's what extroverted intuition does. It's an action function that puts new information on the external metaphysical field. If it's putting existing information, if it's Putty Cat making the same joke, repeating the same joke about, like, win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat for the 50th time, how do we know that's not extroverted intuition? Because it's not creating something new. It's repeating something old that's been said before. So he said it before, and he remembered it from when he said it before, and he chose to say it again. That's putting information on the external field that's gotten from SI. However, the alternative to that is my particularly brilliant and entirely original, first time ever existing new analogy that I use as an example. So just deal with it and say, wow, Eric, you are so unbelievably correct about this. How do you do it? And then you and I can both just shake our heads in quiet admiration and say, neither of us know how you do it, Eric. Just a unique combination of insight, natural predilection for this sort of thing, good fortune, and perhaps just a sprinkling of fairy dust to bring the magic all together. See, it's easier to explain the non-intuitive stuff, right? Like, well, where do you get SI from? Well, I get it from my actual experience. Well, what does that mean exactly? Well, it means I remember stuff. Oh, okay. That feels like you're saying something concrete. Where do you get your introverted intuition from? What do you mean? Well, like, where does the intuitive aha come from? Well, I don't know. No one knows. It's a mystery. Well, what do you mean? You made your own chicken coop that didn't exist before. You must have gotten it from somewhere. Well, I mean, I got the wood from chopping down this old building over here. And then I built this chicken coop over here from these pieces of wood, creating a new building. Right, Eric. And the wood in this analogy is your SI. No, it's not. The wood in this analogy is words. So, yeah, I do have words at my disposal. I'm not making up new words constantly. Although I can do that too. But I don't want to correct you and explain things any longer. For the next 5 minutes, I'm done. I'm done correcting and explaining. I'm just going to say, fine, you just say whatever you want then. And I will just be like, just whatever, just don't even look at what he's saying. So SE builds shit out of wood. It's not getting its accomplished outcome from some other cognitive function. Extroverted intuition, same thing. Different medium. It is possible, of course, to work your extroverted intuition by feeding it certain prompts, triggers, whatever, catalysts, either from your own experience, which is utilized often to provide the strangeness that makes something particular, unique, original, not done, not a copy of something else, right? And same with things that can see out in the world, in other words, from the extroverted sensing in its proto form, just like actually using your senses to see things. But it can also generate shit from God knows what little fairy of the ether. Every truly intuitive person will tell you there's no explaining the magic of intuition when it hits, whether it's NI or NE. That's why all the best artists, music especially, of history have said, I'm not making this, I'm channeling it from God. I'm not creating it, I'm discovering it. Am I arguing both sides? I don't think so. I never argue both sides of things. I articulate what's correct. To the extent that I articulate the other side, it's to explain why a common perception of the other side is wrong. I just articulate what's correct. So if it is the case that there's an issue in which there are two sides and both of them are somewhat correct, then I'll probably seem balanced and fair to somebody who's evaluating the wrong thing. But fortunately, there's never an instance where we need to know how many different sides I'm arguing of something in order to be fully informed about what matters. Instead, we just get to know whether I'm right or not. I do not see the point of arguing the wrong side of anything. You don't want to give like extra press to that horrible fraud, scammy, horrible garbage over there by saying, hey, I want to bring your attention to bullshitindustry.com. Do not go to this website because this place is terrible. Again, it's bullshitindustry.com. I don't want to do that, you know. So I try not to spend too much time making wrong people's cases for them. They don't deserve it, and no one's well served by that. Oh, you were being sarcastic? I mean, I just assumed you were wrong because it's like if you were being sarcastic, then you'd be suggesting that that's somehow a virtue. And obviously, how could it possibly be a virtue when my protocol of categorical correctness in all matters is an available alternative. It can't possibly be preferable to this alternative. So I'm not going to be, I'm not going to, invite anything in that makes me less correct. And certainly, if I were to be more open minded, I'm already exactly and precisely evaluating everything on its merits, not a matter of openness or closedness. Maybe there are some things that I just refuse to even investigate because I don't think there's enough standing to get me to consider it. And every once in a while, I might realize I dismissed it unfairly because I can't look into absolutely everything. Like, there used to be a guy around here who carried on, bitched and moaned about bad behavior towards children by various Hollywood figures. This is before I had really caught wind in the media of how, it's not without merit, these critiques. I just thought, I don't know why this guy's so obsessed with this subject. I'm sure Hollywood's like, the same as any other place. You get an occasional bad apple, but by and large, everything's fine. I since I've come to understand that actually it's a rather a cesspool of awfulness, but I can't think of a lot of examples of things like that where I'm not willing to look into something that turns out to be credible enough to evaluate it on its merits. Usually I'm not wrong about whether it qualifies as look intoableness. It's worthy. Okay, so now I'm going to tell a bedtime story, then we're going to wrap this up and we're all going to go to bed. Remember, when I go to sleep, everybody else has to go to sleep too. That's the rule. That's what we all agreed to when we signed the YouTube terms of service and or user whatever things. So now it's time for us to settle. Just settle down. Take a couple of deep breaths. Get used to the idea that within the next 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be fast asleep. First, I want you to imagine that I'm swinging a pocket watch back and forth. And then I want you to imagine yourself looking at the pocket watch, swinging back and forth. Imagine yourself seeing it go left, then right, then left, then right. Imagine that you're hearing me telling you that you're getting very sleepy as you watch the pocket watch go left and right, left and right, and slowly in rhythmic, pendulum-like patterns, your eyelids grow heavy and sleepiness takes over your face and your body. First, your scalp relaxes, and each of the hairs on your head lies slightly flatter due to the calming addition of benzodiazepine to the scalp regimen. Next, your whole face becomes as if paralyzed by the sheer amount of calmness, stillness, peace experienced by each of your facial muscles. Next, your ears and then your chin become completely numb with the calm, peaceful stillness of total relaxation. After that, You can no longer feel anything above your Adam's apple or lack thereof. Next, your entire neck loses feeling, and your head falls limply against your chest. You're unable to raise your head any longer. So relaxed is your neck. You become increasingly worried about some kind of neck injury. So floppy have your neck muscles become. Next, your shoulders begin to relax as the cool, warm, soft, gentle touch of my words wraps its tenderly fingers around your biceps, your triceps, and the rest of your meaty part of your arm. Your arm meat gets very, very relaxed. And both of your biceps get all soft and squishy. And both of your triceps just refuse to lift anything. And your arms are just as flat as can be right on the bed, saying, I'm already asleep, bro. I don't know what everything below here is doing, but me, my other arm over there, bro, and above us, we are all asleep with relaxation. Next, your chest goes very relaxed. And then your heart gets very relaxed, begins beating slower and slower. Gradually, slowly, your heart gets slower and slower until your heart is beating no more than 1 beat an hour. That's how slow your heart is beating. Why is it beating so slowly? Because it's so serious. Serious heart doesn't have time to beat fast. It's got to pause to listen to the world in between each beat. Now your heartbeat is beating so slowly that a doctor, even if they listened for a full day with a stethoscope, still wouldn't hear any sound of life in you. Okay. Other things that are getting relaxed. Now that your chest is really relaxed, your back starts to relax. So much so that all of the skin and the muscles and fibers and stuff from near your spine start to gradually inch away from your spine, such that your spine is just hovering, suspended in nothing, as all of the flesh around it has moved to the side. Next, you lie down, if you haven't already lying down, but you were already lying down, but you re-lie down now, okay? If you weren't already lying down, I can pretend I didn't notice. Lie down now. If you're trying to do this whole thing standing up, you're doing it wrong. Okay, so currently your head, your neck, your shoulders, the meaty part of your arms, your chest, and your upper back are all completely relaxed. Your heart is beating very infrequently.